Like in every novel plot, the heroine, before her reincarnation, was a violin prodigy admired and respected by everyone around her. Although there were always some who hated her talent and refused to acknowledge it. And of course the reason for her death had to be different from other stories. Instead of dying in a car accident, she was killed when a luxury car ran her over. When she opened her eyes again, she realized she had transmigrated into a side character named Arlene in a novel. Even worse, Arlene's body was extremely weak, and in the original story she died before turning 10. This made her give up and accept reality. From now until death, Arlene would live quietly without causing trouble. One day, during a chance meeting with her childhood friend, she accidentally encountered Pekyon, the male lead of the original novel. His smile was like the sun, bright enough to drive away the dullness in Arlene's life, and that meeting completely changed her future. Could Arlene continue living with such a fragile body? What kind of miracle would occur? And would the male lead love her or the heroine? Could she change the original storyline? Follow this exciting story with Lisa Manhwa. The story opens with the frightening sight of a strange purple liquid being hurriedly poured into a dish. Here it is. That disgusting diet was brought before Arlene. Drink it. The little girl felt despair and fear. No. Why has it come to this? Pekon kept pushing the liquid toward her, urging, "What are you doing, not drinking?" His voice held a trace of sadness. "Arel, I went through a lot to get this for you. Don't you really want it?" The handsome boy with sparkling eyes was none other than Pekon Alimand, Crown Prince of the Albrecht Empire. His words made Arlene feel conflicted. She shook her head and explained, "No, it is not that I do not want to drink." He pressed on, "Then what?" Arlene suddenly fell silent. I just want to spend the rest of my life peacefully." Petion's eyes glistened pitifully. "I went all the way to the peak of Mount Croan in Sihalan to hunt a monster and take its heart. They say it is good for your health. This can't be bought with money. I put my whole heart into this." Helpless, the girl finally gave in. "Fine, I will drink it, okay." Under Petion's eager gaze, Arlene forced herself to pick up the liquid and drink it all. After finishing, she felt utterly hopeless. "It is like everything I ate this past week is about to come back up." Pekon, delighted, rushed to praise her. "You finished it. Amazing, Pekyon. Anyway, since you drank this today, you won't faint anymore." His warm words kept coming. "Don't faint again. Okay, you can only faint with my permission." Understood. Hearing that left her speechless. Can't he talk more reasonably? Seeing the timing was right, Pekyon snapped his fingers. "All right then, since you have taken the medicine." His voice was filled with anticipation. "Let us get serious now." The scene shifted to the entire health council of Arlene under the royal knights. Even the maids were watching intently. 99 imperial physicians and doctors stood before her. Pekyon announced excitedly, "All of them are experts, gathered just for you." Signs were hung everywhere. "Hang in there, stay strong, Lady Arlene, wishing you good health." Feeling confused, Arlene asked, "Why? Why does it have to go this far?" He calmly replied, "Because." His face lit up with excitement as he pulled Arlene forward. "Since you have taken the medicine, should not we test just how healthy you have become?" Not wasting any time, he quickly set her in position. "Come on, Arel." 3 rounds of strength training. People around her cheered nonstop. "My lady, you can do it. Show us your strength. That rabbit doll is nothing compared to you." Wishing Lady Arlene good health, off to the side, she thought helplessly. "No, stop for a moment." Unsatisfied, Pekon continued, "Cardio is also a must. 10 laps around the estate." She hurriedly ran forward. "At this rate, I will die before I get healthy. I am doomed." Exhausted, Arlene slumped on a chair. Pekon walked over with a sigh. "Already tired?" His voice slowly echoed, "If you are this weak." She could only tremble, lifting her head in despair. "Please." Pekon ignored her expression and added, "You must recover quickly so we can climb mountains and hunt monsters together." She helplessly looked at his radiant face. "Anyone, please." Yet he kept comforting her, "But do not worry, I will definitely help you regain your strength." The more she thought, the more unfair life felt. "Someone please deal with this male lead for me." The story then rewinds. In her previous life, Arlene had been a violin prodigy at 19. "Me, the one the whole world once admired for my God-given talent." But something unfortunate happened. She did not die from a regular truck. Turns out her end still involved a vehicle, but a luxury sedan instead. When Arlene opened her eyes again, the scene before her stunned her. She had been reborn as a character in a novel. Noises kept buzzing around her. My lady, what is wrong? Are you unwell? What is the matter? She suddenly froze. She still remembered her actions from her past life. Counting the novels she had read, they were only a handful, so she quickly recalled which novel she had reincarnated into. It was the story titled The Male Lead Does Something with His Childhood Friend and Becomes Obsessed. That thought made Arlen even more pensive. Clearly, the character she had become in this novel was. A girl's image appeared before her, Arlen Sigria Halburn, daughter of Duke Halburn, one of the 150 great dukes of the Albrecht Empire, and the sole heir of the ducal family. At that, Arlen's eyes immediately sparkled. Isn't this basically a diamond spoon? I once had such happy days too. But things were not as good as she imagined. The moment she woke, her head was spinning. When she collapsed, the servants rushed over, panicked, my lady. The more she thought about it, the more tired she felt. Her body was gasping for breath, after just a minute of activity. That is when Arlen realized this body is trash. Something bad was bound to happen. Once I realized I was a character doomed to die young, I could not describe the turmoil in my heart. Memories of my past life grew clearer with time. Just then a maid's voice called out. Arlen slowly turned to look back. Little by little, I began hearing things a child should not have to know. Whispers filled the air. Right, I heard she is just the girl Duke Halburn picked up. No one even knows who her mother is. An illegitimate child becoming Halburn's heir. The end of the world. These words left Arlen deep in thought. A nameless girl the Duke suddenly brought home one day, entrusted to the estate's steward while he himself left for the northern front lines. Until everything worsened, she died before reaching 10, leaving the truth shrouded in mystery. In the original story, Arlen was an insignificant, blurry character. She appeared only twice, rumored to have an incurable disease, a side character who died early, the childhood friend absent from the male lead's life. But what must come will come. Whether changing her predetermined fate in the novel, or building a business, do not both require health first? With that thought, Arlen lay tiredly in bed. With this garbage body, what am I supposed to do? Even though I regain my past memories, I have no motivation. It has been nearly a week, and I have done nothing. Suddenly, Arlen glanced to the side. Come to think of it, that person should be arriving soon. Looking outside, her only guardian, Mehen, approached and knocked on the door. Lady Arlen, it is Mehen. The maids nearby whispered in surprise. It is Sir Mehen, let us go. Arlen's voice rang out, come in. The door slowly creaked open with caution. Mehen entered with a cold face and greeted, it has been a while, my lady. He was Mehen Revigen, representative of Duke Halburn. Seeing her still lying in bed, he spoke seriously. I heard you have been staying in your room, so I came by. Arlen glanced at him. Mehen, my pitiful guardian. Her expression surprised him. If anything troubles you, please tell me. The more she thought, the stranger it felt. Why does he talk like a civil servant handling complaints? She knew a little about this man. Mehen, the predator of House Halburn. A commoner, yet dubbed a genius early on. The Duke's representative and chief advisor, steward of the estate in the capital. His face was always cold and unreadable. Before regaining my past memories, I used to fear him because of that strict air. Thinking this, Arlen sighed wearily. Looking back now, he is just like an office worker in a terrible company. As if reading her thoughts, Mehen asked, my lady, do you have something to say? Arlen nodded. Her face still bore a gentle smile. It has been a long time, Mehen. Her change left him momentarily dazed, though he still nodded awkwardly. Yes, my lady. Seeing that, Arlen quickly shook her head. It is nothing, do not worry. He glanced softly at her and reminded, but I have heard from the tutors that you have not joined outdoor activities lately. Hearing that, she chuckled faintly. But Mehen, you never liked me going outside anyway. His expression froze instantly. Any sudden activity might affect your heart. It seemed Arlen already knew the truth. She mused aloud, don't worry. I will stay indoors obediently. Though he found it odd, Mehen still nodded. Understood. Time quickly passed. Sunlight streamed into the vast room. Mehen worked silently through stacks of documents, pondering. I can't put it into words, but something feels off. It has been 3 months since I last saw my lady. With that thought, he called out sharply, Dylan. A man stepped forward. Yes, Sir Mehen. His face grew stern. Summon all the tutors here. His eyes hardened with resolve. Notify everyone. The reasoning behind his actions was simple. Even a capable man like Halburn Stewart was at a loss in the field of child rearing. So, the conclusion was to leave it to specialists, the cream of the crop, graduates of Ernst Academy of Stewardship and International Etiquette, assembled with the Duke's funds. Thus, the teaching team for Arlen was formed, theoretically flawless experts. After hearing their opinions, Mehan reminded them, as expected, you all feel the same. Speak your thoughts. First was head maid Lena, who remarked, she seems strangely lifeless, as if her wit is gone. My lady stays in her room but eats well. Chief Steward Ern added sadly, she smiles less than before. Still, if you tease her, she laughs sincerely. Inside the room, voices murmured. Has something happened? If it had, we would know. Mehan raised the documents. And her health? Lena replied, according to the physician, nothing unusual. Another quickly suggested, but suddenly staying inside like this, it is the first time. The maids grew worried. Before, it was the opposite, we had to stop her from going out too much. Hearing this chatter gave Mehan a headache. If we want to see her, she must leave her room. Why is this happening? At that moment, Lena stood up as if remembering something. Tomorrow's the day. Everyone grew expectant. The day my lady goes to the royal palace. Looking ahead, Arlen was surprised. So it is that day. She recalled the original story. The day she meets the male lead, not quite, rather. The gathering of the empire's talents like the crown prince and noble heirs. Ern cheerfully waved. Have a wonderful time, my lady. Following the guided path, Arlen looked around. In a world running on advanced magic, everything was dazzling, especially since this was the royal palace, the center of wealth and technology. But the suffocating air made her uneasy. And this wretched body barely walking, yet she already felt like dying. While lost in thought, a servant called out, Here we are, Lady Arlen. Approaching a large hall, she slowly stepped inside. Children were still playing together. So these are Albrecht's future. They mingled as if the place were fun, like watching celebrities. Suddenly, a black-haired boy with blue eyes caught her gaze. The more she thought, the more her mind wandered. That one becomes the famous playboy, and that one the crazy swordsman, right? So much happening made Arlen sigh as she sat down. And they even form a love triangle that shakes the empire. Removing her hat, her face showed no joy. It is strange knowing someone's future while knowing you won't be part of it. Just then, a familiar voice rang out, His Highness Crown Prince Pekan. Arlen turned in surprise toward where everyone was gathering. He is here. A figure with white hair appeared before them, the male lead of the novel. Seeing his features up close, even Arlen was impressed. His beauty was enviable. Can that really be the face of a 7-year-old? He greeted warmly, Hello everyone. His voice echoed in the hall. What shall we play today? Pekayon remained friendly to all. If anyone has an idea, speak up. A pair of twins grinned while eating. I can't think of anything. The children discussed eagerly. Let us play outside. Yes, I love playing outside. The lively atmosphere drained Arlen further. Or let us play hide and seek. Me too. Children's cheerful voices filled the air. That is fun, let us go, but Arlen only wanted to sit still. Look at their stamina. At this point she only wanted to leave quickly. Just go outside already. Her eyes flickered with thought. Of course. But still. A truth made her heart ache. No one really cares about me, do they? She recalled the original Arlen, a precious jewel of Duke Halburn. Though described with flowery words, the gossip behind her back was completely different. Reality was far worse. Even within Halburn Castle, her existence was like that of a side character. Regardless of status, everyone treated her the same. Back when she first transmigrated into this body, once I realized I had reincarnated, I had only one wish. A simple tiny wish to have a warm, happy family who loved me more than anyone. Sadly, in this life too I did not have it. Thinking of this, Arlen sighed and reminded herself, don't hope anymore. Without overthinking, she slowly stood. For now I will just go outside. A servant nearby hurried up. My lady, I will guide you out. Arlen smiled gently and shook her head. It is fine, I can walk on my own. The woman was startled for a moment. But my lady. Stepping into the hallway, Arlen sank into her own thoughts. In the novel, Arlen was weak, unable to play much with the children. Even though she tried hard not to be excluded. She asked herself again, why should I? In this life she decided she would not care. I do not want to. I will just kill time and go home. A gentle breeze blew, making her hair sway. Better to rest in the shade like this. Everything here felt so relaxing, far more comfortable than struggling to please someone. A faint smile appeared on her lips. The breeze was refreshing, and her complicated thoughts scattered. Suddenly, a rustle came from the nearby bushes, drawing her attention. A white tail poked out, surprising her. A cat. A pure white cat with sharp eyes appeared. I sometimes see it around here. Is it the queen's or the king's pet? Because it was so cute, Arlen instinctively reached out. Hello, kitty. But the next second, it suddenly leapt into the air, leaving her puzzled. Even so, Arlen searched around. Kitty, where are you? Then the sight before her left her frozen. Somehow, Pekon had caught her hand. Looking at her unfamiliar face and that strange action just now left him utterly confused. Who are you? But what surprised her most was herself, Arlen. She felt more and more that something was not right. Crown Prince Pekon, why is he here? Remembering something, she hurriedly bowed her head to introduce herself. I am of House Halburn. Pekon grew even more curious and pointed in another direction. What are you doing here alone? Everyone else is gathered and playing together. Those words left Arlen unsure of how to explain. I am too weak, so I can't join them. That made him a bit disappointed. Weak, she nodded and continued, even just a little running and I will fall. Seeing Pekon still staring at her, she did not know what to do next. So troublesome. Can't you just accept it and leave? It seemed he was not letting her go, glaring at her with judging eyes. How could anyone fall just from running? You are not lying, are you? Inside, Arlen was almost praying for relief. Please stop caring and just go. Yet she still forced a stiff smile and replied, I am telling the truth. Without thinking much, he immediately suggested, then try running. The smile on her face instantly vanished. Pekon leaned closer to her face and repeated himself, run. You are not lying, are you? She nodded firmly, yes, I am not. Seeing him still so stubborn left her unsure of what to do next. With no other choice, Arlen fixed her gaze straight ahead. Fine. If I have to, then let us just get it over with. And so, carrying her frail body, she dashed off. I won't forget this grudge, you crazy crown prince. Thinking of her own pitiful fate only deepened her despair. Seriously, what perfect weather to collapse. As she forced herself forward, Arlen realized she would already hit her limit, this useless body. Her face gradually turned pale. How could I already be at my limit after running so little? Seeing her stumble made Pekon freeze on the spot. Realizing she had completely fainted only made him even more anxious. He quickly ran over and caught Arlen, eyes filled with fear and panic. Coincidentally, a maid happened to be passing by just then. The sight before her made the maid's face go pale with fright. Seeing Arlen still struggling to breathe, she rushed forward in a panic. Lady, someone call the royal physician at once. Time passed inside the vast palace. Mehen slowly stepped in with a thoughtful look. He silently pondered about Pekon. Today was the gathering between the crown prince and the empire's prodigies, also known as the childhood friends reunion, held in the safest place in the world. But something bad had happened to Arlen. Lady Arlen collapsed and was carried back, and the royal family gave no clear explanation. The more he thought, the more furious Mehen became. To treat the Halburn family like this, most likely the royal family was involved. As he opened the door, everyone inside was already arguing heatedly. This is a declaration of war on Duke Halburn. We must demand answers from the palace. Mehen walked slowly forward and reminded everyone, issues with the palace can be dealt with later, it is not too late. After sitting down, he calmly asked, how is the young lady? Lena quickly spoke up, voice full of worry. She is awake now, but Arlen had withdrawn into her room, refusing to meet anyone. She ordered guests to be sent away, saying she did not want to see anyone. Meanwhile, inside the imperial palace, the empress quickly called Pekon. He hurried over. Yes, mother. She slowly turned her head to announce, I heard you committed a grave offense against Lady Halburn. What does mother always tell you? He looked down at the floor with sadness and recited, always be kind to every child. Those words only deepened her disappointment. You know well when a wrong is done intentionally, the responsibility is even heavier. This left Pekon stunned. Could it be? The empress's voice rang out like an order. Immediately go to the Halburn estate and formally apologize to Lady Arlen. He realized the gravity of the matter in silence. That order. Her next words shocked him so much he froze. Until you are forgiven, sweet tea and desserts for the crown prince, even a single piece of chocolate, are completely forbidden. Realizing his favorite treats were banned left him in despair. No. My snacks. Elsewhere, Arlen sat alone at the table, deep in thought. She casually tasted a baked cookie in her hand. The more she thought, the more confused she became. Am I like a sunfish? Remembering the scene of her collapse gave her a headache. She knew her body was weak but collapsing after just a short run. She gently set her cup down beneath the table, thinking she could still do something. Suddenly a voice rang out. I heard the idiot ordered guests away. This caught Arlen's attention. The servants nearby whispered to each other. She probably just wants attention. Poor Lord Mehen. One even glanced at Arlen with a warning look, a young man at the age of love having to babysit. It seemed the servants all looked down on Arlen, pitiful, all because of that fool. She unconsciously recalled her past self. I am used to this kind of situation. The mocking words echoed in her mind. Still think you are a genius, acting so capable, look at you now. Hope your arm breaks. And that is when she realized they tried to lie to my face, but their backs reveal the truth about me. She could even hear words that cut like knives. Do they look like friends to you? In the end they are only your rivals. This made Arlen stare blankly into the distance. This life is no different from the last. Exhausted, she sighed. All I wanted was to be loved by my mother. Inside the study, Mehen still held a stack of documents. His face thoughtful, he sighed. Taking care of a child, is this difficult? Arlen's words echoed in his mind. Don't worry, I will be obedient. Thinking of that pained him a little. Perhaps I should care for her more. Back then, Lady Arlen Sigria Halburn was the daughter of my master, and I had raised her since she was small. Even though I fully entrusted her to the child care unit, I could not help but worry. She always had an innocent smile on her face. Mehen. Her tiny hand stirred his heart. Even so, he coldly set her aside and walked another way. I am only a guardian for a short while. I tried my best not to let feelings interfere. Remembering everything, Arlen sighed tiredly. Even after keeping such boundaries, the young lady still needs a family. Holding the communication orb, Mehen grew furious at the missed call. So please answer, damn master. Just then, Dylan walked in calling out, Hey Lord Mehen, I think maybe you are overthinking this. He gave him a thoughtful look. Dylan smiled, nodding as he shared his thought. To Lady Arlen, perhaps you feel more like family than even the Grand Duke, whom she has never met since birth. Sitting in her cold room, Arlen's soul was utterly lonely. What children her age desired was not jewelry or crowns. Hearing this, Mehen was taken aback, but simply the gentle warmth of a guardian. A knock came at the door. Lord Mehen. He quickly responded, Come in. His face puzzled. What is it? The servant nervously explained. His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. That news froze him instantly. What? Who came? After hearing the whole story, Mehen quietly sighed inside. So that is how it is, ladies collapse. He turned a judging gaze toward Pekun. All because of this crown prince. Pekun, a little embarrassed, quickly said, I want to see Arlen. Mehen immediately refused. That is not allowed. His words left Pekun momentarily stunned. Before Pekun could respond, Mehen declared. The attending physician ordered absolute rest. Please return, Your Highness. Pekun did not hesitate and ordered his servant to bring forth a chest of jewels. I will just deliver this and leave. Seeing this, Mehen smiled lightly. I will accept this gift. Petion's guard looked uneasy at his actions. Still the royal family. Mehen's face grew so dark it was as if he wanted to devour them both. The royal family must give Halburn a proper explanation. Soon after, he politely dismissed the guests. Please return for today. Pekun, deeply worried, turned to Graham. What should I do? Graham smiled awkwardly. For now, Your Highness, it is best you head back. Seeing Pekun still standing there in thought, he quickly asked, Your Highness. Unable to sit still any longer, Pekun suddenly ran off. No, I must see her myself. Graham, buy me some time. That left Graham helpless. Yes, Your Highness. His face turned troubled. Suddenly Mehen's voice cut in. What is going on? His eyes glared at Graham as if to devour him. I already told you to send His Highness back. Graham could only pray for time to pass quickly. Your Highness. Every second longer here was torture for him. How am I supposed to deal with this mad dog of Halburn? The scene shifted to the vast corridor. Pekun walked slowly through it. Something feels strange here. Sensing something wrong, he turned his head, scanning around. It was unusually quiet, so spacious it felt lonely. He recalled how everyone always chatted with him in familiar surroundings, surprising him. The palace was always warm and gentle. Pishin's gaze swept across, but here, standing in the middle of this space, he felt so small. There was no warmth, only a chilling air all around. He even worried, could I find Arlene before being discovered? Thinking of what he had done to her made him even more guilty. That scene flashed again in his mind. I did not expect her to actually faint. If I had known, I never would have made her run. This thought weighed heavily on him. I truly want to apologize. A streak of light caught Pishin's attention. Curious, he murmured, the door's open. Which room is this? By habit, he slowly approached the large door. It did not look like a servant's quarters. The dazzling light inside made him squint one eye. A strong fragrance wafted to his nose. He turned his head. Flowers. Inside the room, Arlene stood still, basking in the sunlight. Her platinum hair glowed like molten light. At the same time, she slowly turned her head, eyes the color of rose quartz. To him, she looked like his white moonlight. A small, pale face, unmistakably Lady Halburn. Seeing Pekon there shocked her. Your Highness the Crown Prince. He suddenly fell silent. Arlen's surprise stepped closer, asking, why are you here, Your Highness? She was right in front of him, yet he did not react. Suddenly, Pekon realized his heart was pounding hard. His face heating up. Strange. Why's my heartbeat so loud? At that moment, Arlen repeated herself, Your Highness. Seeing him still standing outside the doorway made her curious. Why are you here, Your Highness? He startled and hurried to explain, it is because. His mind swirled with thoughts. I only want to apologize. Why am I so nervous? Pekon forced himself to stay calm. I want to apologize. I did not know you would actually faint. I am sorry. His eyes grew sorrowful. I won't do that again. In contrast to Pishin's tone, Arlen had turned cold. Maybe so. It is fine. Seeing her so calm left him a little puzzled. Realizing the awkwardness, Arlen turned away. Anyway, I knew I would faint. That is why I ran. You do not need to worry. He wanted to say more, but she gently pointed outward. You sneaked in, did not you? Pekon blinked. Did I say that? Seeing this, Arlen laughed softly. Mehen definitely would not have let you in, so I figured. I will keep it secret for you, so please go. I still need rest. With no other choice, Pekon turned to leave. All right, rest well. Arlen quickly bowed. Then, please take care on your way, Your Highness. The door shut heavily at once. His Highness the Crown Prince. Thinking back on everything that happened, Pekon found it utterly unbelievable. Was he really just kicked out? His face instantly turned blank with a hint of excitement as he quickly turned back. I am the Crown Prince. On the other side, a maid carrying medicine asked anxiously, Lena, how is it? She turned around and explained seriously, His Highness Pekon just came out of the young lady's room, go check. The maid, hearing this, suddenly noticed something. Realizing something was off, her face turned blank. Turns out Mehen had been standing by the door in thought for who knows how long, his face now looking terribly conflicted. While she was still processing it, Ern turned his head and reminded, today really is not a good time. Sir Mehen's been sensitive lately. Let me bring the medicine tomorrow instead. Hearing this, she nodded in understanding. Looking at the bowl of medicine in her hands, the maid grew even more worried. What is wrong with those two today, young lady? You must drink on time. Mehen seemed like a completely different person, standing at the door with a murderous aura that kept everyone away. Ern and Lena kept whispering to each other with great intensity. Sir Mehen's expression is terrifying. Let us retreat for now. Staring at the door in front of him, Mehen quietly recalled Dylan's words. What children at that age truly want is just the gentle warmth of a guardian. Wouldn't Arlen see Sir Mehen as more like family? He became deeply thoughtful with the master absent. I am the only one who can stay by her side. Even if I can't offer gentle warmth, at least I can be here. Mehen pushed the door open and asked, Young lady, is something wrong? Seeing he still did not know what was going on, Arlen understood right away it was another sneaky entry. She shook her head, explaining it is nothing. Noticing his unusually serious face, she quickly added, Really, I am not hiding anything. Seeing her overreact like that, Mehen finally spoke slowly, I am sorry. He gently knelt on one knee before her. I had no intention of prying, my lady. Looking at Arlen's appearance only pained Mehen more. Why so flustered? He suddenly recalled his past. Wasn't I just a burden the master forced upon her? We are not family, nor do we share any deep bond, just a guardian and the one guarded. Arlen smiled gently. We have been seeing each other often lately, have not we, Mehan? You are busy though. Just as he was about to explain further, she abruptly cut him off. You do not need to bother with me. She seemed far too used to such things. I will obediently stay in one place, as if I do not even exist. Those words froze him on the spot. My lady, Unknowingly, his hand gripped the armrest tightly. Realizing emotions had overpowered his reason, Mehan hurriedly stood and bowed. It is nothing. If that is what you wish, then I will obey. With that, he turned and left, while Arlen remained seated in silence. She gently lifted her teacup, took a sip and wondered why did he get angry. Meanwhile, Mehan strode hastily down the long corridor. If she stays put obediently, then I do not need to care. Thinking of her words just now only infuriated him more. Was she telling me not to overdo my role as her guardian? Arlen's smiling face suddenly appeared in his mind, but still exhausted, he held his head in frustration. I should not show such an expression to a child. Some time later, the maid's voice sounded, My lady, it is time to take your medicine. As usual, tasting it made Arlen shiver and complain bitter. Even so, she had to drink it to stay alive. She would been taking this medicine since childhood. She did not know who created it, but it suppressed seizures and sudden outbursts, helped her disease-wrecked body recover somewhat. Thankfully, this medicine existed. Suddenly remembering, Arlen asked in surprise, By the way, where's Uni? The maid beside her smiled gently. Uni had an urgent meeting, so I came instead. Hearing this, she flinched in realization. I see. Looking at this maid's face made Arlen extremely uncomfortable. Come to think of it, is not this the one who often badmouths me? Yet in front of me she acts so cautious. Her eyes now filled only with disgust. I am done. Leave. The maid without hesitation stepped outside. Yes, my lady. Time passed, sunlight streamed into the room. Arlen let out a relieved sigh. Finally, some peace. The scene shifted elsewhere. This man was the Crown Prince's chief guard, Graham, who had recently been desperate to resign. The reason was a portrait of Arlen hung on the wall, and every day Pekon would pass by and admire it. Recently, His Highness had become infatuated with Lady Halburn. The more he thought about it, the more confused he felt. Why is Lady Arlen so frail? He even kept ordering his servants, Go see if you faint like Lady Arlen. Seeing Graham's kind face, Pekon happily shared everything. Graham, the lady greeted me before leaving. Doesn't that mean something? His face showed some thought. Graham, what is she doing now? Graham, quickly find out if Lady Arlen's health has improved. Pekayon beamed with hope. Graham, is not Lady Arlen attending the childhood friends gathering today? Graham smiled and nodded. Yes, her health has improved greatly. She assured me she would visit, but the sight before Pekon left him stunned. Lady Arlen was absent. His eyes turned cold as he glared at Graham. I trusted you. What a disappointment. This made Graham want to break down in tears. I really want to quit. Pekayon kept scolding Graham. Is this all you can do? Graham, are you even listening? And so, in the end, the gathering ended earlier than usual. From inside the room, Graham desperately explained, but I had clear confirmation it was not my fault. Yet Pekayon did not seem to care. Was it because I told her to run before? Could someone really be that weak? Suddenly, Pekayon pictured the fragile kitten like Arlen. Was someone that weak? Maybe so. His face turned sorrowful and helpless. So I can't see her again. But I want to so badly. Clearly, Pekon was not ready to give up. Wait. Seeing the situation, Graham quickly asked, Your Highness. Pekayon smiled brightly, pointing to himself. No need to wait. If Arlen can't come, then I will go to her. The scene shifted to the Grand Halburn estate. Seeing Pekayon appear here shocked the gate guards. See Crown Prince, Your Highness. Pekon looked up at them and ordered, What are you doing? Open the gate. Graham's face showed hopeless despair. My head. He hurriedly suggested, I will go announce first, okay? After a moment of thought, Pekayon rejected the idea. Wait. Plans were already forming in his head. If I suddenly appear and startle her, she will like it more, right? He quickly dashed forward. Graham, change of plans. Follow me. Seeing Pekon so stubborn, Graham nodded helplessly. Yes, I am coming. Please do not cause a huge incident. Walking down the familiar corridor, Pishan's eyes glimmered with hope. It is clearly that way. Looking around, he thought the atmosphere in this mansion is chaotic. Before it felt lonely and cold, but now he realized everything here was vastly different from the palace. This time the atmosphere was strangely sharp. Coincidentally, some maids walked by chatting. So rude, what kind of personality is that? Their gossip instantly caught Patience's attention. Graham, seeing this, was confused. Your Highness, what are you doing? Pekon quickly gestured Sho. Meanwhile, the maids kept badmouthing Arlin. That look she gave, like telling me to get lost after delivering the medicine, it is unacceptable. That fool thinks she is something. Even Graham, listening from the side, felt uncomfortable for Arlin. Without Sir Mehen, she is nothing. Just half-baked. Hearing this made Pekayon freeze. Fool, half-baked, what do they mean? But he quickly signaled Graham not to cover his ears. I need to hear this. The maids, oblivious to the two behind them, kept chattering. Even half-baked, nobility is still nobility. How many people care for her? Why treat Sir Mehen so coldly? Honestly, without him, is not she useless? At that, another maid sneered, useless indeed. Everyone knows she will die soon anyway. Doesn't even know her place. Pekon could no longer hold himself back. He snapped angrily, who said she does not know her place? The two maids jolted, turning back. Who? Patience's furious gaze bore straight into them. Realizing the severity of the situation, both their faces turned pale with fear. Graham spoke sternly, kneel and show proper respect. He is not someone you can insult so freely. Frightened, the two maids quickly dropped to their knees. Graham turned to Pekayon. Your Highness, say the word. Hearing this, the maids trembled even more. Your Highness, one begged desperately, Crown Prince, please, what is going on? Pekayon strode straight up to her and demanded, do you think you have the right to question me? I am the one asking, what exactly were you two talking about just now? The maid's hands shook uncontrollably with fear. Tease then. Who is it that does not know her place? Patience's cold eyes pierced them. Malice meant to hurt and degrade someone. His anger boiled over. I have never seen such vile cruelty in my life. I do not understand why, but my heart feels frozen. Is this anger? He glared at them as if ready to devour. You were so loud just now, why so quiet? Lost your tongue. Around them, people began whispering, what is going on with the Crown Prince? I do not know either. The maid bit her lip in terror. This is getting out of hand. If it keeps going. Just then Mehen arrived, clearly displeased. Why is the Crown Prince here? His face showed obvious irritation as he looked at the maids. What on earth is all this noise? The two maids, trembling, looked at him with tears. Sir Mehen, it is this time we are really done for. Suddenly, her eyes caught sight of Arlin. The more she thought, the worse it seemed. Arlin. Meanwhile, Arlin was still confused, not understanding what was happening. The maid rushed over, grabbing her hand, pleading, my lady, forgive us. Both of them wept pitifully. Sorry, please spare us, my lady, please forgive me, please forgive me, please forgive me. Pekon sighed coldly. How foolish. Begging now, what use is that? Still do not understand the situation truly. That's stupid. His voice carried judgment. And you dared call your mistress a fool, a half-baked nobody in this estate. Hearing this, Mehen froze for a moment. After some silence, Arlin glanced aside. So what if they did? Uni, watching with concern, sat beside her. My lady, has something like this happened before? She nodded. These words made Uni's heart ache for her. Why did not you tell us? Arlin's face remained calm as she declared, because what they said is not wrong. Uni froze in shock. While things were still tense, Mehen's voice suddenly rang out. Enough. Everyone back to your positions. Dylan, seeing him turn to leave, quickly asked in confusion, Sir Mehen, what about these ones? He turned back coldly. Lock them in the dungeon. I will interrogate them myself. At that moment, Pekon eagerly rushed over. Seeing Arlin before him filled him with joy. Arlin, are you well? To her, his face screamed nuisance. I should have stayed in my room. Didn't expect this trouble to come instead. Yet he kept showering her with cheesy words. How have you been lately? It has been so long. As she stood still, he hurried around, checking her carefully. Is your health okay? Have you improved since then? Standing too long, does it tire you? She coldly asked. Why are you here? Seeing her annoyance, his face turned sulky. I came to visit. When you did not show at the gathering, I thought you were sick. She finally understood. So that is it, visiting the sick. As the distance between them closed, she sensed something odd. From the start, Pishan's liveliness and my own self never matched. Why would he visit me? It left her utterly puzzled. Cute as he is, I do not have the calm to enjoy it right now. Thinking this, Arlen replied softly, "Thank you for getting angry on my behalf, Your Highness." Pikun scratched his head. "It is nothing. I wondered if I was meddling in things I should not, but I could not just stand by." She nodded, understanding. "Yes, thank you. But..." Her voice carried a reminder. "Next time let me handle it myself. Otherwise it might put you in a difficult spot." Pishan's face immediately turned pitiful. Was I too much in his heart? Arlen nodded. Yes. Outwardly she still replied no. Her vision slowly blurred as she looked at him. "Anyway, I am sorry for the trouble and thank you for today." Her face paled again. "You," Arlen thought helplessly, "today is even stranger. This broken body." Realizing time was short, she quickly bowed. "Normally I would offer you a glass of juice, but the house is in chaos and I have not recovered. So perhaps another day." Though disappointed, he nodded. Arlen turned to leave. "See the crown prince out." Graham on the side wept. "Your Highness, please do not do this anymore, just go." Still Pekayon waved goodbye. "See you, Arlen. Stay healthy." The servant nodded. "Yes, my lady." On the way back to her room, Uni worriedly asked, "My lady, you must be very tired today." Arlen's eyes gradually blurred. Uni's voice rang beside her. "I will help you prepare for bed. After some sleep you will feel better." But everything before her eyes was growing hazy. So dizzy. Seeing her collapse to the floor left Uni stunned. "My lady." Looking again, she had already fallen. Uni screamed desperately, "Lady Arlen." After some thought, Mehen called out, "Steward." The steward hurried over. "Yes, Sir Mehen." Trying to remain calm, he asked, "Should I involve myself in this matter?" Out of sheer fear, the butler kept bowing his head, admitting fault, apologizing. Lord Mehen, however, replied as if it were obvious, "Of course you must apologize. Butler, do you realize how much today's incident has disgraced Halburn?" With no other choice, the butler hurriedly explained, "I will handle today's matter myself and resolve it properly." Mehen nodded, reminding him, "Make sure it is done cleanly. I want to keep seeing you around as butler." Like a scolded child, the butler obediently admitted fault. "I understand, Lord Mehen." After the butler left, Mehen finally let out a stifled sigh. Standing alone in the vast room, his thoughts kept surfacing. Even if it was because Lady Arlen's attitude had suddenly changed, the truth was that he had been too shaken recently. The tension had thrown the whole mansion into chaos. Fragments of memory flashed through his mind. His concern for the young lady had led him to overhear things he was never meant to hear. Just as he was lost in thought, Dylan burst through the door shouting, "Lord Mehen." Seeing Dylan's anxious expression piqued his curiosity. "I am not deaf, Dylan." "What is it?" Dylan gradually calmed down and began, "Right now, Lady Arlen." Mehen sighed, as if already guessing. "She wants to be educated." Why? Before he could finish, Dylan interrupted immediately, "Lady Arlen has fainted." His expression changed completely. "What?" Inside the room, Uni was still tending to Arlen with worry. Dylan's voice trembled. "The attending physician has been summoned already. Should we contact the magic tower, or perhaps the temple instead?" Arlen's small body convulsed repeatedly, making everyone nearly choke with anxiety. Uni's eyes held both sorrow and helplessness. "She is already showing signs of seizures." At that moment, Mehen rushed inside, his voice loud with worry. "What is her condition?" Everyone, startled to see him, stammered, "Lord Mehen." Uni recounted everything. "I do not know. She suddenly collapsed and now she is convulsing." Mehen's face grew darker as he asked, "What is the physician doing?" Uni sighed and continued, "He examined her earlier and is preparing medicine now. They said tonight will be very difficult." Mehen pressed a hand to his forehead in despair. Why the sudden seizures? After a brief thought, Uni quickly relayed what she knew. They said it could be from extreme psychological stress today. The lady took her medicine, so it should be fine, but her body was already weak. As if remembering something, Mehen's hand trembled as he demanded, "Medicine, right? Has she taken her medicine?" Uni quickly nodded. Yes, she has." But sensing something wrong, she suddenly rushed off in another direction in haste. Wait, Mehen was left bewildered. What on earth is happening? Just then Arlen slowly regained consciousness, softly murmuring in a daze, "Mother." That single word pierced Mehan's heart like 1,000 blades. Realizing something was wrong, he turned slowly toward her. She was still in deep distress. In her dream she could run freely only in that world. "Mother." Everyone knew the nightmare always began the same way, with the image of a grand piano. Arlen stepped onto the stage, approaching the piano, a violin somehow already in her hands. Her expression did not change at all, and the sight before her froze her in place. Her mother sat alone in the judge's chair. Arlen's voice narrated, "My mother was a beautiful, talented woman. And I was her daughter, exactly like her. Her only wish back then." Her mother smiled gently and suggested, "I want my daughter to become the very best." Those soft words cut into Arlen's heart like knives. "I believe in you. You can fulfill my dream. You can do it, right?" What had to come came. When her mother's words ended, the accompaniment began from the unattended piano. The familiar sound echoed throughout the hall. Arlen stood frozen, unable to lift her violin, staring at one person only. She asked herself questions too far. What expression does mother have? Tears streamed endlessly down her face. She cried out helplessly, "Mother." The more she thought, the more confused she became. "Why would you do this to me? What am I to you?" Her hand slowly reached forward. "Mother." Everything blurred into haze. "Do you love me? You still love me, right?" She would probably never know the answer. Countless unspoken words, yet the deepest one was, "I miss you." Seeing her mother walk away, Arlen staggered forward. "Mother." The violin slipped harshly from her hands, crashing to the ground. She did not care, only struggling to run forward. "Mother." Darkness seemed to engulf her completely. She ran blindly forward. "Mother." Her lonely figure appeared in the darkness. She asked herself, "Will I be left all alone in this darkness?" She reached out her hand, but nothing happened. Terrifying, suffocating darkness. At her most desperate moment, a warm hand reached toward her. Mehan gently embraced her, giving her a completely different feeling. "Who is it?" "Mother." He said nothing, only stroking her small body softly. For the first time she felt warmth and blushed with emotion. She wished time would stop, yet lay helplessly still, waiting. "It is all right now, Lady Arlen." By late night, Mehan sat by her sickbed, caring for her with all he could. Remembering what he had done, he startled, blaming himself. "I unconsciously held her hand." Recalling Arlen's words in her delirium, Mehan worried deeply, wondering what kind of feelings drove her to search for the mother she never met. He studied her sleeping face quietly. She truly misses her mother. In this vast mansion, is there no one she can say that to? As Arlen mumbled "mother," Mehan seemed to decide something. "If that is the case, lady, I am here." Time passed long, until finally the morning sun warmed Arlen's room. After a long sleep, she slowly opened her eyes. Feeling groggy, she rubbed them several times. The sight before her startled her into disbelief. Staring at Mehan's sleepless face, she suddenly blurted, "Mother." He quickly turned his head aside, reminding, "I am not your mother." Arlen's mind was still blank, unable to process what was happening. Remembering something important, Mehan asked urgently, "Is your body all right?" But she ignored the question, continuing to call "Mother." He could only reply helplessly, "I am a man." Missing her mother too much, tears flowed endlessly. She could only cry, "Mother." Seeing her like that, Mehan could not bear it and tried to comfort her. Her strange reactions puzzled him deeply. Honestly, children are such unpredictable beings. He recalled the past, when Grand Duke Halburn first brought the child home. Back then, countless hostile stares fell upon the tiny Arlen in his arms, while another's gloomy concern looked elsewhere. Everyone wondered, who is this child's mother? Speculation spread. Some said the daughter of a courtesan, others guessed an illegitimate child of noble blood. Yet she bore Halburn's blood, proven by the guardian stone reacting only to his lineage. It resonated with Arlen. Voices rose around Mehan. She is the Duke's child for sure. But then, who is the mother? Perhaps the child was born of true love. Hearing this, he was stunned. Grand Duke Halburn in love. This is the first time I have heard such nonsense. Forget it, his private life has nothing to do with me. Mehan gently took Arlen's hand, guiding her forward. That is my stance. But the child. She is the subject of rumors, of course she will be curious about her parents. Through her growth Mehen had witnessed much. Yet surprisingly to this day, she had never once asked about her mother. He had even gone to great lengths to prepare answers for the day she might ask, but they proved useless. She never asked anything about her parents. It left him troubled, holding the prepared files. At some point it became so obvious I stopped wondering. Perhaps she is simply not curious. Back to the present. Mehen gazed at pitiful Arlin with heartache. I always thought so. But is it really not like that? Her voice trembled. Mother. Her small hands clutched the blanket tightly. She had only been enduring, suppressing it. Trying to calm herself was futile. I clearly woke from the nightmare. This is not a dream. Yet mother. Seeing this, Mehen spoke. Lady, you do not seem calm yet. She choked. I do not mean to trouble you. When she did not answer, he patiently called again. Lady Arlin. Her voice shook. Mother. He sighed. With no choice he indulged her. All right. What is in a title? Call me however you wish. Hearing this, Arlin was dumbfounded. Strange. The Mehen I know would surely push me away. She glanced aside wearily. You hate me. He firmly denied it. I do not hate you. Who am I to hate you, lady? That is impossible. She clearly did not believe him. Lies. Mehen did not bother to explain further. I am not lying. As if realizing something, Arlin asked, don't you want to abandon me? Hearing her painful words, he faltered. I only. After a long silence, his hoarse voice called, Lady Arlin. She fell silent, as if she understood him. Suddenly he changed how he addressed her. Arel. The familiar name startled her. That name. Mehen remained gentle, his face devoid of expression. He softly placed a hand on her head, silently comforting her. As she still doubted, Mehen began telling his own story. I was an orphan. I do not know who my parents were. I never even saw them. From the beginning I did not know if I was abandoned or if they had died. He tucked her golden hair aside. Care, of course not. Love, I do not know. Honestly, I do not even know what people mean by love. In the vast room, Arlin listened intently. He continued, truly, what I must do for you now is no different. Finally, a soft smile appeared on his lips, warming his face. But that does not mean I want to abandon or hate you. The stone in Arlin's heart was lifted. Tears of relief fell. It is all because of my shortcomings. I thought raising you properly was enough. But I oversimplified. After a pause she finally said, Mehen, it is not your fault. He looked at her expectantly. So you forgive me? She only repeated, it is not your fault. Seeing her stubbornness, he sighed helplessly. So you are not saying you forgive me? Suddenly Arlin called, Mother. Mehen answered without hesitation, yes. Her innocent, childlike face held an indescribable look. Then be my mother if you feel guilty. He was speechless. I am a man. But she refused to give up, gently tugging at his clothes. Mother. Her warm gesture left him awkward and unsure what to do. He pondered the meaning of mother. Biologically difficult, but... He smiled tenderly, the kind of smile that could topple maidens' hearts. I will try. Arlin sat stunned, thoughts swirling. The Mehen I know is rational. He would not indulge such childishness. The more she thought about his words, the harder it was to believe. Unbelievable. For the first time in who knows how long, a satisfied smile spread across her face. But, just this once, I like your answer. Seeing her mood improve, he smiled happily. That is good. Stay that way often, Lady Arlin. Some time later, the doctor entered, focusing on Arlin's treatment under Mehen's watch. Seeing her condition improve greatly, Mehen slowly turned to leave. Uni was already waiting outside. Without hesitation, Mehen asked, so what happened? Her face went pale with fear as she reported, it seems someone stole the medicine. The news stunned Mehen. He turned back sharply. What? Uni recounted everything. The day she was supposed to take her medicine, because you were there, I did not give it. The next night I stayed up late and forgot. Then another maid said she gave it instead. Her voice shook more. But that maid was among those who caused yesterday's commotion. When I went to confirm, she was already dead in prison. Suspicion filled him. The cause of death, Uni sighed. They said suicide by hanging. Mehen knew someone was pulling strings.
Impossible.
Not suicide. His eyes grew cold. Where is the stolen medicine? Uni shook her head helplessly. Still not found. After a pause he ordered seriously, for now treated as suicide. Uni, does anyone else know? She quickly shook her head. No. Before leaving he added, keep it secret. Focus on the young lady's health.
Uni nodded.
Yes. After she left, Mehen stood alone in the large room. His face twisted with rage. How dare they do this inside my mansion? Just then the physician finished treatment. Mehen quickly asked, how is she? The doctor replied seriously, she is much better. Heart rate, pulse and manner response are all stable. The result pleased Mehen. Thank goodness. The doctor glanced back at sleeping Arlene. She needs monitoring, but her improvement is remarkable. She seems stable even mentally. What method did you use, my lord? Mehen did not know how to answer. I did not do anything special. In truth, the only thing different was how close the two had grown recently, him always at her side. Even the doctor approached him, saying, however, the worrisome part is that her body seems to be weakening over time. This rate. Before he could finish, Mehen snapped, enough. The doctor realized he would gone too far. I apologize. Mehen's expression did not change. No need to apologize. Just pay special attention to her health. The doctor bowed obediently. Yes, understood. Looking at Arlene, still recovering from her long sleep, he thought, the fact that she can still speak and walk at all is nearly a miracle. When she suddenly saw Mehen appear, she was utterly bewildered. So that is why I hope the master shows himself at least once. Seeing him acting so strangely, Arlene asked in surprise, what is wrong? Mehen gently sat down right next to her. Tonight, my lady can eat anything she wants. This information made her face visibly brighten up. Really, that is great. This warm smile once again touched Mehen's heart. In his head he was quietly thinking. Anyway. He gently called out, my lady. Arlene turned to him a bit blankly. Mehen gently extended his hand toward her and suggested, may I hold your hand? Seeing him take the initiative like this for the first time left her momentarily frozen. Without thinking much, she immediately extended her hand toward him. In his heart, Mehen had already made up his mind. This small hand and these cheeks are definitely what I must take care of. He gently reached out and took her tiny hands. Good thing I realized sooner rather than later. Now I just have to raise her well. The scene shifted to a vast place at the same time, the childhood friends gathering at the royal palace. Pekun sat there in deep, almost uncomfortable thought. His attitude left everyone extremely surprised. Your Highness, what is wrong? Does anyone know? I do not either. Only Graham at the side seemed to have guessed something. Everyone was confused. Of course, His Highness could not be in a good state today because... He stared at the letter in his hand. Lady Arlene fainted, so she probably can't come today. This gave him quite a headache. She fainted again. In his mind, various thoughts kept surfacing. How can someone faint so often? Is her body made of glass if she is still suffering from illness right now? People behind him whispered to each other non-stop. Go ask. No, you go. At that moment the twins came over asking curiously, Your Highness, why do you look so gloomy? Your Highness, why do you look so sad? Pekun did not seem to care about the two of them. Go. I am not in the mood to play with you right now. But they did not give up, chattering right beside him. If you are not in the mood to play with us, then what mood are you in? The mood of not wanting to play with us. After a period of silence, Pekun finally let out a slow sigh. Actually, I have something on my mind. This statement made the twins extremely curious. Your Highness, what is it? Tell us, what is the matter? He slowly began to speak. The thing is... His face looked almost childlike as he continued asking the two of them, a few days ago, I went to visit the sick. Should I go again? One of the twins smiled softly and said, It is fine. If you want to visit, just go again. Graham, hearing this from the side, was startled and worried. Wait, stop. Pekun looked extremely eager. So it is really like that, is not it? The twins nodded in agreement. This time he could not stop crying. Not wanting to waste time, Pekun hurriedly stood up and walked in another direction. You guys, sorry. I have to go. I have something to do. Saying that, he dashed forward. Graham, come with me. Let us go visit the sick. Hearing this, Graham's face briefly looked awkward. Your Highness. The twins then turned their heads in surprise, asking each other, wait, who exactly are they going to visit? Meanwhile, Arlen slowly opened the door and appeared. Looking at Pekon in front of her left her utterly puzzled. When she opened the door, there he was, the very person who had made her faint and then pretended to care. Seeing her face, he joyfully called out, Arlen. She had no emotion at all. An innocent demon was standing there. He hurriedly ran over and asked her with sparkling eyes, does it hurt a lot? I heard you fainted again. Do you faint this often? She helplessly turned her face away. If this keeps up, I am going to get exorcised for having too much yang energy. Seeing Arlen say nothing, Pekon quickly reacted. Arlen, what is wrong? You do not look well. Did I do something wrong? Are you hurting somewhere? Only then did she slowly ask, isn't today supposed to be the childhood friends gathering? He nodded firmly. That is right. You remember. Her eyes gradually became confused. Yes, but... Seeing Pekon standing there left her stunned. But why are you here? I mean, why are you the one who should be at the gathering here? He smiled happily and announced, I heard Arlen fainted, so I left the gathering midway to come visit you. This did not surprise her much. The more she thought about it, the more Arlen felt something was off. The crown prince, the most famous and powerful person in Albrecht, caring about her, and neglecting everyone else. I have surely become the topic of gossip today. Thinking this, Arlen immediately tried to probe. Besides visiting the sick, is there any other reason you are here? Pekon smiled cheerfully and shook his head. No. She still did not understand what on earth was going on. Then why did you come here? Hearing that question, Pekon looked a bit surprised and answered, because I wanted to see you. Hearing those words left Arlen momentarily frozen. That. She glanced at him and sighed. If you are still worried that my collapse was because of you, you do not have to be. Pekon, however, had a completely different reaction. How can I not worry? It was my fault. His face became very determined. I will take care of Arlen until you are well again. Meanwhile, she had her own thoughts. As expected, the crown prince Pekon and I do not suit each other. Thoughts kept surfacing in her heart. It is obvious he will casually offer goodwill and affection, make someone long for it, then disappear. I have no intention of being fooled by fleeting feelings. For some, that might be delightful, but for me, someone for whom even breathing is a luxury, being manipulated is unacceptable. Arlen kept staring at Petion's joyful face. He is still young, so this is probably just passing concern. I will just handle it properly. Inside the room, he asked curiously, does Arlen always stay in her room like this? She nodded. Yes, I like staying in my room. This information left him dumbfounded. You like staying in? Seeing that, Pekon obediently sat still without moving, trying to follow her preference. Seeing him being so cute, the corners of her lips curved into a gentle smile. You really can't sit still for even a second, can you? Noticing the smile on her face, Pekon finally became happy. You smiled. Seeing that radiant smile, she froze for a moment. Pekon did not seem to care about the look on Arlen's face. This is the first time I have seen Arlen like this. She returned to her usual demeanor. Is that so? The more she thought about it, the more puzzled she felt. What is there to be happy about? I really do not get it. Pekon turned to look at her face. What? She shook her head to explain. Nothing. Time passed. The scene shifted to a large room. This man was Zarenberg Muvisk, the loyal guard and left hand of Grand Duke Halburn. He smiled and waved. Mehen, long time no see. Mehen calmly replied, I still have not recovered, so I need to rest. The more he thought about it, the more puzzled he became. Then why is not His Highness here? Zaren recounted the situation thoughtfully. His Highness is currently dealing with an accident with casualties, so he went to restore a delayed front. His face immediately became curious. What is going on? Mehen's attitude completely changed. No, never mind. Noticing his expression, Zaren chuckled and continued to ask, what is it? Tell me. You have been contacting me persistently lately, so it must be important, right? This time I will swear on my knight's honor to deliver it. Hearing this, Mehen quickly nodded and said, then please allow me to ask for your help. He became very eager. All right. Without hesitation, he immediately said straight to him, please convey to His Highness is the worst father in the world. This statement left Zaren frozen for a moment. All right. I will tell His Highness he is the worst father. What? Mehen did not hesitate to extinguish the orb. Then I will end it here. He was about to say something more. Wait, Mehen, really that? Finally the room fell silent. Mehan let out a deep breath, feeling at ease. In his mind he constantly planned Erilyn's care. The core members of the child care team included 4 or 5 people: head maid Uni, who had general medical knowledge; head maid Amber, in charge of meals; Lena, in charge of education and designing study programs; and Ern, a former knight, protecting me when going out. Because they were all specialists, I never thought the child care team lacked anything. But, looking at Erilyn's face, they all clapped to welcome her. "My lady, you did great. Opening your eyes by yourself in the morning, amazing. My lady, we always love and respect you." These words left her completely confused. These people. What is this? She quickly asked. What is going on? Did you all eat something strange? Everyone proudly wiped their tears. "My lady, you finally spoke to us." This left her speechless. Has the whole group gone crazy or what? Annoyed, she pressed the book to Ern's face and said, "I want to read." "Go out." But he did not back down either. "My lady does not need to read. My lady needs purity and innocence. You should live and look at the bright outside world." She looked away in irritation. "I do not want to go out." This startled him. "Why?" Arlen turned her face and explained, "Because I do not want to go out." Hearing such words, Lena tried to calm herself. "During the time my lady was sick, we reflected a lot. Did we focus too much on professionalism without understanding her heart? To convey our feelings, from now on we will show a completely new side." At the same time, Mehan walked over in annoyance and asked, "What are you all doing?" She hurriedly explained, "Sir Mehan, that is this, we are just trying to be closer to my lady." His eyes showed slight irritation. "I hope you are not bothering her. If she is recovering and you can't take care of her properly, then stop." At that moment, Arlen tugged on Mehan's pants and called out, "Mom." Time seemed to stop there. Everyone froze instantly. "Mom." Even Mehan did not know what to say. "This." Everyone present immediately froze. "Mom." After a while, a murmur arose. As expected, Lady Arlen was born from the forbidden love of Sir Mehan and His Highness. They spoke their thoughts from the side. That rumor was not it, the baseless one that got squashed. Now that you mention it, Lady Arlen and Sir Mehan do look a bit alike. Seeing this, Mehan sighed and informed everyone, "Stop spouting nonsense. My lady was looking for her mother." Hearing this, Lena could not hide her surprise. Could it be that Mehan wants to replace the mother's role and seize the entire estate? He sighed and glanced at her. "Did you forget I managed the entire estate that could be seized?" Only then did she realize. "Sorry." Before leaving, Mehan turned to look at her with a judgmental face. "From now on, please be careful so things like this do not happen again." Lena quickly nodded. "Yes." After a period of silence, Uni finally spoke. "But only Sir Mehan gets along with her. We are always left behind. We also want to be close to my lady." He coldly turned his judgmental eyes on everyone. "That is none of my business. Handle it yourselves. But those who care for my lady should not make things hard for her." These words made all 4 of them fall silent for a moment. After he left, everyone slowly discussed among themselves. "Sir Mehan reconciled with my lady, so he does not know our feelings. I also want a close relationship with my lady. My lady." Inside the office, while handling documents, Mehan was silently thinking. Were they like this at first? Even so, there is no staff more reliable than them. Messy thoughts kept surfacing in his head. After my lady recovers, all the unreliable workers in the mansion will be eliminated. How many days has it been? I keep checking inside the mansion for safety, just to ensure my lady's safety and health. Thinking this, Mehan tiredly let out a breath. So exhausting. If only I would check thoroughly from the start. No, if only Grand Duke Halburn had not caused trouble from the start, then nothing would have happened. His Highness is the worst father in the world. He also realized his own words back then. The message he sent impulsively quickly received a reply. Halburn angrily sent a letter. "Do you want to be fired, brat?" And this was Mehan's reply. "Go ahead, fire me. I am retiring." Mehan seemed to have conveyed it well, swearing on a knight's honor. Just then the carrier pigeon knocked, catching Mehan's attention. Opening the letter, he carefully read its contents. "Not firing you. You will bear the disloyalty yourself." This left him speechless. This guy. The scene shifted to inside the royal palace. The childhood friends gathering resumed after a week. Pekun sat there excitedly, making everyone whisper non-stop. "Your Highness, you seem cheerful today. Indeed, and you came earlier than usual. Something good happen? He ignored their chatter and looked outside eagerly. Is it soon? He focused on the person approaching. Surely after that child, she will come in. A girl even claimed, Your Highness, are you perhaps waiting for me? Pekon shook his head. No. With people coming and going, he became extremely expectant. For some reason, he felt after that child she would come in. Footsteps without any strength at all, just like Arlin. No, not her. Thinking about Arlin not attending again made Pekon very sad. Could it be she won't come today either? If she does not, then from now on I will visit her every day. Just then footsteps slowly approached. Arlin entered wearing a beautiful dress, but her face still showed no life. Seeing her appear made Pishan's lips visibly curl up in joy. Arlin. Ignoring everyone's attention, he rushed toward her. You are here? This left her very confused. What is wrong with him? Delicious pastries lined the table. Pekon happily offered her all kinds of cakes. Arlin, try this. And this. This one too. This one's also good. She tasted them while thinking in confusion. How did it come to this? Recently there had been a strange disruption for her. At home the child care team kept bothering me. This left her utterly exhausted. Doing other things, this world does not even have Netflix, no webtoons or web novels. Since I have ended up in a romantic fantasy world anyway, I just want to directly watch a romantic fantasy story. Seeing her looking thoughtful, Pekon became extremely curious. What is Arlin thinking? She just kept staring at his radiant face. All because of this guy, Crown Prince Pekon. I thought it was just momentary curiosity, but this concern has lasted too long. Seeing Arlin still sitting there made Pekon a bit disappointed. You are not eating this, she sighed in response. I can't eat that much. Though inside she regretfully thought, eat more and I will die. I must survive this food torture. What should I do now? A forced smile appeared on her lips. I do not even know. Just deal with it for now. She quickly suggested, Your Highness should eat too. You have not eaten much because you are worrying about me. Here. Seeing Arlin's attitude toward him seem a bit warmer made Pekon overjoyed. Arlin, are you an angel? She did not know what to say. No, I am not. He looked at her with shining eyes. Since Arlin gave them to me, I will eat them all. She nodded in agreement. Yes, eat plenty. Watching Pekon devour the pastries in front of him made Arlin breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully Pekon was simple. Remembering something, he asked in surprise, Arlin, have you learned all the Arbit letters already? That caught her attention. Well, although she felt a bit unsettled inside, I just naturally could read them, so I can't really say I studied. I will just say it anyway. She replied softly, I studied hard. This only made Pekon admire her more. Amazing, she chuckled and continued reading. Your Highness could do it too. Seeing the two of them close like that made people around them whisper non-stop. Who is that boy, Arlin? Do you know what is he doing to make His Highness so flustered? Could it be something? These murmurs quickly drew Arlin's attention, children whispering out of jealousy, or those hovering around just to get noticed. She realized she had completely forgotten about the Crown Prince's popularity. She continued looking at Pishan's face as he was absorbed in reading. She had thought of him as just a puppy since he always smiled foolishly, but without smiling he actually looked quite sharp. That surprised her and made her think. She did not know what the author had in mind, but Pekon was definitely a rare type of male lead. Weren't fantasy romance male leads usually possessive, arrogant, regretful? Holding the book in her hands, Arlin sank into her own thoughts. Anyway, I will soon grow distant from him and he will connect with the heroine, so it does not matter. Unless, because I was reincarnated, there is a new development tying me to him. At that, Arlin shook her head to remind herself. Absolutely not. Don't get conceited, stay clear-headed. Just then Pekon called out, speaking of which, Arlin, she looked at him in surprise. Yes. His eyes were full of expectation as he requested, call my name. It is Pekon. Seeing his reaction left Arlin completely puzzled. Only then did she slowly respond. Yes, Crown Prince. He grew stubborn. Pekon. She was at a loss. Your Highness. He would not yield either. Pekon. The situation left Arlin very awkward. He just kept repeating his own name. Pekon. Seeing no other choice, she also said his name. Pekon. Getting what he wanted, he brightened with a radiant smile. Just calling my name should be fine, right? Still not satisfied, he urged again. Say it once more. Arlen did not think too much. Yes, Pekayon. Time passed, and the scene shifted to the vast corridors inside the imperial palace. Exhausted, Arlen returned to her beloved home. Finally home. It was so hard to shake Pekon off from escorting me. Suddenly, two people blocked her path ahead, startling her. While she was still confused, a guard suddenly spoke. Lady Arlen, Her Majesty the Empress calls for you. This information left her bewildered. Her Majesty the Empress. She did know a little about this person called the Empress. The Albrecht Empire. A vast nation that had unified all the kingdoms on the central continent into an empire. Many dazzling figures were like stars there, and among them the most renowned was Empress Agini. To her, this woman was formidable. A peerless beauty who had received marriage proposals from all the greatest powers of the time, and wise enough to rival a monarch. That made Arlen deeply nervous. Not only the empire's people but even she admired Empress Agini. Patient's upright and honest nature surely came from her. She stared in surprise at the woman before her. It must be thanks to her family upbringing. Seeing Arlen appear, Agini gave a gentle smile. Welcome, child. Was it tiring to come here? Arlen nodded. Yes. Sitting at the tea table, she smiled and said, The scenery is beautiful today, so I invited you here. This is one of my favorite places. At the same time, delicious pastries had already been laid out on the table. I heard from the maids you have worked hard today too. Looking at the pastries, Arlen hesitated. I am already full thanks to Pekon. Maybe I will just try a little. Instinctively, I waited for the elder to pick up her chopsticks first. Seeing her hesitation, Agini chuckled and gestured. You look so adorably conflicted I could not help but laugh. Don't mind me, eat as you like. Hearing that, Arlen nodded. Yes. Looking at Arlen's innocent face, she slowly recalled the past. This must be the first time we have been alone like this, right? When we first met, you were tiny. You were too little then, so you probably do not remember. While tasting a pastry, Arlen glanced at her and thought, when a subject you do not know comes up, the best way to handle it is absolute silence. Agini, seated opposite, kept speaking light-heartedly. You were already adorable back then, and now you have grown even cuter. Her gaze grew somewhat sad as she spoke cryptically. Truly, you look very much like that child. That caught Arlen's attention. That child. Her face slowly turned blank. Yes. Looking at the smile on Agini's face, she began to suspect something. What does she mean? Could it be? Thoughts flooded her mind. Is there something between Empress Agini and my real father? But that was not in the novel at all. Seeing her sitting there stunned, Agini laughed and asked, Do you have something you want to ask me? Your expression shows it. Only then did Arlen respond slowly. I do not know why you summoned me here. She gazed at her tenderly. If I said it is because I simply wanted to see you, would you be troubled? Those words puzzled her. Yes, the Empress gently reassured. Such a cute reaction. Don't worry. Agini softly pushed the pastries toward her. I called you here to apologize on behalf of my useless son, for bothering you. Arlen still did not understand. Apologize. Placing a hand on her chest, she added, He thinks he apologized properly, but I am sure he only troubled you and left. This one's good too. Even though he is my son, Pekayon is too energetic just like the Emperor. I wish he were only half like Tarion or Sirua. Worried Arlen might still be hungry, Agini pushed another large piece toward her. Eat this one too, it is delicious. Arlen was at a loss. Please stop. Looking at the woman before her made Arlen thoughtful. But the more we talk, the more she seems gentle and friendly. It left Arlen with a strange feeling, almost as if the Empress was very fond of her. If I pretend not to notice, it will be too obvious. What is this? I did not do anything. Remembering something, Agini gently lifted her teacup and asked, I heard you do not get along with the other children. Are they bullying you? Arlen hurriedly shook her head. No, it is just that I was born frail, so I can't fit in well. Hearing that, the Empress was relieved. So that is it. I understand. Still, whenever you have a problem, ask me for help, alright, remember that. Her kindness surprised Arlen. These are the Empress's words. She nodded. Yes. She even wondered to herself, does this mean she will be my support? Remembering something, Arlen quickly asked, Then, Your Majesty, may I skip the childhood friends gathering? Agini laughed and immediately refused. No, you may not. That left her visibly disappointed. You said if there is a problem I should ask for help. As if reading her mind, Ajani leaned closer. What is it? Someone's bullying you and you are hiding it, is not that right? Arlen quickly shook her head. No, nothing like that. She could not help recalling how Pekon constantly pestered her. It is just, your son is a little troublesome. Hearing her confirmation, Ajani smiled and probed further. Then that is good. Do you have any other requests? After a long silence, Arlen finally asked, But Your Majesty, why did you include me in the childhood friends gathering? She had become very curious. I have always wondered. With so much happening, suspicion grew in her heart. I am the only blood of Halburn, but I am not some extraordinary genius. My future inheritance of the family is not even certain, so why include me in the Crown Prince's circle of childhood friends? Ajani finally began to explain. So you have been curious about that. The reason I brought you into the gathering is... Time passed, and a few days later it was the gathering of the Crown Prince's childhood friends at the palace. Tired, Arlen attended the party and thought, it is clearly only twice a week, yet why does it feel so frequent? I am exhausted. Just thinking of Pekon clinging to her endlessly made her feel helpless. For my moonfish-like body, going out twice a week is torture. And no matter how much I reject him, Pishan's attention never changes. She kept glancing around, looking for a place to sit. I just want to comfortably watch a fantasy romance firsthand, but instead it is annoyance, frustration, and fatigue. She quietly let out a sigh. That is why I want to withdraw from the childhood friends gathering. Recalling that day, Ajani had smiled and said, The reason I included you is a secret. That left Arlen utterly hopeless. If you were going to say that from the start, why bother creating such an atmosphere? But she soon noticed something in the Empress's expression. Her eyes seemed to hold another reason, as if reflecting Arlen and recalling something else. Thinking of that, Arlen sank back into her own thoughts. So there really is something between Grand Duke Halburn and Empress Ajani. My bad feeling might have caught on to something. Just then a voice rang out, target spotted. The twin brothers walked over with smiles. Aralala, Aralililan. Their calls rang out non-stop. Aralala, Arlen only wanted to get away from them fast. I need to escape. But it seemed the twins still trailed after her. Too late now. Seeing her sitting quietly there, they quickly came over. You are early today, Aralil. What are you thinking, Aralililan? Arlen cautiously asked. What are your names again? That shocked them. Aralililan, you do not know our names. With no choice, they slowly introduced themselves. I am Seal. I am Noel. Everyone calls us the angelic twins. Hearing that, Arlen thought dryly, more like the demonic twins. Seeing her still confused, they pressed on. Aralililan, what are our names? She looked at them and answered slowly. Ciel. And this one is Noel. But inside she was even more puzzled. Wait, Noel was born 5 minutes later. Once she remembered their names, the two did not forget to remind her. Now you can't forget us anymore. Okay, Aralil, she was speechless. My name is Arlen. But they ignored that. Alright, Aralil. Annoyed, she snapped. You two are the ones who should call me by my right name. But Seal and Noel did not care what she said. Alright, Aralililan. By the way, will you really faint if you run? Can you show us? She glared at them angrily. What is so fun about me fainting from running? Like it is some circus show. At that moment, Noel slowly held out a coin to her. I will give you this. Okay, curious, she asked. What is it? He proudly said, my allowance. She recognized it, a platinum coin worth 1,000 gold pieces. As expected of House Sparum, the family holding all the empire's wealth so extravagant. Seeing her still hesitate, Seal eagerly added, this is really valuable, you know? I will give you another one too. She turned away. Even if you gave me 100, I would not run. Put it away. Hearing her refusal, the two looked pitiful. So mean. Arlen slowly glanced at them. Really? Outwardly flawless but inside devils. Remembering something, they both stared intently at her. What is it, Aralililan? Have we charmed you? We are beautiful, right? Adorable, right? Cute, right? Their faces grew smug. Aralililan, we will even let you touch our eyelashes. And you can touch my cheek too. At their antics, Arlen grew uneasy. I know. If the other blushes or gets flustered, they will bully them to death by teasing. Even Satan in hell would be impressed. Seeing Arlen remain silent confused Seal and Noel greatly. They turned to look at each other in surprise, which she noticed. What is with those ominous eyes? I can feel it, my life's only going to get harder. I need to escape. Without hesitation, Arlen snapped, move aside now. If you won't leave, then move aside. But they just stood there, stepping closer to her. Hey, move aside. Hurry. Their eyes lit up strangely. Aralililin is the first to treat us so harshly. Is this Aralala's scheme to get our attention? Their craziness left Arlen speechless. What are they thinking? They seem to find her fascinating. Aralililin is so cute, Aralala is so lovely. Her hands began trembling in fear. I want to be strong. Normally I do not, but right now I want strength. Usually at times like this, some mysterious being whispers, do you want power? Just then, the doors burst open along with Pishan's voice. Hey, you twins. He strode in angrily. Step back, both of you. Stay away from Arlen. Seeing him defend her left her stunned. Pekayan. It froze her in place. I have never felt so glad for Pekayan before. He is like a knight protecting me from Seal and Noel. Don't bully Arlen. Could this be the White Horse Prince effect? Still furious, he scolded them non-stop. Stop it now, Arlen does not like it, that made her so happy. Pishan's the best. More punish them harder. His sudden defense of her immediately silenced Seal and Noel. The air grew tense. Your Highness, what are you saying? They kept moving closer to Arlen. Aralililin likes us, right? Isn't that true, Aralil? She prayed desperately. I do not know. Just leave me alone. They glanced at Pekayan. Aren't you lying just to monopolize Arlen? The three of them bickered non-stop. What are you saying? You are stuttering. Hit the nail, did not we? We hit the nail. Your Highness's wicked scheme is exposed. Seizing the chance, Arlen slipped away. Target changed. Sorry, Crown Prince. Just as she was about to leave, a figure appeared before her, drawing her attention. The appearance of this man instantly captivated her. In front of her stood a boy with cold, jet-black hair. Feeling intrigued, Arlen stepped closer to observe him carefully. This child. Meanwhile, the two behind her still chattered. All right, then let us just ask Aralililin. That'll solve it. Hearing this made Arlen jump in alarm. What? The three of them stared at her. Come on, Aralil, choose. You want to play with us, right? Pekayan on the side also refused to lose. You will play with me too, right? The more she thought about it, the more speechless she felt. What on earth were the three of them even talking about just now? Remembering something, Arlen stepped closer and tugged on Haroon's sleeve. In front of all three of them, she immediately declared something. I will play with young Master Haroon over here. Hearing this made all three of them freeze for a moment. What? We did not see that coming. Unconsciously, Arlen recalled the character from the original story. Arlen was clearly just a side character in this work. The story was slowly told. Even though Halburn was set up as one of the 5 major ducal families of the empire, holding many secrets, and it was true they wielded the greatest power, still, there was an undeniable fact: they were just like a universal key. Whenever anything happened, the blame was always shifted to Halburn behind the scenes. And it dragged along many other events as well. Unlike the other ducal families who displayed real strength and influence in this work, they only existed as background decoration. Arlen squeezed her eyes shut in deep thought. Even so, Pekayan eagerly pushed a piece of cake toward her. Arlen, eat this. This left her exhausted. Ever since she got involved with the Crown Prince, the twin brothers of the Sperum ducal family happily brought her sweets too. Aralililin, eat this too, this one's delicious as well. Everything was happening too fast for Arlen to react. The future of the 5 ducal families, pillars of the empire. Haroon sat silently on the side, unable to say a word. He represented the Mibix ducal family. Everyone there was happily chatting together except for Arlen. In other words, the main characters were being drawn one after another into the situation. Was this really okay? She kept staring at Haroon's cold face. But she had her reasons for choosing this boy. Haroon Berg Mibix, the genius of Mibix, the Crown Prince's protector, and the male secondary lead of this work. His looks captivated her. No wonder he was the one the female lead Claire fell for in secret. Noticing Aralin's gaze, the twin brothers grew very surprised. Aralil, why have you only been looking at Haroon and not at us? Aralililin, do you like Haroon that much? This left Arlen in a bind. Ugh, I think I have been ruined by these brats already. Still, she did not care, calmly lifting a teacup in her hand. Even though it was a bit frustrating, Haroon was firmly the steadfast secondary male lead of the Northern Duke. To explain a little, what did the flower of a secondary male lead mean? Faithful, devoted, like a steaming hot bowl of soup, steady. An honest and reliable anchor. Quietly helping while only watching the heroine from behind. Reliable without being intrusive. That made Arlen look forward to it all the more, hoping he would immediately deal with those two little devils and the crown prince. Just then, Noelle slowly held out a piece of cake to her. Lillian, try this one. This delighted her. This is it, my chance, Haroun. Hurry up and save me from this. She immediately glanced at him with a desperate, pleading look. Help me. That made him hesitate for a moment. Seeing this, Arlen rejoiced. All right, he got the hint. Without hesitation, Haroun immediately pushed a piece of cake toward Arlen. Watching his action, she was completely speechless. Not that, you brat. Get me out of this mess. Suddenly Pekon jumped up. He walked over and snatched Haroun's cake, swallowing it in one bite. Right after that, he immediately pulled out his own cake and held it out to her. Arlen, this one tastes better. The situation left Haroun so awkward that he turned his head away. She quickly noticed his once cold demeanor had in an instant turned into a sorrowful beauty. Not only did he miss the signal, but he was also such a kind person. The twins immediately caught on. Your Highness, you are wary of Haroun, are not you? I see it too, I see it. Pekayon turned back, confused. What? The twins kept teasing. Your Highness, that is unfair. You are jealous of Haroun, are not you? Yeah, that is dirty play, trying to monopolize her for yourself. Arlen furiously glared at the cake in front of her. Plan failed. Relying on the secondary male lead to escape was impossible from the start. Meanwhile, the three of them kept bickering. That is not it. Your Highness is mad, look, his face is red. Shut up. Arlen was too desperate to say a word. I can't escape. I am trapped in hell already. Right then, the twins noticed her expression. Arlen must be thinking the same thing. She just sat there motionless. Such a lively and explosive event, and the two of them never stopped surrounding her. Right, Aureliel, right, her gaze grew distant. For a side character like me, this is just too much. Time shifted to late at night at the familiar Halburn estate. After returning home, Arlen clung tightly to Mehan's leg, which made him curious. Young lady, what is wrong? She sighed and spoke. Too many things happened. He nodded knowingly. Seems so. She still held tightly to his leg, silently thinking. The scent of dry wood, her tense nerves slowly began to settle. To her, Mehan was like her only ray of hope. Mehan, who had raised her since she was an infant. Even if her past life memories had awakened, Erlen's memories of him never faded. Her thoughts kept pouring out. No expectations, complete comfort, the only one I can rely on. She smiled faintly and called out, Mother, hold me. With no choice, Mehan bent down to lift her up. Mother. He gently held her in his arms with tenderness. Remembering something, he kindly asked, Did something happen at the summer gathering with your friends? This surprised her once again, only Mehan noticed. She silently recalled, Pekon was basically a puppy, the twins were nuisances, and Haroun did not help her at all. If asked whether anything happened, yes, but nothing serious. Seeing her face, Mehan gently suggested, Please feel free to speak. Did nothing truly happen? She nodded in confirmation. His face then turned strangely sad. As I thought. It seems I still have not earned the young lady's trust. Arlen quickly shook her head. That is not it. She did not know where to begin. It is just things that are hard to explain and troublesome. Remembering something, she hurriedly asked, Then, can I not attend the childhood friends' reunion? Her words startled Mehan, while the three on the side were also shocked beyond belief. He gently turned to her. The young lady does not want to go. The three on the side loudly voiced their opinions. We strongly object, absolutely not, the only lively activity is the childhood friends' reunion. Without thinking much, Arlen nodded. That is right. Her face carried a bit of sadness. As expected, she would not be allowed. Even if it was Mehan, the childhood friends' reunion was an order from the Empress. Contrary to her expectations, Mehan gently said. Then the young lady does not have to go. If you do not want to, it is up to you. I will handle the excuse. This deeply moved Arlen. Mehan. Suddenly, her hands clenched tightly. Surely that was not easy for Mehan either. This was what being an adult meant, a steadfast protector. She quickly hugged him even tighter. Something I have never had before. Arlen suddenly spoke out, Mother. Her voice carried a touch of emotion. Mother. This sight made the three behind them, Uni and the others, feel incredibly uncomfortable. Their gazes seemed ready to jump in and hug Arlene themselves. At this rate, Mehen will monopolize the young lady. That can't happen, we have to show her the strength of the childcare team. The three of them seemed more determined than ever. Just wait and see, young lady. The image of a professional childcare team, all to win your affection. Time passed, and today was the day of the childhood friends reunion that she had been dreading. Arlene's lips curled into a satisfied smile without stepping out of bed. Staying home, not going out bliss. It was all part of Mehen's arrangements. He kept his promise to her. Our young lady needs rest. He had even sent an official notice to the royal family, saying she would be absent due to health reasons. Thinking of this, Arlene grew even happier. Mehen is the best. He is truly my mother. Everything here made her even more delighted. The soft bed, warm sunlight, this light, the temperature, the humidity, everything was just right. At that moment, Uni called out in surprise, "Young Lady Arlene." Her face turned extremely serious. "Are you really okay?" Realizing they had entered her room made Arlene groan inwardly. Anyone but these people. She turned her head away in annoyance. "I am fine. Leave." Uni refused to go, adding, "Can't we stay here and watch over you? We won't do anything. We won't even breathe too hard." Arlene still rejected them. "I said I am fine. Leave." Hearing those cold words, Leon looked like he was about to cry. "Young lady, you are too cruel." Their constant pestering drained her. As if the clingy ones in the palace were not enough. With no other choice, Arlene walked away. "Now even this house won't let me be." Leon quickly called after her, "Young lady." She turned back irritably. "Hey, I am busy. Don't follow me, okay?" Those words left the two of them frozen for a moment. Yes. They realized this was a shocking declaration coming from a 7-year-old girl. Arlene stepped outside into the corridor with annoyance. "That is right. If I hate the temple, then I will just leave it." Behind her, the servants kept calling, "Wait, please wait. Young lady, if you have a schedule, please tell us." A little later, chatter erupted. "After Lord Mehen, I am the one the young lady favors most." The three of them gathered, bickering endlessly. "What nonsense, I am the most qualified, I am responsible for her health, which is why you did not give her medicine on time." "Right, this is not the time to argue, we need to find the young lady first." From the side, Arlene watched all their antics. As expected, this childcare team never listens when I tell them not to follow. Just thinking about them tagging along made her feel even more troubled. Not long ago they had been quiet enough, but somehow the childcare area had turned into a battlefield day by day. Remembering something, Arlene suddenly asked in surprise, "But uncle, do not you have to do that too?" The man before her was Ern, head butler and bodyguard. He sighed. "The young lady is paying attention to me again." She quickly realized his identity. "So he is also part of my childcare team." He bowed and reported, "Don't worry. I won't do such silly things. I am satisfied with serving and protecting you like a shadow." Remembering something, Arlene thought silently, "Come to think of it, Ern has never once bothered me." Just then, Ern's voice grew serious as he reminded her, "But please do not hate the childcare team too much. They have repented for past mistakes and are doing their best for you, young lady Arlene. In the future, we will never leave you alone again. We have sworn in blood to support you more perfectly." His words left her speechless. What is with this blood oath nonsense? Ern gently knelt down on one knee before her and said, "So from now on, we won't let such things happen to you again." His warm voice surprised Arlene. "Don't worry." She suddenly recalled the woman who had badmouthed her before. Were the maids gossiping about me really that shocking? Being talked about is normal. That suddenly made her curious. Come to think of it, what happened to those maids? Arlene's thoughts flowed. Did Mehen drive them all out? I have not seen them since. And all the servants around here had treated her with such gentleness. Thinking back, ever since that incident, everyone in the estate had been kind to her. That made her realize something important, as if from the very beginning, no one here had ever looked down on her. Everyone had showered her with affection. Since waking up, she had never once been alone, so she had not noticed. All of them looked at her with gentle eyes. "Young lady." Ern smiled softly and told her, "From now on, we will make sure you only encounter happy things." A light breeze passed by. Arlene fell silent for a moment. So that is how it is. Mehen and the childcare team. She was so startled she covered her face with her hands. Maybe they are all worried I would be hurt, so they poured all their efforts into me. Just then Leon noticed her. Young lady Arlen ahead. All of them rushed over joyfully. Young lady, this utterly exhausted her. Oh heavens! At last, she understood all their kindness toward her. Thank you for caring. Maybe I should go along with them a little. But soon after, Arlen collapsed on her bed in exhaustion. So tired. This is on par with that childhood friend's reunion. Just thinking of it made her clutch her head and scream. Morning, noon, night, even snack time they clung to her without end. Didn't they say they would only bring me joy? Didn't they say they would only make me laugh? Suddenly, Arlen bolted upright and looked around her room. This can't go on. I just escaped the torment of the palace. If this continues, I will die from stress before any illness kills me. Now, she had to run from the maid's watchful eyes. The childcare team had gone mad. Persuasion was useless. In her mind, Arlen pictured Uni and Leon turning dangerously threatening. In despair, she remembered Mehen. Then Mehen. But she reminded herself Mehen was busy. I can't trouble mother. So Arlen slowly took steps forward. In that case, she opened her desk drawer and picked up a pen. I will have to use the last resort. Inside the estate, all the maids suddenly gathered together. There was a note written by Arlen. Important notice, all gather in the drawing room. This left the maids astonished. Leon was dumbfounded. Did Lady Arlen really write this? Uni nodded and suggested, seems so. Let us just go to the drawing room. Everyone hurried to the drawing room, where they found Arlen already waiting. Young lady. She turned and asked, is everyone here? The scene confused the maids greatly. What is this? Her face grew determined as she announced to them all. This is what is called a reward sticker board, complete with good child stickers. Everyone still did not understand. A sticker. Reward, Arlen slowly explained, starting today I will give reward stickers to whoever pleases me. That statement left them all frozen for a moment. This was the only method that could bring true peace to Halburn. Someone's face suddenly turned strangely serious. Rewards, good kid, proof of being cherished. Arlen continued to make her announcement. Now everyone take a sticker board. Leon was deeply moved by the sight. The young lady even wrote our names herself. Uni hugged the sheet tightly. This must be kept as a family treasure. She gently handed the sticker sheet toward the three of them. If you do well, I will stick a reward sticker on this sheet. Use this to show off to each other. It may not be common, so it is hard to find, but using reward stickers is simply the best. At that moment Mehen stepped forward and asked, what is everyone doing? Arlen was startled to see him appear there. Mehen. Her voice carried a trace of sadness. I thought you were busy. He shook his head and explained, even if I am busy, I still make time to look into things. Hearing that, she nodded in understanding. I see. Remembering something, he looked around the place again. So what is all this about? Why is there such a noisy gathering? Arlen slowly moved closer to him. That is. After hearing the whole story, Mehen's face turned very displeased. So in short, me taking care of the children has troubled the young lady. Arlen shook her head to clarify. No, it is because I wanted to do this. He quickly grabbed the good kid slip from her hand to examine it. Her face bloomed into a gentle smile as she announced, here Mehen, just by being here, you already get praise. The innocent smile on her face froze him on the spot. My lady. She looked at him again. Use it like this, do you understand? He nodded obediently like a little pup. Yes, I understand. Ern, watching from the side, felt a pang of jealousy. Lord Mehen already got a sticker. Uni quietly thought to herself, so jealous. So very jealous. Time passed until a few days later at the Halburn estate. Arlen lay comfortably on her bed, happily thinking, so relaxing. How long has it been since I have enjoyed such peace? She recounted the story as well. The sticker board had become a new activity, and Halburn once again found peace. Everyone chattered excitedly with one another. Yesterday I got 2 of them. I have received the most so far. Arlen cut into probe. So, Mehen, do you want one too? Mehen sometimes stared intently, but if they just made a sticker for him, everything would be fine. Remembering something, Arlen pondered while holding a book. I suppose Mehen also wants a sticker. Let us just read. Anyway, there is nothing to worry about now. Suddenly, the door opened and a familiar figure slowly appeared. Arlen, unaware of what was happening, kept focusing on her book. Pishan's footsteps gradually came into the room. Noticing something unusual, Arlen glanced outside in surprise. Strange. Why is it so quiet out there? It is usually so noisy at this hour. Patient's familiar voice rang out. I am here. She quickly sat up. That voice. He stood happily in place and called loudly Arlen. She was utterly confused. Pekon. Time turned back to earlier. Pekon was baffled when he heard the news. What, Arlen is not coming today either. Graham awkwardly explained. The Halburn butler said the lady is not feeling well, so she can't attend today's gathering. Pekon grew upset. They said the exact same thing last time. Time passed. At each party, Patient's eyes grew more expectant 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, once, twice, 3 times. The twins behind him kept pestering. Your Highness, let us play a game. Your Highness, are you listening? But all he could think about was Arlen's figure in his mind, even though nothing had actually happened. Today. I miss Arlen so much. Graham sighed helplessly. She is sick, what can we do? Patient's eyes looked as if he might cry. But. He still managed to remind himself you can't treat someone who is sick that way. In the end, he reluctantly accepted it. I guess that is true. Seeing Patient's sadness, Graham thought to himself, Lady Arlen's absence may actually be better this way. He realized Pekon was only ever glued to Arlen. The atmosphere here always grew chaotic because the prince cared only for her, without any thought for others while other young men crowded around her too. With a delighted smile he continued, this way, things will settle down somewhat. Besides, without the lady, socializing with other friends is not so bad. But Patient's mood was so bad that Graham did not know what to do. Wrong. He is not hearing anything I am saying anymore. Pekon muttered to himself non-stop. The last time I saw her she was fine. This time she did not come, so next time will be the same, right? And what if she never comes again after that? What if I never see her again? No, I can't let that happen. Determined thoughts surged through his mind. Even if we do not play or do anything special, just being in the same space with Arlen makes me happy. I miss Arlen. Unconsciously, Pekon remembered the very first time he fell for Arlen. Maybe even now she is sitting by a window all alone. The sunlight shone in and he squinted. I know Arlen wants to be alone. But somehow I do not want to leave her that way. Inside the large room, Pekon gazed out. Arlen is alone. His eyes grew sorrowful. I am afraid she might disappear somewhere. Without delay he quickly called out Graham. Graham answered hurriedly, yes sir. Patient's heart swelled with indescribable emotion. What is loneliness? He looked like a completely different person. What is solitude? He wondered silently. All I want is for Arlen to appear before me. Pekon grew contemplative, secretly calculating. But Arlen can't come here now. So then. Back to the present. Arlen's voice sounded inside the room. So then. She looked at Pekon before her, a bit at a loss. Your Highness. You came here. He nodded firmly. That is right, to visit you. She did not know what else to say. This whole visiting the sick thing. Really? With no other choice, she invited him to sit. I have no motivation left, nothing to say, no willpower. I avoided the childhood friends' gatherings to escape him, and now the troublemaker came here himself. What do I do now? While she was still thinking, he eagerly asked, Arlen, do you want to exercise with me? That startled her. Exercise? Pekon nodded excitedly. Yes, I just discovered a shocking truth. Time shifted back a few days. Patient's voice rang out. Sir Jade, how does one stay healthy? The man was Jade, a royal guard serving directly under the emperor. Surprised, he asked, what do you mean, Your Highness? Are you unwell? No wonder you were not focused in training today. Pekon shook his head. No, I am fine. Thinking of Arlen, he grew embarrassed, unsure how to begin. It is just. I have a friend with poor health. I wonder if she were stronger, could she play more? Jade laughed knowingly. I see. Inwardly he felt proud. The prince is truly kind. His concern for his friend is admirable. And so he explained all he knew. For your friend's health first, a regular lifestyle and enough sleep are necessary. Next, balanced meals 3 times a day. And most importantly, exercise. Jade flexed his muscular body while speaking. The human body only has vitality when it moves just enough. The body runs on surprisingly simple principles. Pekon silently memorized it all. Move just enough. I see. Back to the present, Pekon looked at Arlen with expectant eyes. In short, exercise makes you healthy. She was speechless. Wow, a groundbreaking discovery. If he reports this to academia, he might even win a Nobel Prize. The one truth only he did not know. Breaking news: breathing means you are alive. Who knew? Pekon went on confidently. So, if you sleep well, eat well and exercise, Arlen will become healthy too. She did not know what else to say. Really, she thought. I thought he came to see me for something important, but it is just a daily schedule to kill time. After explaining, he looked at her eagerly. So, Arlen, exercise with me. She frowned slightly and replied, sorry, that is too difficult. I can't. Arlen sighed and explained further. Even just walking a bit makes me dizzy. Pekon understood. Then there is no way. She thought helplessly, as unbelievable as it sounds. People like this do exist, Your Highness. Then Pekon suddenly brightened. Instead, let me tell you what happened while you were away. Today I trained. Arlen thought, I do not want to hear it at all. But a gentle smile appeared on her face. Still, since he is so cheerful and cute, I will listen just this once. Remembering something, Pekon leaned closer to her face. By the way, what have you been doing lately, Arlen? The close distance froze her on the spot. He did not notice her expression and happily called, Arlen. She slowly reminded him, hey. Could you step back a little? Pekon jolted and retreated. Sorry, I did not mean to. She secretly breathed in relief. Goodness, I thought I was about to be bewitched. Pekon continued to compliment her. But, Arlen, your eyes are such a beautiful pale pink. She smiled slightly. People say it is the color of rose quartz. He kept praising. I see. Suits you perfectly. Truly beautiful. Petion's lips curled into an innocent smile. If Arlen were a gem, you would be even more beautiful. A light breeze blew. Her face showed no emotion. Seriously. Where do kids learn these lines? Still, it sounded sincere, so it was not annoying. Yet she kept her cold expression. Unfortunately, I do not have many reasons to laugh. Pekon eagerly stood up, hand over chest. Then today I will make you laugh. She was flustered. No, I did not mean it like that, but he ignored her. Come on, look here. No, really, it is fine. He had already made a silly face, leaving Arlen speechless. Please at least listen to what people say. Meanwhile, someone who could not laugh before a wild dog's presence spoke up. Chief Attendant. Mehen grew very displeased at Graham's arrival. Seems you have hidden honey in the Halburn estate, huh? Always dropping by without warning, no matter how busy you are. Graham forced a stiff smile. Of course not. But inwardly he was terrified. Your Highness, why must you test me like this? Mehen's gaze looked as if he would devour him alive. Though I can't oppose the Crown Prince's will, do not you think you are being too familiar? Graham quickly nodded in agreement. A mere servant like me would never dare go against my master's wishes. Mehen leaned close, speaking threateningly. I know it is also your duty to guide His Highness onto the right path. Graham tried to steady himself. Just smile. Just keep smiling. But tears were already rolling down his cheek. Your Highness. One day, you will know how devoted I was to you. After a long conversation, Pekon happily asked, today was fun, was not it, Arlen? She nodded politely. Yes. But inside she thought, exhausting. 2 whole hours non-stop. I have to send him away now. Remembering something, Arlen turned and reminded him. But I am not well, so I should rest today. Thank you for visiting me. Thanks to you I had a pleasant day. Understanding her hint, Petion's face turned pitiful, leaving her awkward. What is with that look? Isn't this brat supposed to be a little devil? How much more does he plan to torment me? She continued gently, I do not know when we will meet again, but I hope you stay safe until then. Just then Pekon suddenly said, no, Arlen. His words froze her instantly. A bit flustered, he still spoke his mind. I would be really sad if Arlen kept not coming like this. I told you I would take care of you until you get better. She was startled. What is this dangerous opening line? Pekon did not hesitate as he declared, so I have decided. His face was firm as he announced, from now on I will come here. He even smiled happily. That is best. Arlen forced an awkward smile. Why are bad premonitions always right? She quickly protested. No, that won't do. You do not need to worry about me, really. But he ignored it. How could I not worry? It is all because of me. Arlen, I will definitely visit you every day until you are better. Arlen felt utter despair. Just one visit already crushes me with pressure. And now every day, she hurriedly said, really, it is fine, do not worry. The more she thought, the more confused she became. Wait. No matter how stubborn this kid is, he is still the crown prince of an empire. Visiting the estate daily is nearly impossible. Tomorrow his busy schedule will sweep him away. This made Pekon full of hope. And today's words will soon be forgotten. Don't take it seriously. And that is exactly what Arlene thought. I believed that. But then a familiar voice rang out. Arlene, she could not face it. Forgotten what forgotten? Pekon excitedly ran in. I came again today. She quickly turned away, pretending not to hear. It has been a whole week now. A full week of attendance. Seeing his eager eyes left her awkward. The crown prince declared he would come daily. When he only came 1 or 2 days, my reaction was. Arlene walked wearily down the long hall. Maybe in a few days he will stop. Surely he won't keep coming forever. But then it really happened. Pekka unhappily asked Arlene, did you sleep well? They say you need good sleep to stay healthy. Time passed. Pekka cheerfully pushed open her door. Arlene, good morning. To be healthy you must live with routine. He even grabbed her hand, pulling her forward. Come on, walk, stroll, stroll. He brought her new health updates every day. Handing her a large piece of beef, Pekka said, Arlene, they say eating well is essential for health. His bright smile was something she did not want to face. Too dazzling. Like he is about to exorcise a demon. Is this even real? Day after day wore her down. Even if he is the crown prince, this is still my house, the Halburn ducal estate, one of the 5 great noble houses. How can he just come and go like it is his own place? Even his presence made everyone uncomfortable. Are we really just letting the crown prince run wild here? Someone say something. Just then, Ern suddenly coughed. He and Leon stepped forward to greet him. Your Highness, please take care of Our Lady. Though weak, her soul is delicate, gentle and very lovable. The sight made Arlen sigh. Traitors. Pekka proudly placed a hand on his chest. Very well, leave it to me. She was speechless. Leave what, exactly? Arlen sat still without moving. So lonely. Amber reminded her seriously, my lady, you must finish your meal. She shook her head. I have no appetite. Looking at the dish placed right in front of her, she pondered a little. Ever since the crown prince arrived, the mansion's menu, the arrangement of servants, even the time she woke up, everything had been adjusted according to that kid's preferences. And of course, the most shocking thing was that Ern had told her, and Lord Mehen had also allowed it. This made her deeply reflective. Everything had been permitted by Mehen. At this moment, Pekayan continued speaking. Arlen, I heard that to stay healthy, one must eat a balanced diet. She nodded in understanding. I know, carbs, protein, fat. These words left him completely confused. Carbs, protein, fat, what are those? Arlen patiently explained. Carbohydrates, protein, fat, those things exist. But Pekun still did not understand. Is this some kind of monster or magic? Where did you learn that? Arlen, this time she blamed herself. Damn it, attention had shifted onto her again. Anybody else, please? Watching from the side, Leon was thrilled. My lady and His Highness really are a perfect match, are not they? Uni also laughed and added, it seems His Highness really likes my lady. She thought helplessly, caring for children might truly be hopeless now. She then looked at Ern again. He was moved to tears. Your Highness. This made Arlen determined to step forward. Fine, better to wish for things that could actually come true. Pekayan, noticing she had finished eating, was surprised. Did Arlen finish everything? I will have to research this carb protein fat magic later. Without hesitation, he quickly ran up to her and suggested, then let us go for a walk outside. You need exercise to be healthy. Slowly reaching his hand out to her with a friendly look. Come on, let us go outside. After a brief silence, Arlen suddenly called out, Your Highness. Her next words froze him for a moment. Aren't you busy? The more she thought about it, the more puzzling it became. Even though he was young, Pekon was still royalty, and not just that. He was the crown prince who would inherit the throne. Lessons on ruling, sword training. Surely he must be busy. Thinking of this, Arlen felt even more certain. Perhaps he was just sparing a little of his precious free time to come here. She continued with judgment, someone as busy as you, is it really necessary to visit every day? Pekon suddenly asked back, why would you say that? Startled, she looked up at him. Yes. But Pekon did not mind at all. He gently reached his hand toward her. Because we are friends. Then he laughed heartily. Arlen, you really worry over the silliest things. I am a bit busy, but it is fine. She slowly asked why. He softly held her hand and led her forward. I come because I want to come. Just thinking of playing with Arlen filled Pekon with joy. I like playing with you, Arlen. You like it too, right? Saying that, he eagerly tightened his grip on her hand. Being home alone is so boring. Without another thought, he pulled her along. Let us go, Arlen. Meanwhile, as she was being dragged along, Arlen thought in surprise, friends, have I ever had anything like that before? Suddenly, she grew oddly pensive as memories resurfaced. Bad memories from her previous life came back. It seemed there had been something similar around her once. In her past life, she had been someone who only played violin alone, merely trying to fit in with other children. She had never cared whether she had friends or not. Proving her worth was far more important. Voices of gossip constantly reached her ears. Unbelievable, she is already a genius, so why does she keep working so hard? You look down on me because I am not as good. You always think you are the best. This made the other children feel inferior and leave. Some boys even persistently tried befriending her. We seem to get along well, do not we? I heard your mother is famous. Everything piled up, making Arlen's life suffocating. That place was filled only with people wanting to use her. Over and over, emptiness repeated itself until one day, she realized she no longer cared about ordinary relationships. Arlen's hands clenched toward the door. But it is fine. She turned her head toward the woman behind her. From the very start in my life, just one person was enough. Her face suddenly brightened with a strange glow. Mother. But as she was still basking in joy, a whisper reached her ear. In the end, my mother abandoned me too. Who would ever like someone like you? In the end, you will only be left alone. This terrified Arlen, making her snap her eyes open wide. Don't expect anything. The familiar scene around her made her realize instantly where she was. She sighed tiredly, turning over as memories returned. Perhaps it is better not to recall the past at all. Pishan's smiling face surfaced in her memory. We are friends. Thinking of this, Arlen muttered to herself, what benefit is there in getting close to someone who will soon disappear like me? Her thoughts flowed endlessly, making it feel like time itself had stopped. As expected, if it will all break apart in the end, it is better not to begin at all. Being alone is more comfortable. Inside the office, Mehan's voice sounded. Dylan, do you think this is okay? Hearing this, Dylan turned his head in surprise. Yes, what do you mean, sir? He rubbed his temples, troubled. I mean, letting the crown prince come and go freely like this, won't it be a problem? Seeing his displeased expression, Dylan silently thought, Lord Mehan is actually asking something like this, and with such a complicated face too. On the desk, there was still a picture of Arlen. A warm smile tugged at Dylan's lips. I thought Lord Mehan would stop the crown prince from visiting anytime he pleased, but he has not stopped him at all. Mehan recalled Arlen's words to him. Can I skip the childhood friends gathering? That only made Dylan more certain. Even if he pretended not to care, in the end, Mehan was still worried about her. Thinking this, Dylan chuckled and asked, Lord Mehan, you know it too, do not you? He blinked in confusion. Know what? Dylan continued, that the young lady needs friends her own age. Realizing his worry, Dylan kept reassuring him, it will be fine. Children in the Empire grow up like this anyway. Mehan sighed and glanced at him. You are younger than me, yet you seem to know a lot about children, Dylan. Dylan laughed cheerfully. That is because I have many nieces and nephews. The scene shifted to the royal palace. Ajani's voice rang out. Pekon, you went to Halburn Mansion again today. He nodded firmly. Yes. His face lit up as he recounted. After I came back, I trained, studied, and practiced more. Ajani even praised him with admiration. You had quite a busy day, did not you? How's Arlen? At the mention of Arlen, Pishan's eyes lit up strangely. Arlen is. Realizing his reaction was too strong, he quickly corrected himself. Not well enough to go outside yet, but I heard she is slowly recovering. Honestly, she always looks a bit odd, so I am not too sure. Lately, maybe it is a new game or something, but she keeps staying shut inside her room. Hearing this, Ajani gently reached out and stroked his head. Pekayan. Her voice carried a strange tone. Don't be too good to Arlen. Her words baffled him. She softly reminded him in an odd way, just like, but only at that level. Only get close enough so that you can let go of that child anytime. Time shifted toward late evening at the palace. Pekayan walked down the long corridor with a wordless, sorrowful face. Recalling earlier, Ajani had sternly warned him, only get close at the level of liking. This confused him deeply. Why? But she had said something strange later that will make it easier for you. Those odd words left him troubled. Mother, why would you say that? Do you not like Arlen? He shook his head in denial. No, that is not it. Pishan's expression grew more determined than ever. Even so, if Arlen becomes healthy, maybe mother will change her mind. He broke into a run, full of determination. Arlen, I will try hard, we must be healthy together. The scene shifted to the following morning. Arlen sat quietly, welcoming the new sunlight. Holding a teacup in her hand, her face looked deeply thoughtful. How strange. She silently mused. Normally by now he would have given up on his own. Graham was still running after Pekayon, reminding, Your Highness, please slow down. The only thing Arlen could do was respond coldly. Many times Pekayon started a conversation. Arlen, is not the weather beautiful today? She would turn away indifferently. Not really. But it seemed none of this went as she planned. Ignoring him, not answering even when Pekayon excitedly pointed, Look, a squirrel. Arlen, she still walked away without caring. She even shut herself inside, locking the door, avoiding everyone. Pishan's voice rang endlessly. Arlen, what is wrong? Are you unwell? The maids, seeing this, quickly reported to him, Crown Prince, today the young lady does not seem happy. Please come with us to do something fun instead. Inside the room, Arlen remained motionless. I do not even want to show my face anymore. In the end, Pekayon burst in energetically, pushing the door open. I am here, she asked herself, why does he keep coming? Leon cheerfully greeted, Welcome, Your Highness. Pekayon as usual greeted back, Hello everyone, good morning. He quickly looked around. Where's Arlen? Leon, slightly awkward, reported, Well, the young lady today also. Pekayon ignored it and suggested, It is fine, I will just say hello and leave. Hearing that, the maid beamed. Your Highness, you are so kind. Arlen, hiding behind the door, was shocked. Such incredible social skills, how does he naturally win everyone's favor in this mansion? Noticing something, Pekayon turned his head with his usual bright smile. Arlen, you finally came out. Realizing she had been spotted, she panicked. Damn, I let my guard down. Before she could close the door, Pekayon had already rushed over. With a caring look he asked, So you decided not to stay locked in your room anymore? She stood dumbfounded. Is this really the power of a child? Since she did not answer, he continued, It has been so long, that makes me even happier. Arlen sighed in reluctant resignation. Fine, I lost. My plan to hide failed. Like a little puppy, Pekayon followed her everywhere. Did you eat properly, sleep well, and also? She ignored him, walking forward. So annoying. Her thoughts remained unspoken. If only Pekayon were a bad person, I could dislike him. Or if he were unbearable, I could keep my distance. But Pekayon. Every time he talks to me, he smiles brightly. Arlen, have you looked at the sky? The weather's wonderful today, she froze. He is too kind, that is the problem. Everyone around them marveled at their closeness. But unlike Mehen or the caretakers, Pekayon was not family, nor was he her guardian. The longer they stayed together, the more painful the words would be in the end. After a silence, Pekayon asked sadly, Arlen, why have not you said anything? Are you feeling unwell? Arlen's mind churned. Pekayon, do not you get angry, you have never been looked down on and felt upset. He kept calling her Arlen. She brooded. Why do you go this far? Unable to take it anymore, Arlen snapped, Hey? His body froze instantly. Arlen decided to face him head-on. Avoidance was not enough, only direct confrontation would do. She nodded firmly. That is right. You did not hear me. Her words froze everyone around them in place. She resolved within herself, no matter how friendly the Crown Prince was, there was still a clear difference in status. Normally this would cost her her head, but since they were children it could be overlooked. Pekayon clenched his fists, trembling. Arlen. She smirked inwardly. At this point he must be angry. He will surely make me see the difference in status right away. Everything was within her calculations. Alright Pekayon, use this chance. He finally spoke, so, in the end. She smirked. Yes, get angry, then go back to the palace. But contrary to her expectations, Pekayon blushed, placing his hand on his chest. So, you are comfortable with me now? Arlen was speechless. What? Delighted, he rushed toward her. Arlen spoke casually to me finally. Oh my God. Thank you, I am so happy. She was dumbfounded. This is not how it is supposed to go. Flustered, she quickly retorted, No, Your Highness, I am speaking casually right now. Aren't you angry? Don't you feel it is rude, annoying, Or want me to kneel to show our difference in status? Pekon brushed it off. Why would I be angry since it is you, Arlen? I like it even more. Keep doing it. This left her dazed. What on earth does he believe in me? Suddenly she reminded herself. No, stay calm. At this rate, I will get swept away by the crown prince. Irritated, she turned away. I do not want to speak casually anymore. I will use honorifics. This startled Pekon. Completely baffled, he asked, why? I already said you can speak casually. She turned cold, avoiding him. I do not want to. Go away. His face grew firm. No. Since Arlen said she does not like it, I do not like it either. She was speechless. This guy. She was still constantly trying to subtly push him away, go away, but he kept getting closer to tease her. I do not like it. Seeing how stubborn he was, Arlen was extremely confused, thinking, why is not this working? Usually just being impolite makes people uncomfortable and avoid me. She continued to look at Pishan's face, which still had a smile. I need something stronger, even stronger, to make Pekon turn away immediately. And so Arlen chose to grab Mehan's leg and beg, which surprised him. Princess. A plan formed in her head. After a few times, I understand now. This is what happens when you are exhausted. Today the crown prince has been especially persistent, so that must be it. He looked at her worriedly. Princess, are you all right? She still held tightly to his leg, refusing to let go. Mom. Seeing that he did not react, she continued to call out, Mom. Mehan had no choice but to nod yes. He gently picked her up in his arms, secretly thinking, as expected, that is what she calls me. Should I be thankful that she restrained herself when there were other people around? After a moment of silence, Arlen said to him seriously, hey, I am being obedient now, so grant me a wish. Hearing this, he chuckled and replied, a wish should be for me since I have received so many reward stickers. She sighed and replied, so you won't grant my wish? Mehan shook his head and explained, no, anything is fine. Please feel free to tell me. In his head, he was already secretly thinking of different items. A wish. Does she want something? Does she want a gift? Even different locations appeared in his head. Or does she want to go somewhere? Arlen looked up at Mehan with expectant eyes. Read me a fairy tale when I go to sleep. These words made him freeze for a moment. A fairy tale. Seeing that his attitude did not seem good, Arlen was disappointed. Is it too difficult? What she just said surprised him, and he secretly thought, I thought she would ask for something big when talking about a wish. It is just. He gently picked her up and walked out of the room. No, as many as you want. Arlen's eyes immediately became expectant. Really? I thought you would be busy, so it would be difficult. A gentle smile appeared on his lips. I have enough time to read you fairy tales. In his head, he was secretly thinking, I am qualified enough to be a guardian, but it is probably still a long way off. Mehan gently carried her forward. Now is your bedtime. I will read right away. Arlen looked at him with expectant eyes. I want to wish every day. Hearing this, he chuckled and decided, every day might be a little difficult, but I will try. Remembering something, Mehan asked with concern, have you been getting along with His Highness the Crown Prince lately? Arlen replied with a very sulky face, no. Can't Mehan stop Pekon from coming? These words immediately caught his attention, and he secretly thought, according to the report, they seemed to be getting along quite well. Could Dylan have missed something? He continued to probe, you do not like His Highness the Crown Prince. She did not know how to explain, it is not that. He nodded in understanding, so. Arlen unconsciously remembered Pishan's smile. It feels awkward. Pekon is kind. Her face became strangely pensive, so, I feel like I am being mean. I do not want to hurt him, and I do not want to be hurt either. Hearing this, he nodded in understanding. I see. In his head, he secretly thought, she has a childish side, but she is not like a child. At this moment, Arlen also slowly let go of Mehan's hand and said some very incomprehensible words. I know I won't live much longer. If I get close to me, Pekon will suffer. Hearing these heartbreaking words, Mehan seriously reminded her, don't say that. No one knows what the future holds. She continued to walk forward. Really? His eyes revealed a clear look of sadness, and at the same time she slowly called out, Mehan. Her face bloomed into a bright smile as usual. Please read this fairy tale to me. This made him secretly think, it is like she does not know anything. Even though the child is wearing a bright smile, right in front of me, I still have a feeling of unease in my heart. The story began, a gathering of childhood friends, a place where the future of the empire, carefully selected by Empress Agini, came together. A day passed as usual. Today, Prince Pekon was once again surrounded by children. Seal listlessly knocked the chess pieces forward. How boring. The twins became extremely tired and sighed, tedious. There is nothing interesting. People around them kept discussing. It is the first time I have seen the twins without any energy. Hey, do not get noticed. After a moment of silence, the twins seemed to share the same thought. The two of them continued to discuss very enthusiastically. Seal, what do you think, Noel? Maybe it is because of that. I think so too. Think so too. It is all because. The two of them angrily stood up and shouted, Aurelien is not here. Goodbye, everyone. The two of them walked out with annoyance. We were having fun, so much fun. The feeling of teasing His Highness is so refreshing, and Haroon too. Remembering something, Seal immediately spoke, Noel, but I heard a secret. He turned his head in surprise. A secret? Seal did not hesitate to whisper into his ear. The secret is that His Highness is secretly meeting Aurelien without letting us know. This made Noel extremely angry. What? This is an act of betrayal. The two of them wore extremely bright smiles. An act of betrayal? Then we must take revenge, right? Let us follow His Highness. Time shifted to the next morning. The twins disguised themselves and set off. And so today we have decided to follow His Highness all day to see what he will do when he plays without us. We can't waste time. The two of them kept urging Browning, hurry up. The servant could only bow his head in understanding. I apologize, my young masters. The scene shifted to Pishan's side. His Highness's first schedule, education for the successor. This surprised Seal and Noel. His Highness is busy from early in the morning, but we have to study that when we get back to the residence too. Next is His Highness's second schedule, afternoon tea with Empress Ajani. Looking at their attitudes, the twins could not help but be startled. Her Majesty the Empress and His Highness look so close. Until the third schedule, sword practice. Pishan's skills impressed the twins. He is practicing with Haroon, the knight family that protects the royal family. I heard he does physical training every day without fail. Witnessing this scene made the two of them very tired. His Highness really has a busy schedule. When will he meet Aurelien? I am so sleepy, Noel. Seal, wake up. What if we get carelessly discovered? The two of them continued to stare ahead. But, can I sleep for a little while? We have to make our meticulous surveillance a success, right? We are watching. While still practicing enthusiastically, Pekon suddenly announced, wait, stop here. The servant hurriedly stepped forward and asked in surprise, Your Highness, is something troubling you? You have not seemed to be able to concentrate well lately. Hearing this, he paid attention. His eyes became very sad. Actually, I have something that is troubling me. After listening for a while, everyone seemed to have completely understood what he meant. So, the friend that Your Highness is referring to is the Lady of Halburn. You are always worried about that frail lady, are not you? Pekon nodded to confirm. I am following Sir Jade's advice, but I want her to be even healthier. The more he talked about this issue, the more anxious he became. How can Arlen be healthy? That is my worry these days. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Health. And so everyone kept discussing together. How about exercise? I was thinking that too. I was thinking about that too. The room was filled with lively discussions. A healthy body will have a healthy mind. I do not know what that is, but it sounds amazing. That makes a lot of sense. Graham was speechless on the side, thinking, hey you guys, she is the one who used to faint. Pekon kept saying very sadly, of course I think so too, but how can Arlen exercise? Well, Arlen gets dizzy just by walking a little. Everyone heard this and shared the same thought, just do it. This information finally made Pekon realize something. He realized something even here. A bright smile finally appeared on his face. I see, now I understand a little. Graham was still secretly thinking, what exactly does he understand? He immediately took out paper and pen to write, just do it. Immediately after, he became determined. I have to go see Arlen. Just hearing this made Graham want to chant a prayer, Lord have mercy. The scene shifted to another place, and Pishan's voice rang out, Arlen. She helplessly asked herself, who is it? He ran excitedly towards her. Let us exercise. She just wanted to run away from him as quickly as possible. Who is the devil that turned the prince into an exercise fanatic? He was still enthusiastically speaking. I found it. Arlen walked in another direction. Get out of here. But he kept suggesting right next to her, exercise will make you healthier. This made her even more tired. No, from the beginning my body is not the type that can be cured by exercise. He still did not care and continued to pull her forward. Let us start by conquering walking. Just walking for 10 minutes is enough. Arlen clearly did not want to face this. Tiring, annoying. What if I faint while walking? He became very certain. Don't worry, before you fall I will help you. Hearing this, she was curious. How will you help me? Pekon immediately picked her up in his arms like this. The more she thought about it, the more speechless she felt. Is this the average 7-year-old in this world? What an unrealistic strength. He still did not notice her expression and chuckled. How is it? Can you do it? Thoughts kept appearing in her head. I really do not know the reason for this unconditional favor. I really need a stronger method, but I completely do not understand. Seeing that there was no other way, Arlen walked outside. Fine, let us go then. He ran excitedly forward. Great, the two of them walked outside step by step. Next. Remembering something, Baekhyun suddenly called out, but Arlen. He felt very puzzled by her actions. Why is Arlen always alone? That is, besides the butler or the servants, it does not seem like I see any other relatives of hers. She replied coldly, Mehen. Hearing this, he turned his head in surprise to look at her. Mehen is not family either. Where are your mother or father? Arlen secretly thought, Mehen is my mom, but if I explain it to Baekhyun, Mehen will get in trouble, right? She immediately thought carefully about this issue. Family. After a moment of I have a father, but I have never met him since I was born. Hearing these words made Baekhyun very embarrassed. I see. But he still asked her with concern. Are you alright? She replied with a calm face, I am alright. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. Really? Baekhyun did not know how to react to this situation. Is this something to be so embarrassed about? It is like I have been hurt. He hurriedly said, in short, it is alright, Arlen. His next words made her freeze for a moment. I will be by your side. This made her even more stunned and confused. What? Without thinking much, he immediately went closer and grabbed her hand tightly. You do not need to have family. From now on, anytime, I will always be by Arlen's side. Realizing his emotional words, Arlen did not know how to respond. Does this crown prince know how dangerous the words he just said were? The sunlight shone down, making this place even warmer. Instead of ridicule and sarcasm, there were warm and gentle words of comfort. I am not immune to these things. Without thinking much, Arlen immediately reached out her hand towards him. Recognizing the smile on her face, he became very happy. Arlen is smiling. But the next second, the smile on her face was completely extinguished. Another figure stood in front of her and asked uncomfortably, do you believe that? Do you want to rely on someone again? This person did not forget to come closer to Arlen and whisper, you have to take responsibility for your own life. You are not going to irresponsibly bet on someone else again, are you? The words were simple but like knives cutting into Arlen's heart. You have been through enough, so you know. In the end, they will be disappointed and turn away. Realizing this, she hurriedly let go of Pishan's hand. Seeing that she was acting strangely, he called out in surprise, Arlen. Once again she had completely closed her heart, not allowing anyone to touch it. I know this is entirely my problem. My problem is that I can't become a character in a novel who lives a complete life after remembering my past life, and I can't become a person who fits into this world. Arlen suddenly spoke, Baekhyun. She told herself, anyway, I am going to die soon. I just need to take this on myself and disappear, and it will be over. Her voice had become extremely cold. Don't come here again from now on. These words made Baekhyun freeze for a moment. She knew that she could not hurt his heart any further. He was as free as the sunlight without any blemishes. I wish you would not know this world. Arlen coldly declared. Now I do not want to see your highness anymore. He still did not understand what the heck was going on. Why suddenly? Without saying much, she turned away uncomfortably. No matter how hard I try to explain, the crown prince, who is always welcomed and loved everywhere, probably won't understand. Because you never have memories of being alienated, despised, or abandoned. Having said that, she walked away, leaving Baekhyun standing there. So, please do not come again. He was about to say something more than Arlen. The twins, observing this scene, did not know what to say. The faces of the two of them became very serious as they discussed, what should we do, Seal? That is right, Noel. The atmosphere is terrible. Let us be quiet. But the next scene made both of them freeze. Pishan's heart was now completely hurt. His Highness is crying. Time shifted to the evening at the vast palace. The servants were still busy doing their jobs. The maids became very confused as they talked about this issue. How is His Highness the Crown Prince still the same? This is the first time I have seen His Highness the Crown Prince in such a state. No matter what we bring, he does not react. Really, I heard that even Sir Graham did not say what happened. This made everyone discuss very enthusiastically. His Highness cried. No, I heard he did not cry. Something happened to the point of crying. Sir Graham said that His Highness did not cry. Listening to these whispers made Graham very tired and sigh. This is a big deal. He had different thoughts in his head. Normally there would be a shower of gifts and a circus act from the support team right now. This time should be enough for His Highness to be happy with the royal chef's dishes, right? At this moment the door was suddenly opened. Pekon was still sitting quietly on the chair, stroking his cat, but His Highness the Crown Prince was different today. After a moment of silence, Graham asked in surprise, "Your Highness, you really won't tell me what happened at the Halburn residence?" He remained silent, seeming not to want to say a word. This made him feel very embarrassed and secretly thought, as expected, he still does not want to say it. His Highness was clearly happy during the day. What on earth happened? This will definitely become a more serious problem than I predicted. At the same time, the scene shifted to the Halburn residence. All the servants were gathered, standing solemnly there. Unlike the royal palace, which was noisy to coax the crown prince, everyone could only worryingly look inside Erlin's room. The Halburn residence was shrouded in deep silence. It seemed like Pekon was not in a good mood either. Arlen, who had been dragged away by the crown prince, had returned alone and had been in her room with the door locked for 3 hours. The maids who were present kept discussing together. "Does anyone know what happened? I saw His Highness the Crown Prince with the Sparham twins." The Sparham twins? Why were they there? I do not know. All 3 of them had faces that did not understand what was going on. At the same time, Mehen had also appeared at this place. Currently, the only person who could enter the restricted area was one person, and that was Mehen. He gently stepped forward and announced to everyone, "I will be opening an emergency meeting. All members of the childcare team, please come to the meeting room." A short time later, Leon and Amber were sitting there ready to wait. Ern and Uni were still stunned, not knowing what was happening. Mehen on the side had become very tired and sighed, "I have a headache." The sudden emergency meeting of the childcare team and the emergency letter from the royal palace made me think something big had happened, but when he entered Erlin's room, seeing her sitting quietly there, he was very confused. "Princess." Tears kept flowing down her innocent face. Unexpectedly, Arlen had become like this. He wearily raised his hand to his head. Raising children is so difficult. In his head, he secretly thought, no matter how much I learn, when I put it into practice, it is still full of unpredictable things. Amber and Leon sat on the side, not daring to move. "Empathy. I empathize." After a moment of silence, he finally cut in and announced to everyone, "I think everyone has felt it without needing a deep explanation. The princess seems very tired. Therefore, I would like to hear everyone's valuable opinions." Leon immediately proposed without hesitation, "How about we call a theater troupe?" She immediately wore a very expectant smile. "I saw the princess enjoyed watching plays last time." Ern, sitting on the side, was not willing to be outdone and said his thoughts. "Speaking of which, the princess also likes watching documentaries about world landmarks. In addition, I will bring more novels." Everyone gathered to listen to his opinion, comics and fairy tales too. A little more variety. After a moment of silence, Uni finally spoke and suggested, "How about Sir Mehen plays with the princess for a day?" Realizing the gazes of everyone, she worriedly hurried to explain, "No, I am not saying that because I am too lazy to think. I thought about what the princess likes the most, and it seems like it is when she is next to Sir Mehen." Mehen suddenly fell silent for a moment. To dispel the awkward atmosphere, Ern hurriedly suggested, "This kid is saying useless things. I am sorry, we will teach Uni properly. We will think about more constructive methods." While everyone was still preparing to deal with Uni, Mehen suddenly spoke, "No, it is okay." He quickly walked out of the room. Everyone was still stunned, not understanding what was going on. "What is going on? Is he angry?" At this moment, Mehen was also walking forward, lost in thought. "She likes being next to me the most." He remembered every moment from before, thinking about it. "Even though she likes it that much, I do not have many memories with Arel. She kept acting spoiled with him. Read me a fairy tale." This made Mehen sigh and blame himself. If reading a small fairy tale became a wish, then perhaps that child felt that way several times over. It was not until this moment that he realized, "How foolish of me." Without hesitating, he slowly walked forward step by step, but regretting it now is still too early. Inside the room, Arlen was still sitting there, curled up. The atmosphere here was very gloomy, making her feel even colder, so quiet. The moonlight shining into the room caught her attention. Light. Unconsciously, Arlen reached out and touched the light before her. The unpleasant memories of her past life reappeared. Her mother kept saying judgmental words, "You are my light. You are my only hope. Please fulfill my dream. She could only helplessly endure. Bright eyes, the crazy pursuit contained within. Everything kept happening, making her very tired, the embodiment of my old nightmare. My mother was not like that from the beginning. She used to be a promising violinist, but because of the tragic accident caused by my father, she could not play the violin anymore. She could only helplessly blame, "It is all because of you. Everything is because of you." Erilyn's father at that time had taken all the blame on himself. "I am sorry, my love. I am really sorry." And Arlene was the thing that could make her mother shine once again. Her father began to obsess over her mother, and then a miracle appeared for the two of them, a daughter with outstanding talent. It was a story that would be strange if it did not end in tragedy. Inside the house, her father kept cheering her on, "You can do it. Because you are very similar to your mother." As time passed, Erilyn's talent gradually became more prominent. "Very good. You just need to play music well like this, and that is enough. You won't trample on my dream like your father, will you?" Growing up in these words, Erilyn's heart had completely frozen over. "Do you know, Mom, how much I tried and worked hard so as not to disappoint you?" But perhaps she had known it all along. She did not even glance at her efforts once. "In fact, my mother does not love me. She just wants a daughter who can fulfill her dream." Erilyn's hands trembled as she picked up the violin. This action made her very angry and stare ahead. Her eyes were as if she wanted to eat her alive immediately. "How could you disappoint me this much?" On the stage, Erilyn's figure stood alone and still. "How could you?" The story was told, the final Tchaikovsky International competition. Erilyn's mother coldly turned and left, and the day I could not pick up the instrument anymore, she abandoned me cruelly as expected. Things did not end there. After that day, my father came to find me after 2 months. He kept blaming me. "Because you disappointed Mom, that is why she is so heartbroken. Mom is a very pitiful person. Please understand her. Her life became more stressful than ever. Now you should live and do what you want." She was as if she had completely imprisoned her own life. After that, what I ate, what I did, neither of them cared about me anymore. Something terrible happened, and then one day the TV quickly reported, "The Tchaikovsky International competition, the winner is..." Oh. Arlene could only stand there looking at the scene before her. "Congratulations, Tums. Oh, for fulfilling the dream of violinist. Oh. This is the result achieved after great difficulties last year." On the TV screen, her mother was affectionately holding another woman, making her desperate, "Mom, Mom, Mom." Her hands gradually trembled as she touched the screen. "I am still here. I am here." She desperately shed tears of helplessness. "I am still alive here. Why?" A voice rang in her ear, "Give up now." Something gradually pushed Arlene to the bottom of society. Who would look for someone abandoned by their family like you? At the same time, Arlene woke up. How contradictory. Unconsciously, she remembered Pishin's smiles for her. Arlene. He kept looking at her with warm eyes. "From now on, I will always be by Erilyn's side anytime. So, you do not need to have family." Just thinking about everything that had happened made Arlene shed tears. "I only met you after I learned how to give up, and now I have met you right when I am about to die." She desperately clutched her pillow and thought, "It is really the end now, but I won't live like my mother. Because I do not want to achieve what I want by hurting others." A familiar voice rang out, "Princess, it is me." Arlene immediately looked outside. Mehen just arrived. Why?" He gently sat down and reached out to touch her face. "Princess." Looking at Erilyn's appearance at this moment made him feel very heartbroken. "Tomorrow let us go out and play, okay?" Time shifted to the next day in the vast city. Dylan looked at the scene before him in disbelief. "What the heck am I seeing?" He unconsciously remembered everything from yesterday. Until yesterday, the desk was full of reports and documents. But today it has turned into something completely different. Today it is all travel brochures, lists of cake shops, event information. Can a person change so much in one night, really? Mehen looked at the business card before him and asked in surprise, "Then where is the best place to go with the princess?" Dylan could not hide his surprise. "It does not suit you at all, Sir Mehen." Remembering something, he hurriedly spoke, "All right, this is my job anyway. I think Sherrod is the best." His words kept ringing inside the room. Since we are in the Pagrita imperial capital, traveling by carriage also requires stable operation related to magic, and the Feraltri family is highly regarded. Most importantly, the scenery is very beautiful. Mehen hesitated slightly and then gave the order, "The short distance is what I like the most." If the princess's condition worsens, we will return immediately. Get ready. Dylan nodded in agreement. Yes, understood. In his head, he secretly thought, choosing a place to play with an atmosphere like approving a business plan. Noticing something, Dylan was a little curious. Are you leaving right away? Mehan nodded to confirm, definitely. He hurriedly bowed respectfully behind him. Then, I wish you beautiful memories upon your return. Looking at Mehan's back, he slowly thought, how strange. There is also a day when I see Officer Mehan, the ghost of Halburn. This made him thoughtfully glance in another direction. Sir Mehan must be very worried about the princess. As usual, Dylan quickly sat down and continued to do his work. I do not know. What is the point of thinking? His nimble hands quickly approved each file. As he worked, Dylan comforted himself. It will probably be all right. This is for the princess. The scene shifted to the bottom of the residence. The carriage had been prepared there. Arlene, wearing a beautiful dress, slowly walked towards it. She blankly looked at everything outside. Mehan followed closely behind. The beautiful scenery here made her admire it. Looking at her small back, he worriedly thought, how long has it been? Not a business trip, but a trip. Although I am going for Arlene, I feel much lighter. Suddenly, she pulled on his clothes. Mehan. Hearing this, he reacted, yes, princess. She looked at him with very radiant eyes. We are wearing matching outfits today. Mehan chuckled and pinched her cheeks, teasing, it is just the same color. Seeing her sad, he secretly thought, it is just a similar jacket color. Is it worth being so happy about? He hurriedly nodded in response, yes, it is a matching outfit. She did not forget to add, and matching hats too. He nodded to confirm again, yes, matching hats. The two of them slowly strolled through the bustling streets of this place. Let us go. It is too crowded here, because this is a famous tourist destination. Noticing her expression, Mehan delicately spoke, you do not like it. She shook her head to explain, no. The scene before her made her very curious, but Mehan, the water under my feet. What is this? He chuckled in response, this is the reflecting pool beneath the magic field. He continued to pull her forward, mechanically explaining, Sherrod is a city built by covering an entire lake with a special magic field. I am not a specialist in magic, so I do not know the details very well. It seems there is also a legend that the great magic beast Sherrod is sleeping here. Arlen walked and looked around cold. How magical. At this moment, a mischievous boy ran quickly forward. Dad, let us go together. She quickly noticed the intimacy of the children with their families. Mom, buy that for me. My son, you want that? Let me see. Mehan looked at the scene before him and was surprised. As expected of a famous tourist destination, there are many families here. Indeed, I should pick up the princess. He turned to look at Arlen. Princess. She was still standing there alone, speechless. After a moment of silence, she slowly grasped Mehan's hand. It is okay. Mehan is here. Her eyes became very gentle. Mehan promised to be my mom. These words made him freeze for a moment. Without knowing when, his face had turned slightly red. Really? He hurriedly nodded in agreement, yes. Feeling a little confused, Mehan continued to probe. But why not father but mother? Arlen said her thoughts, because I have a father already. Even though I have never met him, I still have one. He sighed and gently picked her up in his arms. Why does that make sense? It makes too much sense, so I can't claim the father's position. Mehan nodded in understanding. I see. Walking through the vast space of this place, the two of them continued to discuss. Anyway, Mehan is better than father. Anyway, I have never met him. I like Mehan, that is obvious. The scenery is good, but how about we go eat something, okay? He carried Arlen in his arms and angrily thought, how hard did I work to raise the princess so that I can't be inferior to that master who has never even looked at her? The scene this afternoon was inside the restaurant. Mehan asked with concern, is the meal to your taste? She nodded to confirm, it is very delicious. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. That is good. I heard there will be a water music performance soon. Let us wait and watch. A voice rang out by flowers. There are many beautiful flowers. Please come and see. Hearing this, Mehan immediately suggested, I will buy you a bouquet. Okay, Arlen nodded in agreement. After receiving the bouquet in her hand, her face became very happy, so pretty. Thank you, Mehan. He kept paying attention to the emotions on her face. Then, has your mood improved a little by coming here? She nodded firmly. Since mom is trying hard, I have to cooperate. This made Mehan chuckle. Cooperate, very good, little one. In the back, a crowd of people kept gathering. It is starting. Hurry up. Mehan kept instructing. Anyway, if you are feeling a little better, then I am glad. Arlen nodded, looking at everything around this place. It is all thanks to Mehan. Remembering something, she continued to suggest, Mehan, when I die, please do not build a grave for me. Her words became very suggestive. Just put flowers on my path. Okay, with these flowers, because that is the first flower Mehan bought for me. He hurriedly reacted, Princess, what are those words? Her next words made him freeze for a moment. I know too. Arlen wore a sad smile that words could not describe. My illness cannot be cured. I will die soon. While he was still thinking, she continued to ask, so Mehan also does not want to be attached to me, right? He hurriedly shook his head in response. No, it is absolutely not like that. She wore a relieved smile on her face. If it is not, I believe what Mehan says. Her voice became weaker and weaker. Even so, do not build a grave for me, okay? Holding the bouquet in her hand, Arlen seemed to have accepted everything. It is just, I do not want to be alone in a place no one visits anymore. A gentle breeze blew by. Mehan was stunned in place by these words. Arel. While the two of them were still emotional, a man quickly offered, hello, intimate father and child. There is a very fun game. Would you like to participate? Mehan quickly turned his face away. Let us not. Those things right now. Arlen became very excited again. I want to try. The guy was overjoyed. Please fill out the registration form here. She continued to look at him. Mehan, is it okay? I want to try that game. Although he did not want to, he could only nod in agreement. Yes. The scene shifted to a large hall. The voice of the greeter kept ringing. The rules are very simple. I am sure everyone has heard the story of the princess locked in the tower, right? This is just like that. It is just that the special thing is. He excitedly pointed to the sphere right in front of them. The guardians here are the princesses. This made the crowd happily discuss. We are the princesses. The rules were continuously broadcasted to everyone by the man, and the children come to save you by solving the secrets of the magic residence are the heroes. Now then, let us watch the brave images of the young heroes together. A voice kept ringing inside the large hall. It must be scary, but everyone is very brave. Please show our children on the screen too. People praised those adorable faces. Mehan sat on the side but was very uncomfortable, thinking, is this the time to play games like this? She said shocking things and then casually plays games. The more he thought about it, the more confused he felt. Or did some crazy person in the residence say strange things again? Maybe I should talk to her seriously. Realizing that something was wrong, his face became blank. Wait, what did I just see? His eyes immediately became stunned. That person, why are they here? Even the greeter had become very stunned. Why is this happening? The sphere immediately shattered in an instant. On this side, Arlen was still stunned when Pekon slowly walked over. Seeing that he had appeared again made her very confused. Looking into his eyes, it seemed that he also did not understand what was happening. Pekon. The two of them stood there, looking at each other with confused eyes. Arlen. A little explanation about this game. The game of escaping from the mansion is a game of rescuing the guardian who is locked somewhere in the mansion by solving the various mechanism puzzles in it. This game still has another creative point. There is a special point that, seeing Arlen appear, the costumed person quickly stepped forward to scare her. She still did not care much and continued to walk forward. Uncle, I saw where you were hiding. The man was a little startled. Really? The more she thought about it, the happier she felt. Plus a haunted house. Actually, I agreed to play because I did not want an awkward atmosphere with Mehan, but it is quite interesting. Without thinking much, she immediately used the key to open the door in front. In my past life, I also wanted to try escaping from this room. This key opens this door, right? As soon as the door was opened, Pishan's figure suddenly appeared in this place. Arlen stood there blankly, thinking that she was hallucinating. She even called out to confirm once more, Pekon. He also did not understand what was happening and called out, Arlen. Very quickly, the attitude on his face completely changed. Arlen. Just as he finished speaking, she decisively closed the door tightly. Pishan's voice rang out, Hey Arlen. The more Arlen thought about it, the more wrong she felt and secretly thought, how strange. Why is Pekon here? Shouldn't he be at the royal palace? His voice was a little desperate. Why is this door locked? Arel, if you are there, open the door for me. She thought that she was having bad luck, so she hurriedly ran in another direction. Stay calm. I have locked the door. As long as I step back a little, it will be okay. Suddenly a noise rang out. His voice kept screaming, Arlen. Seeing that the situation was not good, she hurriedly ran forward as fast as she could. I have to run. At the same time, Pekon had also caught up with her and kept searching. Arlen, where did you go? She did not know what to say in this case. Break down the door, how? After searching for a while, he finally discovered her. Found you. His actions made him very confused. Arlen, why are you running away? She did not know how to explain. You are asking me that. And so the two of them kept playing chase in the wide hallway. Arlen, where are you going? Wait a moment. She could only try her best to run as fast as possible forward. Don't chase me. Pishan's hand slowly reached out towards her. Arlen. Feeling a little strange, she slowly turned her head. Finally, the door in front slammed shut, leaving Pekyon outside. Looking at the eerie scene here made Arlen a little scared. I did not intend to come here because I am afraid. She was trying to chant a prayer to get through this, if it was not for this terrible body. Thoughts kept appearing in her head. Didn't I tell him to leave yesterday and tell him not to come again? As soon as we met, he chased after me without hesitation. Pishan's voice kept ringing. Arlen, are you there? Suddenly, strange noises rang out, making her very scared. Having no other choice, she hurriedly shouted to signal Pekyon. Stop, are you going to break down the door again? This is property damage. Seeing that it had become silent on the other side made her breathe a sigh of relief. But it seemed like he was not willing to give up. A happy smile appeared on the corners of his lips. It is really Arlen. Unable to bear it anymore, she hurriedly asked, how did you get here? Shouldn't you be at the royal palace right now? You definitely did not come here to play. Could it be that you followed me again? Pekyon thought for a moment. She could only sigh wearily. You do not even intend to lie. Finally, he told the story. How did you know? Is it that obvious? She continued to repeat what she had just heard and seen. As soon as I saw you, you said, I am so glad I found you. And then you chased after me. How could I not know? His voice was somewhat sad as he interrupted, but Arlen said not to come to the Halburn residence. After a moment of silence, she continued to say words that were like rubbing salt in Pishan's heart. You still do not understand why I said that. Go back. Leave me alone. She closed her eyes tightly with determination. You may not understand now, but one day you will understand. Pekyon did not bother to listen to what she said. I do not like it. These two words made Arlen startled and hurriedly raised her head to ask, what? He kept asking questions as if his heart had been completely hurt. Why do you want to be alone? She just wanted to reply to get through the situation. I am more comfortable alone. This made him stunned, really. Having no other choice, Pekyon looked towards the door with desperate eyes. If you really want to be alone, I will obediently retreat. I also won't look for you according to your wishes. But Arlen. His words were somewhat suggestive. Do you really want to be alone? These words made her silent for a moment. Her whole body was trembling strangely. I do not understand. Why are you going to this extent for me? Pekyon was peacefully there, thinking about what she said. Why am I going to this extent? It is because her words had hurt him. Is this what you mean by don't come again? Even those words were deeply imprinted in his head. Now I do not want to see your highness anymore. He had noticed Arlen's expression when she said that sentence. I have never seen Arlen have such an expression. Even in her eyes there was something very strange. The prince, who is always welcomed and loved everywhere, probably won't understand. Because you will never have memories of being alienated, despised or abandoned. This made Pekyon realize something. Even though she says cold words, her face is as if she herself is being hurt. He had even thought a lot about this issue. So, is Arlen always worried about being alienated and despised? It is not okay, but she is pretending to be okay. His eyes gradually became sad. How strange. Why do I feel sad when I think of Arlen like that? Like Arlen said, I have never had memories of being rejected since I was born. So, I am not sure if my thoughts are right, but currently, there was one thing that made him sure. I want to know if Arlen is okay. Finally, Pekyon spoke. I can't leave you alone. Seeing that he was stubborn like this made Arlen helpless. I do not understand. I have no value or meaning for you to be concerned about me. If it is you, should not you be able to have any friend you want? Why me? He gently replied. Because it has to be you. His eyes were more determined than ever. Value and meaning to be concerned about. I do. The friend that I want. What is the use of those things without you? His words rang out inside the room. Without you. Arlen did not know what to say. Why is your voice so choked up? After a moment of silence, Pekyon sighed and began to tell. I know, you do not like me very much. This made her as if she wanted to beg. If you know, then leave. Just leave. His voice continued to ring out. I know, but... She asked herself, what on earth is the reason? His face turned slightly red when he said this. I like you. Pekyon treasured every moment next to Arlen. I am always curious about what you are doing. I am curious about whether you remember me or not. This whole world is full of Arlen. In the end, everything ends with you. His voice became choked and embarrassed. Arlen does not have to believe me. It does not matter if you do not like me, but... Patient's face had now become very sad. Don't avoid me, okay? Tears kept flowing down Arlen's face, a trembling breath. What am I that you? She tried to make herself calm. Why do you have to worry and be hurt because of me so much? Seeing that there was no reaction, Pekon hurriedly called out, Arlen. Can you hear me? She was still sinking into her own thoughts. Now I do not even know why I am crying anymore. She remembered her painful memories from her past life. I am afraid. I just want to run away and hide once again, to a place where no one can find me, where no one knows me. Her hands trembled strangely. Clearly, that is what I want. Why can't my hands let go of this doorknob? Finally, after a moment of internal struggle, Arlen slowly opened the door. Why did I? Her face was now full of tears. I want to see you. Realizing her current face made him feel a little heartache. The person who is in front of this door. The door gradually opened right at this place. Arlen said with a very sad voice, lowering her head, being near me, you will also encounter misfortune. His eyes became very certain as he declared, with you here, I will never be unhappy. The two of them kept talking to each other in the hallway. People will say things like, why are you playing with me? Who says that? I won't let anyone say those words. Then you will also be hated and become lonely. But why? Pekon did not hesitate and blurted out a sentence, because I like you. This statement made Arlen very embarrassed and did not know what to do. She relapsed, remembering the bad imaginings of the future. A few months, a few years later, you might forget everything about today and act like nothing ever happened. Even if you forget me in a blink of an eye, it would not be strange to me. She was very impressed with Patient's innocent and sunny smile. I am in existence like the background in a novel. And you are the main character, putting your soul into every word. Arlen bit her lip tightly to keep herself calm. I also know that. I know it better than anyone else. Without hesitation, she slowly stepped towards Pekon, just once, even if it is just once. Finally, she did not hesitate and stepped towards him. I want to try to believe. After a moment of silence, Arlen's voice slowly rang out. I do not like you. Hearing these words, Pekon chuckled and shook his head to explain, it is okay. He became strangely radiant. Because I like you. This smile seemed to shake Arlen's small heart. Looking at his smile, always shining like the sun in the middle of summer, I once thought I would burst into flames or disappear into ashes. Finally, the two of them reconciled, but the truth is, have I always been avoiding this moment? And finally the story ended. After a commotion, the atmosphere between the two of them became very awkward, accompanied by a little embarrassment. Pekon still wore a bright smile, making Arlen a little surprised. Is it just me who feels that way? Remembering something, she continued to ask, tell the truth. How did you get here today? Skipping school, right? Pekon heard this and startledly confirmed, that is right, but I promised to try harder tomorrow. There was another thing that made her curious. How did you know I was here? He quickly coughed. Once someone told me. Hearing this made her even more suspicious. Who on earth is it? Is there a traitor in the residence who dares to side with the crown prince to leak information? She quickly asked, what about this game? Pekon acted as if he had nothing to do with it. Coincidence? She clearly understood something. Are you going to use that smile to gloss over it? Having no other choice, she could only sigh and announce, all right, let us solve the puzzle. Pekon, try opening the box over there. He excitedly nodded in agreement. Remembering something, he turned to look at her again. Arlen, but you usually hate exercising. Why can you walk so well here? She was still trying to pretend not to hear. Patient's eyes brightened with radiance. Is it possible to exercise when you are happy? Realizing that the item in his hand was broken made him very sad. Why is this broken? I did not use much strength. At this moment, Arlen also slowly opened the treasure chest. It is solved. He excitedly ran towards her. Arlen solved it. Great. Looking at the paper in her hand made her thoughtful. It is like a map. If we follow it, we can find the princess's room right away. Remembering something, she turned to look at him again. But Pekon, who is the princess you have to save? He calmly replied, I, Graham, Arlen and Mehen, right? She nodded without hesitation. We have to save Princess Mehen. He also nodded firmly. I do too. I have to save Princess Graham. Suddenly, strange sounds rang out outside, making him startled. Patient's face immediately became blank. That statue. It moved just now, right? She thought this was absurd. Why is it suddenly like that? Don't tell jokes like that. The two of them continued to stare intently at the statue in front of them. How strange. I thought it was moving. Realizing that something was wrong, Pekon hesitantly spoke, "Speaking of which, I have not seen any other children since just now." Arlen had also sunk into her own thoughts at this moment. "I am not afraid of demons, but I hate mysteries like this. Could it be that this is some kind of hidden camera prank?" She quickly reminded Pekon, "Do not say strange things. Let us quickly go to the last room." The scenes before her made Arlen freeze for a moment. Her whole body was sweating with fear. What is it? What is this abnormal feeling? Seeing this, Pekon hurriedly grabbed her hand. "Arlen, are you alright? What is wrong?" A big change seemed to be appearing in this place. She realized that this place was very dangerous. "My instincts tell me that I have to run." Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Arlen hurriedly pushed Pekon back. Her actions made him very stunned. "Arel." He hurriedly called out in despair, "Arlen." The scene shifted to another place. Voices kept ringing out, "Mom, my daughter, are you very scared?" At the same time, when Graham saw Pekon appear at this place, he also hurriedly ran over. "Young master." He quickly helped him stand up. "Young master, are you alright?" At this moment he slowly asked Graham, "What is wrong? Explain it to me." After a moment of silence, he finally decided to tell the story. "The strange magic that the mage in charge is also talking nonsense, so I do not know exactly. But it seems that there was an error in the magic that was set in the mansion." Patient's attitude completely changed. "Error?" Graham wearily sighed and nodded. "Before these things, yes. Therefore we went to find the children ourselves. Do you know how surprised we were when all the recording spheres in the Guardian's room were broken? Anyway, fortunately, the young master is all right." Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Pekon hurriedly spoke, "Arlen is still in there." At the same time, Mehen also ran over to this place in fear and called out, "What do you mean?" The scene transmitted to the inside of the castle. Arlen was still trapped at this place. She wearily struggled to sit up. "It is too dark. What happened?" The unfamiliar scene here made her feel a little scared. "I felt a strange energy, so I pushed Pekon, but I was dragged along." The more she thought about it, the more she wanted to run away from this scary place as fast as possible. "I am doomed. When I am with Pekon, I still feel safe to some extent, but now just taking a wrong step can cost me my life." At this moment, movement suddenly appeared behind Arlen, making her hair stand on end in fear. Having no other choice, she could only crawl down and sit under the table. Different thoughts kept appearing in her head. "The instincts of the weakest person in the world are telling me that it is not a human. Could it be that I mistakenly took on the challenge that Pekon had to take? Something is wrong. This is not." Arlen's whole body was trembling hideously. A strange sound rang out, making her pay attention immediately. Footsteps. At the same time, a mysterious person also slowly appeared at this place. His scary eyes stared intently towards her. The scene shifted to the outside. Mehen's scary voice kept ringing out, "Where is the person in charge of the mansion's barrier? Where is the person responsible for security?" The man hurriedly spoke to explain. "First, please calm down." His face became very uncomfortable as he gave an order. "I have found very interesting parts in the financial reports and safety inspection records of the Feraltree family. Surely you have understood my meaning, right? You, the mages of the Magic Tower branch, will have to explain this situation clearly." The man fearfully slowly reached out his hand. "No, why are you making things so difficult for me?" After a moment of inspection, the man slowly explained, "Magic reaction phenomenon, Sir Mehen. It seems that the worlds have been superimposed on each other. This is not possible unless it is a high-level mage." He turned to look at the man. "What does that mean?" He hurriedly explained what he knew. In other words, his voice was a little scared as he announced, "Barriers cannot be superimposed on each other. Even if they can, the power cannot be increased. There is usually only one reason why barriers are superimposed." Meaning that Arlen was still in danger, the appearance of another world in one location. To put it more simply, Lady Arlen is. Seeing Arlen's small figure, the man slowly called out, "You." A very scary smile appeared on his face. "Can you see me?" Time stopped flowing at this place, and even Arlen did not dare to breathe loudly, trapped in the parallel world of this mansion. The man's reminder voice kept ringing out, even in the same location, but completely two different worlds. Such places are usually called parallel worlds. His eyes glanced at Mehen somewhat apprehensively, like another world that you might have been able to reach if you met a certain condition. That is also a type of natural phenomenon. Everyone here silently listened to the words that this man said. Even if this is a parallel world, the structure will be similar because the space is shared. However, it is probably more accurate to say that the residents are different, such as high-level demons or the demon race. The more he thought about these things, the more worried Mehen became. Parallel world, that place. Realizing his worry, he continued to speak. Perhaps in this case, the same barrier magic arrays have been stacked to create a crack in the location. This is not the usual skill of a mage. Even if you know the principle, it is not easy to imitate. After a moment of silence, Mehen finally spoke. Ignore those things. There is only one thing I want to know. His eyes had now become very sharp. Can our princess be safely brought out? This word made the man unsure. His eyes gradually became scared, as if wanting to avoid that. At this moment, a strange flow of magic appeared in the sky. Everyone present became very stunned and asked, "What is this? Is the barrier burning? How could this phenomenon happen?" The man hurriedly reminded everyone. Everyone returned to your original positions to stabilize the barrier. They quickly ran forward. Where is Sir Anson? Quickly invite him here. The people around became very scared. What on earth is happening inside? Mehen stared ahead with scary eyes. Arlin. Inside the dark space, Arlin had also become very scared. That is right. What on earth happened? The mysterious man walked towards her step by step. The man's appearance made Arlin pay attention immediately. Jet black hair like ebony wood, golden eyes like stalking prey. All of these things made her tremble with fear. From the moment I touched those eyes, my body was as if it was bound, completely unable to move, as if she was lost in a vast space at this place. I have become the prey of a giant monster. The man moved closer to Arlin and spoke. How strange. A gentle smile appeared on the corners of his lips. I can't be seen. Why does it feel like you are looking straight at me? Her eyes gradually became fearful. Or should I pretend not to know? Everything happened too quickly, making her even more desperate. But if I am discovered that I can really see him? The strange man then laughed in surprise. How interesting. He slowly reached out his hand and snapped his fingers. All the magic here was gradually dispelled, returning Arlin to normal. Her face had turned pale with fear as she glanced towards him. I thought my body was stiff because of tension. Did he use magic so I could not? While she was still sinking into her own thoughts, he smiled gently and explained, "Don't be too scared. I do not intend to do anything to you right now." Realizing that the situation was not good, Arlin hurriedly looked down at the ground. Just now, when our eyes met, once again scary thoughts kept appearing in her head. He looks like a normal human on the outside. But what is this dangerous aura that I keep feeling from him? She hesitantly called out that. After a moment of reflection, Arlin finally probed, "Who are you?" The more she thought about it, the more scared she became and moved backwards. "Wait, you are not a demon, right?" The man's bright yellow eyes kept staring at her with widened eyes. Unable to bear it anymore, he held his stomach and laughed loudly, making her very confused. "What is it? What is wrong?" He moved closer to her face and explained in more detail. "Demons, I am not that kind of low-level monster." Even his tone of voice was somewhat contemptuous when talking about these things. "It is really strange. You can really see me." "How can you see me? I have driven all the living things out." Could it be that the broken settings are being violated? The more he thought about it, the more interested he became in the small Arlin before him. It is strange that this girl is so resilient. Usually ordinary people who peek into this place will faint, and not wake up until they die. Hearing the word die made her shudder. "Will I die?" He chuckled and glanced towards her. "You think I am that kind of person?" In her heart she secretly agreed yes, but she still had to reply no. The strange man slowly wore a mysterious smile. "Really?" After a moment of silence, he immediately suggested, "Then let us do it like this." Thoughts kept appearing in her head. Could it be that he is angry because I hesitated a little when answering, or is it simply because he is not satisfied as expected? Arlin, the person waiting for death to come to her. "Today is my death anniversary. He is probably going to kill me, right? He is going to kill me. Or before I die, should I ask him to let me ask Mehen to write a will for me? He will probably agree." Feeling that this girl was too interesting, the man chuckled then. It seemed that he also had no intention of harming her. This is also fate. He suddenly stood up, giving Arlin more hope for a new life. "What is it? He is sparing me." After a moment of silence, Lucas suddenly asked, "While we are meeting, I will ask. Have you ever seen anything very big or strange or special here?" Hearing this, she blankly remembered. After searching through her memory for a while, Arlin calmly pointed forward. "Over there. It is at the end of the hallway connected to the main hall." Hearing this, he nodded in understanding. "I see." Before leaving, Lucas did not forget to give Arlin a gift. "Thank you, I got useful information thanks to you, so I will give you this." Holding the strange egg in her hand, her face became very blank. "Resurrection egg. Unable to waste any more time, Lucas turned to leave, not forgetting to say goodbye. Hold it tightly, and you might be able to survive. A piece of advice for you is that you should quickly go to the opposite side. His voice was a little strange if you do not want to be caught up in it and die. Hearing this, Arlen startled and reacted, what? And so Lucas completely disappeared at this place, making Arlen unable to believe it. He disappeared. If he is not a demon, then what on earth is he? I just have the feeling that I have been bewitched. Realizing that she could not sit here and think anymore, she quickly stood up and reminded herself, but he told me to run in the opposite direction. I can't run. The lights have also turned on. That is good. A layer of protective shield made her confused. What is this, a shield? A huge explosion appeared right at this place, making Arlen freeze for a moment. Crazy. She realized that her life was about to end right here. This is crazy. Give me time to run. Everything at this place seemed to have been broken. A space rift appeared, causing Arlen to fall. Her screams echoed throughout this place. Finally, Arlen had returned to reality. She still did not know what had happened to her. Thoughts kept appearing in her head. What happened? Did I die and go to heaven? This time, she slowly opened her eyes and looked around this place. Did I return to the mansion? The scene before her made Arlen quickly pay attention. It turned out that it was the shell of the egg that Lucas had given her. It had been broken into pieces from some time ago. The egg. A strange imprint appeared on her hand, making her blank. What is this? This imprint became clearer and clearer, making her freeze. A star. The scene shifted to another side. The mage sighed and announced, the barrier seems to have stabilized. He turned to inform everyone, now you can go inside. Pekon did not hesitate and immediately ran forward quickly. Arlen. Graham could not stop him on the side. You're no young master. He ran forward quickly as if he wanted to find Arlen's figure. Not wanting to miss any chance, he even searched through every room. Not here. The more he searched, the more his face became worried hideously. Not here either. Bad thoughts kept appearing in his head. Arlen, where are you? Could it be that you were transported to another place instead of the mansion? On this side, Mehen also kept running to search Princess. His heart was like it was on fire at this moment. Arlen. He hurriedly looked at the small Arlen before him. Princess, are you all right? She shook her head and called out, Mehen. Pekon kept running over to ask her, Arlen, are you all right? Are you injured anywhere? Is there anything uncomfortable? Her eyes gradually blurred as she looked at the images of the two people. What on earth happened in there? Everything happened too continuously, making Arlen very tired. I thought I was okay. Now the feeling of fatigue has come crashing in. Pekon hurriedly reached out to support her. Arlen, what is wrong, Dizzy? She gently leaned into Mehen's arms and informed the two, I am just going to sleep for a bit. Before falling asleep, she did not forget to tell the two, it is okay. Don't worry. Mehen hurriedly called out, Princess. Waiting one day since the princess and Mehen left for Sherrit, Uni worriedly looked outside. They are coming back late. Leon chuckled and added on the side, although I am unwilling, perhaps Mehen was right. She also chuckled and nodded in approval. How great would it be if the princess could return with a happy face? At the same time, Mehen was also constantly thinking, I thought that the princess would have a good time and return to being the normal princess as before. He uncomfortably suddenly spoke, why? All the doctors were trying to treat Arlen. The princess is in this state again. One of the doctors turned around to announce, first of all, the treatment is complete. Arlen hurriedly asked, how is it? Is there anything wrong? The doctor smiled gently and announced good news. Upon examination, the princess has no major abnormalities in vitality, only. This man was a priest of the church. He immediately said what he was speculating. She is sinking into a deep sleep. The magic therapist also surprisingly added, as far as I can see, there are no deformities. The magic reaction is also normal. A doctor from the medical association walked in, reading a report in his hand. I also think so. Perhaps she is just exhausted and continuing to sleep. These words made Mehen feel a little relieved, collapsing so weakly, and it is simply that she is continuing to sleep. He hurriedly asked, then do you know when the princess will wake up? This made everyone embarrassed and shook their heads to report back that Princess Arlen is inherently weak, so it is difficult for us to predict. Sometime later, Arlen was trying to accept this fact. All right, everyone, please go outside. Inside the room, Mehen slumped on the bed in helplessness. I am sorry, Princess. It is all my fault. His hands had been holding tightly to her small hand since some time ago. As her guardian, I should have been by your side, but I could not protect you properly. His voice was a little hoarse with helplessness. I just wanted the princess to be happier. Uni was witnessing the whole story on the side, Sir Mehen. Seeing her thoughtfully, Leon hurriedly stepped forward and comforted her. Don't worry too much, Uni. The princess will wake up soon like last time. Everyone looked at Erlin's pale face lying there hopefully. All the things that had happened had made Mehen pensive, however, contrary to expectations. The princess is only sleeping, but things were getting worse and worse. 3 days passed and she still did not wake up. Outside the room the magic therapist anxiously spoke. Why is not she waking up? I can't find the cause at all. The results of today's examination also do not show any major abnormalities. The priest of the church also nodded in agreement. That is right. He became very worried. If we keep going like this, are not we all going to die? She still comforted. Instead of weakly complaining, go cast vitality magic for the princess. Having no other choice, he could only sigh and said, I am not kidding. If the princess does not wake up, we are all finished. She was about to say something more. That is right. Every time I go in for treatment it is stressful, but Pekon was still sitting right next to Erlin's hospital bed, attracting everyone's attention. His Highness the Crown Prince is staying by the princess's side. They kept discussing with each other excitedly. I heard the relationship between His Highness the Crown Prince and the princess is very good. Of course. Looking at his mournful appearance made everyone admire. Otherwise, how could he stay by her side day and night like that? In the blink of an eye, time had shifted to late at night at the Halburn residence. Pekon was still persistently sitting right next to Erlin's hospital bed. Although he really did not want to, Graham quickly stepped forward to inform him, Your Highness, it is time for you to really go back now. Clearly, he did not want to face this at all. I am not going. His voice became very decisive until Arlen wakes up. He sighed and added, You can return to the palace and come back later. Pekon did not think much and immediately refused. What if Arlen gets sick or wakes up in the meantime? So I am not going. Graham, who was on the side, worriedly thought after hearing all of this, His Highness is so stubborn. As expected, I can't succumb to his stubbornness, even if I borrow the palace's internals. Everyone had come to persuade Pekon, Your Highness. He still coldly refused. I am not going. He could only sigh and nod. All right, I understand. Immediately after, he slowly stepped outside. Then I will be outside. If you need anything, just call me. The room immediately became silent. Pekon was still sitting there quietly. The moonlight shone everywhere inside the room. His eyes clearly showed an indescribable sadness. Seeing that she still did not have any movement made him even more worried. Arlen. He suddenly called out, Arel. Realizing that something was wrong, Pekon startled and blanked. Wait, could it be? He gently reached out his hand towards her, who was still fast asleep. After confirming it once again, Pekon breathed a sigh of relief. She is still breathing. Even so, his face could not hide an indescribable worry. How strange. Unconsciously, he remembered the time before, just a few months ago. I did not even know Arlen was at the gathering of childhood friends. His eyes widened with disbelief now. Arlen had completely occupied all of his attention. I do not want to think about a world without her. But Erlin's cold attitude made him feel a little annoyed, of course, although Arlen is always busy pushing me away. Inside the room he continuously sank into his own thoughts. At first, like everyone else, I also thought that if Arlen quickly liked me, then we could get along. However, reality slapped him in the face, but the closer I got, the more I could not grasp her. That was also the reason why he felt that things were getting worse and worse. I even felt like she would disappear. For the first time in my life I learned what fear is. In his head at this moment only one question was set. Arlen, are you planning to just disappear like that? Pekon unconsciously remembered the scene when Arlen pushed him over backwards. Why did I foolishly let you slip away? The hands of the two people gradually became distant because I did not grab that hand at that time. This time you are not planning to escape into a dream, are you? Pekon lowered his head at this place as if wanting to beg, Arlen, wake up. His hands had been holding her hand tightly since some time ago. Please wake up. Later, this will never happen again. His eyes became more sparkling than ever. Next time I will protect you. After a long time of sinking into sleep, Arlen finally slowly opened her eyes. She realized that there was a woman who was still holding her in her arms. This made her very blank, not understanding what was happening. How warm. Who is it? This woman wore a gentle smile at her. Her eyes are the same pink as mine. A voice slowly rang out, my dear. Arlen quickly paid attention. Her voice is as if she is singing. The woman still smiled gently as she chatted. Remember you are? Everything gradually became blurry for her. I can't hear clearly. What did she just say? Ending her long dream, Arlen had finally woken up in the real world. She still did not dare to believe her dream from just now. Was it a dream? But what did I dream about? It feels like it is something I should not forget. At this moment, Pekan on the side suddenly called out, Arlen. She surprisingly recognized his appearance at this place. Pekan, why are you here? Realizing that she had completely woken up made him cry incessantly. Arlen. Just waking up and seeing this scene made her very confused. What is wrong with him? After listening to the whole story that was told, Arlen had understood something. So, from that day I had been sleeping for several days straight, and while I was sleeping She recognized Pishan's appearance at this place, didn't return to the royal palace even once. He excitedly nodded in agreement. But this made her even more worried. Are you crazy? Pekan resolutely shook his head and explained. But Arlen was sick like that. How could I return? She continued to glance towards him with judgmental eyes. What are you saying? You have to go home anyway, right? He became even more worried and announced, but Arlen was dying. These words made her angrily turn her head and retorted, I was not dying. Okay, I was just sleeping. Don't arbitrarily turn me into someone who is about to die, okay? Hearing these reproachful words, Pishan's eyes became strangely sad. But you had been lying there for several days without waking up. Your breathing was also very weak. If I returned, then what if something happened to Arlen? She did not know how to say this, that what could happen. This is my house. Pekan had now turned into a cute little puppy, but there is a saying that people plan but heaven decides. Pishan's mood plummeted. Arlen does not like me staying here. She shook her head to explain. It is not that I do not like it. Hearing this, his eyes seemed to carry hope as he moved closer to her. So you like it? She shyly lowered her head, not daring to face him. That. In her head at this moment she secretly thought, I do not hate it, so it is. Looking at Pishan's sincere face, Arlen did not know what to do. Clearly, I do not hate it, but I can't open my mouth. He is so expectant. At this moment Mehen pushed the door open and surprisingly asked, Princess, you are awake. The people in the back had also become very touched. Princess. He hurriedly looked towards her. Did you sleep well? Do you feel pain anywhere? She nodded and spoke, I am okay. Hearing this, Mehen breathed a sigh of relief. That is good. Looking into his eyes, it was enough to see that he had not slept for days because he was too worried about her. It is good that you do not have a fever. Arlen had also understood his kindness. Mehen, you look too tired, like someone who has not slept for days. Different thoughts kept appearing in her head. Even though I said I am okay, he is probably still worried. Ever since I called him Mom, Mehen has been gentler, but I did not expect that he would worry to this extent. At this moment Pekan on the side quickly asked, Hey, what is the relationship between you two? Arlen heard this and blanked. What do you mean by relationship? He continued to look towards the two of them with judgmental eyes. It does not seem like a normal relationship between a master and a servant. She secretly glanced towards Mehen. It is also not as rigid as that. At this moment he slowly spoke to explain, how should I say it? She gently hugged him and announced, because Mehen is my mom. Pekan heard this and froze. Mom? Arlen nodded to confirm. Like that. Mehen was still planning to say something more. Hey? His mood at this moment had completely changed. Mehen is someone like Arlen's mom. So that is how it is. He did not know what to say. I do not need any further explanation. After a moment of thought, Pekan put his hand on his chest and declared, Then I will be Arlen's father. Time immediately stopped flowing at this place. Arlen and Mehen froze for a moment. Father. He glanced at her with expectant eyes. How is it? She coldly replied, I refuse. This made him even more stunned. Why? I can be a really good father. Believe me one time, Arlen. Time passed, and then Pekan, who insisted on being my father, after an examination and being informed that there was nothing abnormal, finally returned to the royal palace after a full 5 days. Before leaving, Pekan did not forget to wave goodbye. I will be back. Wait for me, Arlen. But things did not go as well as he had predicted. Saying that he would be back, but Pacello saw that Pekan had appeared and said with a scary voice, Your Highness, you finally made me come in person. He fearfully hurriedly stepped back, Sir Pacello. And so he was dragged away to practice. To be exact, he was escorted away by his uncle from the royal palace. Arlen sighed and surprisingly asked, How scary? Who is that person? Mehen, while adjusting her clothing, explained, He is the head of the Royal Education Academy and also the person directly responsible for teaching the Crown Prince. The princess will probably have few opportunities to meet him. He did not forget to tell her one thing. Although he looks like that, he is a true educator. The prince will probably be all right. Arlen thoughtfully spoke. Is that so? He nodded a little helplessly. It is just that it will be a little hard. This made her worried. Will Pekun be okay? Mehen suddenly called out, Princess. He became very thoughtful, sitting there quietly and announcing, I was very worried. His eyes drooped down as if showing an unusually deep meaning. Arlen blankly looked at his current expression at this moment. Without thinking much, she immediately spread her arms out and suggested, Mehen, hug me. These words made him freeze for a moment. Very quickly, a smile appeared on his face. The princess is really clingy. She gently hugged him and explained, because Mehen is my mom. He surprisingly asked, how did you endure not doing this for the past time? A very happy smile had also bloomed on the corners of Arlen's lips. But everyone likes it when I act mature. If I cry, act spoiled, or am stubborn. He felt a little heartache as he listened to the words she had just said. People might find it annoying and not want to see me anymore. His tone of voice became sad as he called out, Princess, no, Arel. After thinking a lot, but in the end he could only say 2 words, I am sorry. She surprisingly glanced towards him. For what? He did not know how to explain this. For everything. Perhaps Mehen had felt regretful because he had neglected her too much for the past period of time. Because I had left you alone, because I had abandoned you. Because I did not realize, because I made you sad. He frowned with helplessness, only knowing how to blame himself, everything. Her eyes became more sparkling when hearing these words. After a moment of silence, Arlen gently comforted Mehen. It is okay, really. You do not need to make that face. A bright smile bloomed on her face. Besides, Mehen is not like before anymore, right? He nodded firmly. Yes, I am very regretful. His face turned red when saying the next words, because I am the princess's mom. Arlen fell silent upon hearing these words. The more she thought about it, the more confused she felt. What is it? Is this really the Mehen I know? It was the first time she saw this expression of his. Mehen is a strict, sensitive, and meticulous person. Like that, but this Mehen. Her lips gradually became stammering. Finally, she rushed over and hugged him tightly. Mom. Calling himself mom. Realizing her actions, Mehen seriously reminded, it is very dangerous, princess. She still chuckled, seeming not to care at all. Remembering something, Arlen happily recounted, but the first time going out to play with mom was really fun. Her face became very expectant. Will mom take me again? Mehen gently hugged her and nodded in agreement. Yes. As long as the princess wants to, anytime. Some time later, Mehen entered the inside of the working room with a scary appearance. Dylan, the traitor, follow me to the working room. Did you indirectly leak information about the princess to the royal palace? He saw this and hurriedly explained, no, I did that for the princess, Sir Mehen. The scene transmitted to another place. Magic circles kept appearing at this place. The mysterious people were still constantly discussing with each other. Even if it is Breachman's decision, should not these things usually be handled by the branch? The announcement posted on the board was that of temporarily stopping the operation of Lake Sherritt. The mysterious person uncomfortably spoke, I have been training the disciples to the point of going crazy lately, and now I have to send a saint-level mage here. What a waste of manpower. These two kept discussing with each other. I heard the branch could not determine the cause of the abnormal phenomenon. If we examine the barrier, we will probably have an answer. At the same time, the footsteps of the mysterious person slowly advanced forward. He was gradually opening some kind of mysterious mechanism. After inspecting, he surprisingly spoke, the barrier is still normal. What is there to fix here? His comrade on the side added, the other barriers also do not have any problems. This made the mysterious person a little startled, secretly thinking, as expected, a stable barrier that has been around for hundreds of years can't suddenly encounter problems. If there was really a problem, this city would have sunk under the lake a long time ago. I heard that there was a rift leading to a parallel world, so I thought there would be some kind of special phenomenon. At this moment, a voice slowly rang out, wait. His comrade quickly stepped forward and asked, don't you see anything strange? This made him a little blank. Strange, what do you mean? The silhouette of a giant snake appeared at this place, making the mysterious person understand everything. I see. Then he continued to look at the vast building before his eyes. An abnormally beloved. The aura of the great magic beast Sherritt has disappeared. Dark streams of air kept appearing between the space at this place. Lucas sat quietly there, thoughtfully secretly pondering. He felt very curious about Erilyn's appearance. What was that child back then? Her blank appearance made him chuckle. What an interesting child. A very excited smile bloomed on the corners of Lucas's lips. I am bored. It is just in time that I found an interesting toy. On this side, Arlen recognized that the imprint in her shoulder had once again lit up. It seems that she understood something. As expected, only I can see this rune. If other people also saw it, then they would definitely ask, what is this? Her eyes became thoughtful, remembering even Mehen. At the time of returning before, Mehen worriedly asked Arlen, Princess, was there anything strange in the mansion, for example seeing something or any strange things happening? His face at that time had become very serious, making her realize one thing: although he is asking these questions, it does not seem like it is because he saw those runes. Arlen was still secretly thinking, I do not know why I have the feeling that if I said it something would happen, so I glossed over it. She also did not forget to add, I do not remember anything. Unconsciously she remembered Lucas's face at that time. It is definitely because of that strange man, right? Who on earth is he? There is not a character like that in the novel either. She sighed and continued to sigh wearily. I just hope I do not get caught up in anything strange anymore. And the number one strange thing in her heart was Pekayon. Inside the room, Arlen was still constantly pondering, right now everyone is overprotecting me. Waiting for more time to pass, I have to find out about this rune. Mehen suddenly stepped forward and called out, Princess. She saw this and quickly looked towards him. A gentle smile bloomed on the corners of his lips. So you are here. I have been looking for the princess for a while. These words made her a little surprised. Mehen, seeing that he had suddenly appeared at this place, made her feel a little curious. Is your busy work all done? He nodded to confirm yes. Everything ended very smoothly. His attitude made her also surprisingly think Mehen seems very happy. It is probably because he vented all of his frustration from the past few days. She quickly remembered everything that she had heard. After I woke up, Mehen sued the magic tower and the Peril Tree family, creating a big purge. Mehen's anger made the people around him scared. Sir Mehen has lost control. Whenever it is related to the princess, he does not distinguish between right and wrong. She sighed and glanced at the information on the paper. It is probably releasing the pressure that has been building up for so long. And it was only written a few lines. Just spare me and I will do anything, princess. She secretly thought, with a threatening style, to the point that the Three Towers and the Peril Tree family even sent apology letters because of the violent reaction. Of course, everything was also good and according to Mehen's wishes. The result of the lawsuit was naturally a victory for Halburn. Mehen's mood was probably good because today was the end of the trial and the compensation money had also been transferred over. He gently took her hand and walked forward. All the compensation money from today, I have transferred it to the princess's account. Although there are still some amounts being processed, Arlen curiously asked after hearing why is that. He patiently explained, because that is the compensation I won for the princess. Mehen did not forget to add, just consider it spending money. Uni and Ern were very excited and hung up a banner that read, the princess is first spending money. This made Arlen wonder, what is the spending money of a ducal family? Remembering something, he chuckled and gently asked, does the princess not have anything she wants to do? There is a lot of spending money now. Arlen looked at the pile of gold coins right before her. Something I want to do. Her eyes became thoughtful. Realizing her thoughts, Mehen gently reminded, if you do not, you can tell me when you think of something. She shook her head to refuse. No, I do. She quickly hugged the money before her and announced, this I want to reward Mehen. Everyone present at this place immediately froze for a moment. Yes. It seemed that Lucas did not regret his decision just now. Both Mehen and the childcare team. Everyone is busy day and night without being able to leave work. You are working hard all day. I will heal everyone financially. These words made everyone completely shocked once again. Mehen quickly asked, just now, did you record with the magic sphere? Nodded to confirm yes. He did not forget to add, please keep it forever. He nodded in understanding. I will mark it as an anniversary. Arlen angrily looked towards everyone. I am being serious. Her eyes had some resentment. I really want to give it to everyone. He chuckled and came closer to announce, the princess's heart. I have received enough of it. She surprisingly glanced towards him. I did not give my heart. Mehen still maintained a gentle expression on his face. I clearly see that you did. This expression of his made Erilyn's heart flutter. Attacking with cute expressions is unfair. Was Mehen always this cunning? Seeing that Mehen would not accept, she could only turn her head in another direction. Alright then, will the childcare team accept it? Uni on the side quickly said her thoughts. The princess's first reward, we want envelopes, put it in envelopes. Earn on the side had also become very touched. Absolutely no spending. I will keep it for life as loyalty. Arlin, after hearing, was speechless, thinking it is probably, to put it bluntly, used as a charm. Even so, Arlin immediately took out an envelope to the beloved Uni. She secretly thought, if I am begged, I will still do it. A radiant smile bloomed on the corners of Mehen's lips. When the princess just woke up, I was very worried, but seeing the princess is still as usual, I am very glad. His head was filled with his own thoughts. For the time being, everything will focus on the princess's recovery. I will send a message to Zarin in the north. Surely he knows already. The scene shifted to the front lines in the north. An uncomfortable voice rang out. What did you say? The man said loudly with great anger, Lady Arlin fainted. This made the people around him constantly discuss together. Really? Why? Hearing it directly from Mehen? No. Why would a small lovely lady like that faint? Zarin sighed and hurriedly reported back. I also do not know the details. I only know that the lady fainted. The more the man thought about it, the more confused he felt. No. Why did not you listen to the most important part? You do not care about the lady. Go die to atone for your sins. The two sides immediately argued with each other very enthusiastically. No, Mehen arbitrarily reported and then cut off contact. I called many times but he did not answer. Why are you blaming me? It is because you treat Mehen rudely often, so you were treated like that. Suddenly, Duke Halburn walked in and gave an order. That is enough. He uncomfortably held a sword covered in blood as he entered the inside. Don't you people have anything to do? After seeing Duke Halburn appear, everything immediately fell into a heavy silence. At the same time, he also slowly put away the sword in his hand. Recognizing his appearance, Zarin had to quietly think, the atmosphere is so heavy. His mood is so bad. Why did he report the bad news on this day? Even so, he still had to decide, but I can't not report it. He quickly spoke, there is news about the master. This made Duke Halburn freeze for a moment. While he was still confused, Zarin continued to report everything. I also only heard a brief overview. On the day that Mehen went out with the lady, it seems that the lady fainted. His voice passed over some fear. After that, the lady could not leave her bed for several days. Duke Halburn continued to walk forward, making him startled. There is also something else I have not said yet. He coldly reminded, that is enough, said Zarin. This made him blank. Why does he look scarier than usual today? At the same time, Duke Halburn had entered the inside of the room and opened the sphere. Seeing his appearance made Mehen very surprised. Master, how strange. Why did you contact me proactively? His eyes were as if wanting to eat him alive. Explain it, Mehen. What happened? After recounting the whole story, Duke Halburn had also turned off the communication sphere. Mehen did not forget to say goodbye. Yes. Then goodbye. The more he thought about it, the more confused he felt. What is going on? He constantly remembered Duke Halburn of the past. Was he ever like this? I thought he did not have the slightest bit of concern. Although he had constantly thought in his head. He has always been indifferent to all news, but why? Unconsciously, he remembered Duke Halburn's words. It is good that she woke up. The only thing is, next time if she faints again you have to call me first. This made him blank. Could it be that this is just a temperamental thing? Mehen's face gradually became embarrassed, or is it really concern? I thought I was the one who understood this person the most. Realizing that he had spent a little too much time on this, Mehen uncomfortably sighed. Oh well. It is just bad luck to follow the wrong master. He suddenly fell silent for a moment. Perhaps it was from the day I stepped into this residence. Time returned to the past when Mehen was just a child. Sometimes it still appears like blurry memories. Those days of wandering without a place to belong. A small hand suddenly stretched out right in front of my eyes without any hesitation. Duke Halburn smiled gently and asked him, come with me. Okay, that was his light at that time, the voice of the young master at that time. And so he had firmly grabbed Duke Halburn's hand. Grabbing that hand, I stepped into the Halburn residence for the first time and suddenly a voice rang out, making him pay attention. It is that kid. Thousands of judgmental eyes seemed to be looking at Mehen, discussing. I heard he is a commoner, but the young master brought him back. I heard he is a genius or something, but he is probably nothing special. Everything seemed to shatter in an instant. From the moment I stepped into the residence, I had to endure those gazes. Mehen could only follow behind Duke Halburn at that time. The only support I could trust was his back. Returning to reality, a sad smile bloomed on the corners of his lips. And yet, in the end, you abandoned me. What are you doing, hiding alone in the northern city? At this moment, a voice rang out outside. Sir Mehen, it is Dylan. He quickly responded, come in. He walked in and brought a letter in front of him. I am sorry for arriving so late, but there is a letter that was just delivered. He heard this and was curious who would send me a letter. Dylan's face became very serious as he announced, it is a letter addressed to Sir Mehen, from the royal palace. The scene shifted to the vast royal palace. Mehen calmly stepped inside this place. After arriving at the place he needed to go, he slowly opened the door. Ajani was sitting there waiting. She smiled and spoke, welcome, Sir Mehen. Out of habit, he immediately saluted. I greet Her Majesty the Queen. She chuckled in response, it has been a while. How have you been lately? Sit down. He gently sat down on the chair. Thanks to Your Majesty's grace, I am still well. Ajani heard this and chuckled in surprise. I have not given you any grace. I do not even remember doing that. Mehen still coldly replied. It is just a polite remark. This made her feel a little interesting. Sir Mehen is always so rigid. He still continued to respond as if nothing had happened. It is because the Queen is too relaxed. After a moment of silence, Ajani slowly spoke, perhaps so. It is because I have been in this position for too long. Power and glory are very addictive. At the same time, cakes had also been set on the table. Drink it. I have prepared the type you like. He nodded in understanding. Thank you. At the same time, Mehen gently picked up the cup on the table. He felt very awkward. What should I say? She suddenly spoke. I heard. Ajani picked up the teacup and slowly spoke. Pekun is causing trouble for you. These words made him freeze for a moment as expected. It is because of the prince. In his head at this moment he secretly thought, lately that kid has even refused to return to the palace. No wonder people are paying attention. But he still gently put the teacup on the table and, replied, no. Mehen slowly said his thoughts in front of the Queen. I can only be grateful that the prince has visited. Thanks to His Highness visiting frequently, Lady Arlene has been exercising and also going out more. Ajani heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. That is good. I was also worried that he would cause trouble. Mehen did not hesitate and immediately put one hand on his chest. I know Your Majesty always cherishes the lady. Thank you for your concern. She wore a strange smile on her face. It is nothing. That is what I should do. No, or I should say it is what I can't not do. It seemed that Ajani felt very familiar with Arlene, because that child is very similar to someone, although she does not look much like Grand Duke Halburn. These strange words made Mehen fall silent for a moment. Not like my master. Then who does she look like among the people I know? Unconsciously, he remembered a beautiful figure in his head. There is only one person I can think of. At the same time, this woman also had an acquaintance with Ajani. Queen Ajani does not have a deep relationship with the Halburn family, so when she sees the lady, she should remember that time. His eyes slowly looked up towards the front. If so, he recognized the thoughtfulness on her face. His sadness is easy to understand. After a moment of silence, Ajani suddenly asked, does Sir Mehen know who the child's mother is? Mehen shook his head to explain, no. Even to me the master has never said. She still did not give up. Then do you have any guesses? He continued to say what he knew. Unfortunately at that time, the master was busy with internal Halburn affairs, so he did not have time to meet anyone. Ajani's eyes immediately became sharply strange. It is also possible that during the time you did not know, he had a woman by his side. Mehen then thoughtfully replied, that may be so. Although in his head he secretly thought, but it is difficult for someone who does not trust anyone like him to have that. Seeing that he still did not want to open his mouth, Ajani chuckled in surprise, is that so? Remembering something, he continued to ask her, I do not know if you have news of the master, such as the reason why he is always in the north, or when he will return. She very thoughtfully replied, I also do not know. Ed said it was a secret, so he did not reveal anything. Mehen heard this and secretly thought, even the queen does not know, so besides the emperor, probably no one knows that person's true thoughts. Ajani after a moment of silence finally spoke, but I guess. It seemed that she had also understood something. It is probably related to Lady Arlene. These words made Mehen fall silent for a moment. Seeing that the atmosphere seemed awkward, she praised, "By the way, that child is really lovely. Small and cute. Just looking at her warms my heart." Ajani also wore a gentle smile on her face, as expected of Sir Mehan. "Although you are a genius, I did not expect you to have a talent for raising children." Arlin, who was reading a book on this side, was a little blank. "Is someone mentioning me? I keep feeling itchy in my ears." Mehan shook his head to explain, "No, it is because the princess is growing up healthy on her own." Ajani continued to chat. "I heard the prince will start coming to the residence from today." He nodded to confirm, "Yes. He is probably arriving now." Remembering the scene of Pekon studying diligently, she smiled gently and chatted, "Over the past week, he has been studying and practicing very diligently, just to meet Lady Arlin. It is just that the direction of the change seems a little different from what I predicted." The scene shifted to the vast residence. A playful voice rang out, "Arlin." Pekon pounced over and hugged her tightly as he happily spoke, "I missed you so much." "Doesn't Arlin miss me? I miss you. I long for you. I am always thinking about you." "Arlin, can you hear me? Why are not you answering?" She was a little speechless and secretly thought, "I am already tired before anything has even started." While she was still thoughtfully pondering, he continued to speak, "To meet you, I accepted twice the homework and lessons from my teacher. I also endured hellish training. That is enough to show how much I missed you, right?" She did not hesitate and pushed him away, sending him flying into the distance. "Get out of here." This made him very sad. Pishan's eyes sparkled indescribably. "We only met again after a week." Arlin gritted her teeth angrily and thought, how wonderful a peaceful week was. Even so, she did not have any animosity towards these things. "Even so, I am also a little bored." Without thinking much, Arlin gently raised her hand and stroked Pishan's head. "Because I did not hear this annoying voice?" she asked with concern. "Are you all right?" He happily nodded in agreement. Remembering something, his face immediately became strangely thoughtful. "Arlin, actually during the time I was away from you I thought a lot." She heard this and curiously glanced. "About what?" His next words made her freeze for a moment. "About my actions in the past. I should have thought more for you." Saying that, Pekon kept rummaging in his pocket. "So I prepared this." Arlin gradually became blank, not understanding what was happening. What is wrong with him today? What did he prepare? Before she could react, he took out a piece of paper written with complete content with the title, "You can also become a sword saint." His face became more expectant than ever. "Arlen's training plan. I discussed it with leading experts to make it after the things before." In the middle of the wide room, Pishan's voice kept ringing out, "I realized that it was probably because you were too weak that you encountered danger. Although I am very sad, I can't always be by your side, so I made a systematic plan." "How is it? Isn't it amazing?" Looking at the paper in Pishan's hand with the content, "You can also become a sword saint," she coldly refused. "I am not doing it." He startled and became stunned. "What?" She continued to repeat her words, "I politely refused that plan." His face gradually became blank and confused as he asked, "Why, what do you not like about it?" "This is something that was prepared after gathering the best experts." She calmly nodded and glanced towards him. "You do it yourself." Seeing that she did not care at all, he hurriedly followed. "Arlin, you said you would live harmoniously with me from now on." She uncomfortably replied, "I never said that." He still did not give up. "You said you would do as I said, right?" This time she chose to ignore him. "I also never promised that." A radiant smile bloomed on the corners of his lips as he suggested, "Then at least read the summary." "Okay, just following it. Arlin can also become healthier." She slowly spoke, "The content of that is..." Her eyes became very judgmental. "Making me become a sword saint, right?" This made Pekon fall silent for a moment. She continued to turn her head and criticize, "I can't even run. What can I use to? You also know, right, how unreasonable this is." Even if he received unpleasant words, Pekon still did not care and continued to hold the document towards her. "That is exactly why it is the goal. Try reading it, Arlin. It is not too late to refuse after reading it." Holding the pieces of paper in her hand, her face immediately became blank. Why is he so confident? I can tell right away that it is an unreasonable plan. Immediately after carefully reading the schedules written on the paper made her thoughtful. Walking, posture correction. This schedule is quite good, huh? Recognizing her expression, Pekon smiled and spoke. "First, what I care about the most is Arlen's basic physical strength. The strength exercises start from easy. I will first focus on posture correction and walking steadily." His voice kept ringing out. "For 7 days, 3 days will be..." Arlen hurriedly interrupted, "Wait. Stop. The more she thought about it, the more confused she felt. 7 days a week, do I have to do this every day? He surprisingly replied, that is how you can increase your endurance. She was speechless and did not know what to say. What I mean is, that is the basics. She sighed and held the pile of documents in her hand, handing it to Pekon. I knew it. I will pretend I did not hear anything. Having said that, she coldly turned and walked away, leaving him standing there, making him a little blank. Wait. Arlen, where are you going? Pishan's eyes had become very pitiful. This is the plan that I stayed up all night, asked for help, set aside training and life to pour all my heart, blood and sweat into. His face was as if he was about to cry. Even so, you are still not doing it. Seeing that there was no other way, Arlen had to sigh. All right, I understand. She secretly thought, why can't I refuse every time I know? At this moment, Pekka moved closer to her with an expectant face. Really, you agreed, right? Don't say you are not doing it later. She continued to glance towards him. But you also know that. Arlen wrote clearly that her body was not easy to become healthier. There is no guarantee that my illness will be cured thanks to training. It is not that kind of illness anyway. Pekka still did not give up. I know. You just need to believe me. She was also a little speechless, thinking, believe what? You are not listening to anything I am saying. While she was still thinking, Pekka gently put his hand on his chest. I know, but by any means I will pull Arlen to become healthy. Having said that, he excitedly pulled her forward. Do you want to try starting with something easy first? Come here, Arlen. Towards his actions, she did not have any hatred. Alright, it is good too. Anyway, after what happened, I also recognized the need for physical strength. More importantly, the time by Pishan's side also made her feel comfortable. During the time I am alive, showing everyone a healthy appearance is also not a bad thing. Probably nothing will happen, right? Time passed and Arlen's face gradually became pale. A few hours later, I regretted this decision intensely. Remember that. The scene shifted to the outside. The sun was shining on everything here. The so-called it will probably be alright always kills people. Arlen's footsteps gradually became rushed. On her face at this moment, there were many drops of sweat flowing down. Because she had reached her limit, she hurriedly collapsed and said helplessly, no. I can't anymore. Pekka surprisingly stepped up right in front of her. What are you doing? He became very decisive and constantly reminded, stand up. Trainee, we have not reached half of the goal yet. He constantly criticized, don't act weak. You also agreed to cooperate, right? She did not know how to explain. It is true, but the exercises she had experienced made her very tired. Sit down, stand up, sit down, stand up. Arlen could only escape from these exercises 15 chair sit-ups. I did not expect it to be this different. Pekka even helped her keep her back straight for 20 minutes. When he saw Arlen trembling, he seriously reminded, endure it. Because she was too tired, she shed tears of helplessness. I am about to die from reaching my limit. I really tried my best. It seemed that Pekka also did not intend to let her go and called out, Arlen. He looked at her with worried eyes and asked, really, you are already tired from just this much? He looked at her and then sighed softly, I am very serious. This made her also speechless, thinking serious about killing people, right? Pekka smiled gently and reached out his hand towards her. Having no other choice, let us stop here today. Now grab my hand and stand up. This made her very happy. Really, you are letting me rest. She looked at him with very touched eyes as expected. Pekka is still human. Suddenly he spoke again, only. Perhaps the next second she had completely taken back her thoughts just now, just 2 more laps. The smile on her face gradually became more forced than ever. Devil. Having no other choice, Arlen could only run forward quickly. Indeed, the devil is right here. Everything was proceeding according to Pishan's plan. And so, she frantically threw herself into training. Pekka, you have transformed into a teacher, encouraging her. Let us overcome the limits of yourself. Start the endless PT hell training. Time passed. On the first week, Pekka stepped into her room and pulled back the curtain. Arlen, are you a child of the darkness? She could only cry and shout. What are you doing so early in the morning? Time passed again, reaching the second week. Pekka brought her unique dishes. Arlen, let us start the new menu from today. Okay. I will follow Master Kyan's special chicken breast recipe. You have to eat this every day. She speechlessly replied, you eat it. Time passed. He still kept encouraging her. Arlen, wake up. Leg exercises now. She lay still like a soulless person. I am going to die. He constantly reminded, you are not going to die. It was now the 3rd week. The expert quickly announced to Pekka, Your Highness, from next time, I am planning to add this exercise. He heard this and nodded in understanding. After that, in the morning we will do this exercise and… Arlen thought in frustration on the side. When will I escape from this hell? Inside Erlen's imagination, the images of the two people were like scary demons. Pekkan, who used to smile radiantly and say he liked me, has disappeared. There is only the demon who has returned from hell. Tears constantly rolled down her face. Give him back. She remembered Patient's innocent smile from before. My sunny crazy man. At this moment, Pekkan slowly stepped forward. He happily thought. As expected, making a private training plan is really good. Recognizing that Erlen's health had improved made him very proud. Combining with the diet, her muscles are obviously developing faster. I am very glad I asked Master Kyan for advice. But there was one thing that made him very thoughtful. There is only one thing that worries me. It seems she is gradually becoming exhausted. Is it because her body is weak to begin with? Thoughts kept appearing in his head. There is no better way. A thing that can make Pekkan restore vitality vigorously, that is. It seemed that he had come up with a very bold idea. That is it. The scene shifted to another place in the north. A warm voice kept ringing out. There are monsters causing trouble in the southern forest again. Monsters are also appearing more frequently in the west. At this moment the door was opened with an announcement. Your Majesty, it is time for your tonic. The Emperor surprisingly turned his head and asked, is it time already? He coldly looked at the bowl of medicine set on the table. Bring it here. Without hesitation, he slowly brought the bowl of medicine to his mouth and drank it all. Feeling that something was wrong, the Emperor's eyes widened with a scary expression. Seeing him constantly spitting out blood made the people around him constantly scream, Your Majesty, what is wrong? Are you alright? The Emperor calmly wiped away the blood on his mouth. Who is it? In the middle of the vast palace, the Emperor constantly scolded. Dared to touch my tonic. On this side, Pekkan comfortably held the bowl of medicine in his hand and walked over. There are 3 bears living together in one house. He placed the bowl of medicine strongly on the table below. Arlen hurriedly wiped away the dirt on her mouth. It is too bitter. What kind of taste is this? He was still constantly encouraging. You drank it all. Good job, Arlen. His voice became very expectant and constantly spoke. How is it? Do you feel healthier? Is there a feeling of increasing strength? Or is it easier to breathe? Is the evolution better? Arlen surprisingly placed the bowl of medicine down on the table below. No. There is nothing. What is this? Although in her heart she was a little worried, thinking, he kept pushing it into my mouth so I drank it, but where did he get this medicine from? He excitedly announced, a tonic. She heard this and surprisingly said, a tonic. Pekkan smiled and nodded with pleasure, explaining, it is very precious. This is what my father always drinks. These words made her freeze for a moment. Father. Immediately, Erlen's face turned pale with fear. The prince's father is the emperor. What I drank was the emperor's tonic. This is crazy. On this side, the soldiers constantly ran over. Arlen and Pekkan are still chatting. How is it now? Has a minute passed? Do you see anything changing? Tell the truth. Are you a spy? Right, a spy. What is that? The sound of singing made the two of them surprised and paid attention. Recognizing the royal army walking in made Pekkan very surprised. Sir Hint, everyone, why are you here? He slowly stepped forward and announced, I apologize, lady. First, please excuse my rudeness, and I ask for permission to be disrespectful, Your Highness. Pekkan was still not understanding what was happening. Hint's voice rang out, arrest him. Pekkan was suddenly escorted away. They constantly reminded, please follow us, Your Highness. He still was not understanding what the heck was going on. Wait, what is going on? Wait. What is happening? Arlen. The door of the room immediately closed. Then please excuse us, lady. Everything happened too quickly, making Arlen blank for a moment. What is this? She continued to look at the bowl of medicine set on the table. They even took the bowl. It is definitely because of the tonic. Wait. Her eyes shone with joy that could be seen. If so, then won't I be able to stop training for a period of time? The scene shifted to the vast royal palace. The emperor's voice rang out, Pekkan. The emperor's face at this moment had become very scary. Is this your prank? Pekkan hurriedly glanced in another direction as if wanting to avoid, which made him even more angry, this kid. His face became very uncomfortable as he constantly reminded, there is nothing else you can touch and yet you dared to touch my tonic. Is that how I taught you? Even if you are joking, you have to know your limits. Pekkan wearily sighed and glanced in another direction. I was not joking. The emperor uncomfortably stood up and shouted loudly, if you were not joking, Then what is it? Don't tell me you dare to say that you drank that tonic. If you are lying then. He was so scared that he clenched his hands tightly. Even so, he still loudly replied to his words, I really drank it, but it was not me. These words made him freeze for a moment. What? The more he thought about it, the more confused he felt. If it was not you, then who drank it? Pekon slowly recounted that actually it was. After hearing the whole story, the emperor had also understood something, so it was, you thought that if your sick friend drank it, she would be healthier, so you brought it for your friend to drink. He nodded in a very certain way, yes. Seeing his son act like this made the emperor very helpless. He did not know how to express his feelings with this foolish son, honestly. Tears constantly fell down his face because he was moved. How kind, like an angel. Looking at Pishan's awkward expression, the emperor became even happier. If it was just out of curiosity or joking, then I would have punished him to learn a lesson. But with this reason I can't be angry. How lovely. Having no other choice, he could only cough once, alright? If it was a good intention like that, then I can forgive you once. Pishan's eyes immediately brightened up noticeably. He did not hesitate and rushed straight into his arms. Father. The emperor chuckled and nodded, my lovely little dumpling. Remembering something, he asked, that sick friend is Lady Halburn, right? This made him a little surprised. How did father know? He gently replied, you made such a commotion. Who would not know in Pagursa? Saying that, he chuckled and chatted. Rumors that you like Lady Halburn have spread throughout the royal palace. This made him blush in surprise. Like, the emperor teasingly teased, so you do not like her. After a moment of silence, Pekon shook his head to explain, it is not that. Seeing his son like this for the first time made the emperor very surprised. Recognizing that his son had grown more than he thought made him very happy. My son, since when have you grown this much, to the point of blushing when looking at someone else? This made him feel very happy. The person who made you tremble like this. It seemed that the emperor knew something. It is just a pity that it is Lady Halburn. Even so, there was one thing that kept making him feel very confused. Perhaps that is why they are still silent. The emperor recognized that the closeness of the two people was getting closer every day, even though you go to the Halburn residence every day, constantly immersed in that lady. At that time there were those evil people constantly discussing, even if she is destined to be the crown princess, what is the point? She is going to die anyway. They all thought that. Unconsciously, the emperor remembered the intimate scene of him together with his wife. This kid is really like me, loving someone to death, and that is it. But that was precisely the problem. Perhaps that is what Ajani is worried about. Returning to reality, the emperor surprisingly asked, Pekon, you want to cure that girl's illness? He nodded to confirm, yes. I want her to get well. A gentle smile appeared on the corners of his lips. It is good to be healthy. The emperor said to himself, but who knows, maybe a miracle will happen. He continued to say, then if you are healthy, what about you becoming the crown princess? Pishan's face suddenly turned red. This made him very amused. Look, your face is as red as a tomato. He gently raised his hand to stroke his head and instructed, son, do not be impatient. Your achievements are not built overnight. Health is the same. You have to progress slowly. He nodded in understanding, yes. Seeing that his son was understanding, the emperor smilingly decided, as for the tonic, let father help you out. Time passed and Pekon had finally returned to the Halburn residence, making Arlen a little speechless, really. As usual, he waved his hand to greet Arlen. The subordinate on the side reminded, Your Highness, the items have been wrapped up like this. Let me hold them for you. She felt very confused. That kid, why is he back so fast? Arlen's face turned ashen noticeably, daring to touch the emperor's tonic. I thought he would be confined for at least a month. At the same time, she also saw the scene of Pekon and his subordinate right before her. Who would have thought? Looking at the prince's radiant expression and the things he is holding, it seems His Majesty gave him even more things. Even the royal guard followed. Mehan on the side remembered the scene when Pekon was 1 year old. He was speechless, thinking, as expected, he is really a son-doting emperor. How can he stop the prince? He quickly asked Arlen, by the way, princess, the Sperum twins just sent an invitation to meet. What are you planning to do? She wearily shook her head, refused them. The series of things that had happened had made her very tired. Is my house a meeting square? Why does everyone want to come and meet? I am already dead tired because of Arlen. Her eyes gradually became thoughtful. If I add more, then. Suddenly she remembered something. Wait. Why did not I think of this? I have it. She secretly remembered the plan in her head. A way to escape from this hell. When that comes, even Pekayon has to pay attention to other children and can't force me to eat and drink anymore. Arlen suddenly called out, Mom. Mehan heard this and paid attention. Yes, princess. She did not hesitate and decided, I want to participate in the gathering of childhood friends. These words made him very surprised. Yes. It seemed that she had her own plan in her head. Moreover, a smug smile bloomed on her face. If I am playing, I can't train, right? She quickly announced again, I have to make new friends. At the same time, Pekayon had also heard the words she had just said. His face became even more confused as he asked, new friends, then what about me? The scene shifted to the vast royal palace. In the middle of a party of friends, people constantly ran forward. Hurry up. His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Harun sighed in fatigue. Today will also be the same as usual. The meeting of childhood friends. Now I can see the future even without looking. All the children would also surround Pekayon, children driving themselves crazy to be noticed by Crown Prince Pekayon, and a Pekayon who does not care about those children. And I will sit and wait boredly. Thoughts kept appearing in his head. Anyway, it is a little interesting to have to clean up the troubles that the twins cause. After the break-in at the Halburn residence, they are being monitored, but right now they are quite quiet. As expected, this meeting is a waste of time. Suddenly, the scene before his eyes made Harun pay attention immediately. Arlen was still sitting quietly in a corner, making him blank. What is that? It seemed that he had been attracted by that small figure, platinum hair, a body that is a little smaller than people of the same age. It looks so familiar. That is definitely. Arlen's face was revealed at this place, making him startled. Arlen. Seeing him appear made her very blank. Harun. Time returned to the past. Arlen was secretly calculating. My plan is like this. She was secretly utilizing the Shield of Friends by using the resting time that was created by my power. The first step in the plan. I will participate in the gathering of childhood friends and make new friends, a typical example of two small girls holding hands tightly. We are friends. That was also the reason for her to be able to stay away from Pekayon and, using the reason that there were fun social activities with new friends, to legally escape patience exercise. Recognizing that her plan had no loopholes made Arlen very proud. That is a perfect plan with great ambition. Reality slapped her in the face, but just as I arrived at the gathering of childhood friends, I realized. Alright. A voice rang out. That is right. All the children around this place looked at Arlen with hateful eyes. I am being envied right now. Things did not end there. Not only that, Seal saw her and was surprised. You are here, Aralililin. The twins quickly ran towards her and called out, long time no see, Aralil. She could only run forward quickly. I have been discovered by the worst villains, the Sparum devils. The voices of the two of them constantly rang out. Where did Aralil go, Aralililin? Arlen was still hiding on the side, observing. Have they left? She glanced towards Harun, who was still sitting right next to her. While I was hurriedly running away, I met Harun. His actions made her very confused. I do not know why he is sitting next to me, but I am still pretending not to see because I am too embarrassed. At this moment, Harun suddenly spoke that. His face turned red with embarrassment. You are sick. These words made Arlen freeze for a moment. At this moment, she slowly spoke. You can speak. These words made him unable to say anything. A gentle smile bloomed on the corners of her lips as she chatted. It is the first time I am hearing your voice. Her warm smile seemed to pierce through Harun's heart in an instant. His face immediately turned red, making him hurriedly turn his head in another direction. Arlen saw this and confusedly asked, it seems Harun is the one who is sick. Are you all right? He hurriedly shook his head to explain, I am not sick. Looking at his face, Arlen surprisingly thought, he can't be, he thinks I am sick, so he is sitting here. This made her even more fond of Harun and gently reached out to stroke his head, as expected of a night guard. He is so kind. How lovely. Thoughts constantly appeared in her head. Harun is truly a perfect friend. If there is only one problem. She constantly remembered Harun in the original storyline before, then the person he prioritizes will be Pekayon and not friends, because that is the fate of a knight guarding the crown prince. But then something bad happened to him. In the novel, Harun is only loyal to the path of a knight, and the characters around him also feel quite annoyed by that attitude. That was also the reason Arlen decided to befriend Harun, but if I can shift that rigidity just a little towards me. After a moment of silence, Arlen slowly reached out her hand towards him. Harun, be my friend, okay? These words made him very confused. Be friends? She nodded and continued, actually, today I came here to make friends. I do not expect much, just play with me occasionally. He became silent and thoughtful. She constantly chatted, it is really just occasionally. If you are embarrassed, just once is fine. Haroon became very hesitant, not knowing what to do. This made Arlen even more suspicious, thinking, seeing that he is not refusing right away, it seems like there is an opportunity. Let us attack a little more. After a moment of silence, she gently asked, Haroon, do you hate me? These words made him freeze for a moment. The close distance between the two people made him not know what to do next. His voice was a little stammering, let us be friends. This made her very happy, alright? I have gotten a friend. She excitedly grabbed Haroon's hand, thank you, Haroon. Let us get close to each other, okay? He nodded in agreement, alright? In her head, thoughts constantly appeared, I can't use it often, but it is still a trump card anyway. Thanks to that, I have gained one more step out of exercise hell. At this moment, Pekkan appeared at this place. Arlen. Why are you with Haroon? Time seemed to stop flowing. She did not know how to explain this issue. Her face became very innocent as she turned her head and announced, we have decided to become friends from today, so we are talking to each other. These words made Pekkan freeze for a moment. Recognizing that the two people were close made him unable to hide his anger. Is that so? The twins witnessing this scene on the side also had to discuss, Seal, what is this situation? I do not know, Noel. It is probably. It seemed that the two of them witnessed something, a complex love triangle. Pishan's face wore a very uncomfortable smile. While I am still speaking politely, why do not you give up, Arlen? She also did not want to be outdone and retorted, Pekkan is the one who should give up. This made the twins very excited and sat down to discuss enthusiastically, hey, the two of them are not arguing, that is right. His Highness cried, but when did the two of them get this close? And so the two people constantly wrestle for Haroon. Haroon is my friend. There is no way. He's been my friend for longer. What does Arlen know about Haroon to say that? This made the twins feel the story was very interesting. His Highness has become forceful. Seriously speaking, Arlen can't win against His Highness in terms of knowing each other first. Unable to bear it anymore, Arlen decisively announced, there is no need to know anything about Haroon first to play together. I just like Haroon. I like him. These words made Pekkan very confused. What, you like Haroon? Like Haroon? She did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. That is right. Haroon is kind and handsome. He also did not want to be outdone and retorted, if you like someone who is kind and handsome, then what about me? I am also kind and handsome. She was still planning to say something more. Her words became very decisive. I like Haroon more. This made the twins very blank. His Highness is standing still. At this rate, Haroon will be snatched away by Arlen. Pekkan slowly let go of his hand and called out, Haroon. His face became very uncomfortable and gave an order, come here. Sit down here. This is an order from the Crown Prince. Seeing this situation made the twins unable to bear it anymore and stand up. His Highness is playing dirty. This is the first time I have seen His Highness do this. Arlen grabbed Haroon's hand tightly, not willing to let go. Why are you treating Haroon like this? Pekkan uncomfortably frowned and reminded, are you planning to hold hands, Arlen? Do not you know that actions must come with responsibility? She very uncomfortably retorted. I do not know. So what? Haroon on the side was very embarrassed. Please stop it. Seeing this, the two turned around and started to blame him, but Haroon just stood there. This made Haroon so upset he was shaking. He quickly turned and ran as fast as he could, causing Arlen to shout in despair, my friend. Even the twins felt a pang of regret. Haroon had finally run away. Without hesitation she hurried after him. Haroon, wait. Suddenly, Pekkan grabbed her hand tightly. She turned around annoyed and reminded him, let go of me, Pekkan. He was incredibly stubborn and would not let go. She repeated quickly, just let go a little. Unable to take it anymore, Pekkan loudly questioned her, what is it? What is the reason? Arlen slowly turned back to him. What? His voice was a little hurt. You chose Haroon last time, and you are doing it again this time too. These words left her frozen in place. What is he talking about? More importantly, my free pass from exercise is running away. She involuntarily remembered what she said before. Could it be that this kid? I will play with young Master Haroon. Is he still hung up on that? Pishan's hands began to tremble. Just looking at him was enough to see how hurt he was. So, you like Haroon more than me? He repeated his question, you like Haroon more than me? Arlen slowly turned her head. What? She quickly pulled her hand away, like who more? I am just... Noticing her action, he became even more upset. No, do not answer. I do not want to know. Arlen hurriedly explained, no Pekayon, I mean. He quickly covered his ears with his hands. I can't hear it, I can't hear it. With that, Pekayon ran quickly in the opposite direction. Okay, Arlen can stay here, I will go find Haroon now. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. Like Haroon, more could it be? She involuntarily remembered her words from before. He is still bothered about what happened last time. I do not like you. This made her feel extremely awkward. I thought he was over it. Arlen realized that she herself had hurt Pekayon, because he always smiled as if nothing was wrong, as if he had never been hurt. She gently raised her hand to her chest and clenched it. If that is really the case, I feel so bad. At this moment the twins appeared and spoke reproachfully. Era Lililin, now we know your intentions. Surprised, she turned to look at them. What is wrong with them? I am already in a mess. Their faces became extremely strange. Actually, we realized it a while ago. Arlen was still confused. What? This time the twins stared intently at her. What you are planning to do? Realizing the situation, Erlin's face immediately became awkward. What is going on? Could it be that they realized my plan to use friends as shields? The others are one thing, but the twins are a bit of a problem. While she was still lost in thought, the twins continued to analyze. Because Haroon ran away so he could not score any points, you changed your target to His Highness. Did not you? You were blinded by winning the best friend game. You knew beforehand that we were secretly preparing the bonus, did not you? Hearing this, Arlen was speechless. A game? You guys see this as a game. The mood of the two people at this time had become very happy, but do not worry, instead of Haroon and His Highness ran away, we will become your best friends. What, are you grateful, happy? She turned away coldly and left. No, I do not need it. This made both of them extremely disappointed. What? Why? The scene shifts to another place in the vast royal palace. Haroon sat there tiredly and sighed helplessly. I agreed to be best friends, but it turned out like this. Just thinking of Arlen made his face turn red. Next time if I see Arlen, should I avoid her? I do not know why, but when I am near her I feel awkward. His eyes slowly glanced in the direction next to him. But he realized that Pekayon was still sitting there listlessly. In the short time I ran away, what happened? Pekayon suddenly spoke. Haroon. Hearing this, he paid attention. Yes. Although in his head he felt a little worried. I did not do anything, so why do I feel uncomfortable in my heart? Pekayon slowly asked, how long have you been close to Arlen? He just wanted to deny it. I have never been close. But then he reminded himself, if I say that, His Highness probably won't believe me. Haroon replied seriously, we just became friends today. Pishan's eyes became very expectant. So, is it me or Arlen? This question just made him want to escape. This is so tiring. His face became awkward. That question, does it mean anything? Pekayon nodded in confirmation. Yes. Haroon slowly spoke, it is you. This made Pekayon silent for a moment. I see. Thank you. Looking at Pishan's actions, Haroon secretly thought, a magnificent Pekayon is worried about someone like this. The more he thought about it, the more unbelievable he felt. Every action of Erlin's puts him in heaven and hell. Next, Pishan's mood plummeted. Arlen seems to like Haroon. Seeing Pekayon so desperate, he did not know what to do. What is wrong? Should I comfort him? Pekayon suddenly spoke. Even so. Pishan's face became very firm as he declared, I won't give up, just wait and see, Haroon, I won't lose to you. These words made him startled and frozen in place. Mimi, why? At the same time the twins ran over and shouted loudly, Haroon, Haroon, His Highness, everyone, do you know what Arlen just said? She said she does not want to be friends with us. Then the two continued to look at Pekayon. She also said she does not want to be friends with His Highness either. Pekayon immediately stood up and reacted. What? Remembering something, Pekayon continued to ask, then what about Haroon's best friend? Did she make one? Both of them shook their heads and replied, I did not ask that. Is His Highness curious about that? Pekayon nodded. Certainly, I have to know immediately. The twins became very happy. Then Noel will go ask or Seal will go ask. Feeling the situation was not good, Haroon immediately stood up and raised his hand to declare I. He became very sure. I will go ask. Hearing this, the twins nodded in agreement. Okay then. A moment later, Haroon returned to inform everyone. She said she won't. Hearing this, the twins were very happy. As expected, she did not become friends with us either. She even refused His Highness to. Pekayon nodded in agreement. That is right. At this time he breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily they are simple people. In fact, he did not even get close to Arlen. He continued to look at the smiles on the faces of the three people. Everyone is probably waiting for Pekayon, but right now both the twins and Pekayon are very excited. Haroon quickly walked in a different direction. I need to separate from them for a while. The scene shifts to the large garden. Arlin was still standing there without moving. A voice sounded, Arlin alone again. The children around were constantly discussing, go talk to her. Hey, did not you see how coldly she treated the crown prince? Even so, the chatter continued, but now might be an opportunity. Arlin on the side heard all of this. Crap, from someone who is envied and jealous, now I also have an unapproachable image. She did not know what to do with her current life. Is making friends really impossible now? But when Pekayon comes back, what should I say? Thoughts flooded her mind. Should I apologize? Is that too serious? But I feel guilty. Her eyes gradually became sad. I just wanted to make friends to escape exercise hell. Arlin angrily threw the flower petal to the ground. Everything is complicated again like this. Her actions caught the attention of everyone around her. What is wrong with her? I do not know. The warm sunlight shone on her face, and Arlin gradually calmed down again. She looked thoughtfully at an indefinite direction in front of her. From the previous life to this life, my immaturity is still the same. The children around were still constantly saying sarcastic things. Hey, really not going to talk to her? Chatter continued to appear around her. She is close to the crown prince, it would be good if we were close. But my mom said that she is a bastard. Bastard, my dad said that she has a terminal illness. A girl who heard this laughed in surprise. But it is true to the rumors, she really is beautiful. The scene in front of her made the girl immediately silent. Noticing Leslie was moving forward, everyone around was stunned. Miss Leslie. She slowly walked to this place while angrily thinking Arlin. Her hands had clenched tightly since some point. Does she think that being close to the crown prince will change anything? Without hesitation, Leslie went right in front of Arlin. The position of crown princess was originally mine. Involuntarily, a very scary smile bloomed on her face. Miss Arlin. Hearing her name called, she slowly raised her head. She gave a friendly and sociable smile. Come over here, do not you want to talk to us? Arlin knew a little about the girl in front of her. The only daughter of Marquis Brevard, Leslie Brevard, is a girl who has everything. But no one is completely perfect, she is only missing one thing. That is the issue of her family, that the Brevard family is only a marquis, not a duke. Even so, Leslie still received respect from everyone, but that does not matter, because I will become the crown princess of this empire. It was also the reason that during the gathering of childhood friends, she was very outstanding. In gatherings of friends since childhood, no young lady is more worthy of that position than me. Even Leslie's mother constantly whispered in her ear, daughter, you will be the crown princess. If not my daughter, who can sit in that position, I will definitely make you the crown princess. These words made her very smug. My respected parents always say that, so I never doubt my destiny to become the crown princess. In a chance encounter, Leslie saw the appearance of Pekayon. Her face became strangely cheerful. Crown prince. Pekayon did not pay attention to her, and continued to run quickly forward. Arlin. This made her very angry. Calling that name in front of me. Thoughts kept flashing through her head. Arlin, could it be the young lady of Duke Halburn, the one who is always silent and only smiles in a corner? Leslie witnessed the close scene of the two people, a person who is dying and has nothing outstanding. Seeing her anger, the girls around could not help but step forward and say, don't worry too much, Leslie, His Highness would never like someone so stupid. This made her feel a little more at ease. Think so too. The corners of her mouth formed a wicked smile. But, that scene who will be the future crown princess. She was determined to push the two people far apart. I can't just stand by and watch. Returning to reality, Leslie reached out to her. Miss Arlin, come here, do you want to chat with us? This friendliness of hers caught Arlen's attention. What? She still had a forced smile on her face as she spoke. Because I see you are all alone, we are planning to have a tea party today, so it would be nice to chat a lot. Her eyes had become more judgmental than ever before. Now there are no crown prince and young master to protect you. You won't be able to refuse in front of everyone. Right, taking this opportunity, I will completely cut off your relationship with the crown prince. Arlen's eyes suddenly lit up. Tea party. It seemed like she really cherished this opportunity. Isn't this a savior? Leslie was slightly startled. The scene shifts to a large room. Leslie's voice sounded, "Everyone, I have invited a special guest." Everyone present at this place stared at Arlene. "It is Miss Arlene, everyone, please welcome her warmly." Everyone around this place immediately chatted, "Welcome, Miss Arlene, nice to meet you." She worriedly thought, "This is my first time participating in something like this. I feel really embarrassed." She quickly said, "Thank you for inviting me, Miss Leslie." She laughed enthusiastically and replied, "It is nothing, this is just one of the things that someone who will become the master of high society, like me, has to do." Her strange words immediately caught her attention. The master of high society, is not that the queen? Even so, she did not pay much attention. "Whatever, it is awkward to meet Pekkan, it is much better here, do not think too much." She continued to stare ahead. "Besides, maybe I can make friends here." Leslie slowly raised the teacup in her hand. "Now everyone, please enjoy the tea party," Arlen secretly thought. "I can't miss such a good opportunity." Time passed and everyone chatted with each other very happily. Remembering something, Leslie suddenly called out, "Speaking of which, Miss Arlen, I have something I want to ask. Is that okay?" She nodded in agreement. "Okay, what is it?" Her face became very suggestive as she asked, "What is Miss Arlen's relationship with the Crown Prince?" Leslie's smile became increasingly strange. "You two look very close." It seemed that Arlen still did not realize this and was still secretly thinking, "Close in the eyes of other people we look like that, we had such a big fight." After a long period of silence, Arlen slowly spoke. "Pekkan is." Her voice was a little haunting, my hell manager. She remembered the horror of Pekkan. "Arlen, you know there are still 5 more laps, right?" She tiredly continued, "I can say that much." These words made everyone present freeze in place. Arlen recounted all the things she had experienced. "From early in the morning he manages and takes care of me. He even constantly urged her, 'Arlen, are you awake yet? Prepare the milk and pastries.'" These words made Leslie freeze in place. "Manages, takes care of, His Highness personally takes care of you," she nodded in confirmation. "To the point of being annoying." A forced smile immediately bloomed on her face. "I see Miss Arlen and Crown Prince must be very close." She became pensive and quickly said, "I do not know if you can call it close." Laughter sounded from the side. Because she was too dazed, she slowly glanced in the direction next to her. The girl right next to her laughed strangely, making Arlen very confused. "Why are you laughing? If you experience it yourself, you won't be able to laugh." The girl's face became very puzzled and she turned around and sneered. "I am sorry, Miss Arlen's husband does not seem to be familiar with these kinds of gatherings. Right, Miss Arlen, did no one teach you the etiquette at gatherings like these?" These words immediately made her freeze in place. "Why give me a surprise punch like this? We were just talking so happily." Things gradually got worse, making her helplessly hold her head. "Weren't we about to become friends? No way." Nadel sighed and leaned back and continued, "A young lady who can't control her expressions is really bad. I just want to advise you so that you do not make mistakes somewhere." There was something that Nadel was very curious about. "But how did you seduce the attention of His Highness?" Arlen was startled in surprise. 8 people around this place looked at her with contempt. "His Highness just clings to you all the time like a nanny. I do not know how long that interest will last." Young Master Mibisk, the Sperum twins have also been very interested in Miss Arlen recently. "Are you not adapting to the party, so that is why it is like this?" Arlen realized the severity of the problem. Could they be? She realized the real purpose of this tea party. "They called me here to publicly look down on me." Nadel kept smiling mockingly. "A young lady who knows how to keep her honor should not be like this, and clinging to men too." Arlen sat there without moving. What is going on? What is this familiar feeling? Her eyes gradually looked up at the front. Surely something like this has happened before. She involuntarily remembered the mockers of the present and the past. "From now on we will take care of you. Even if you enjoy privileges thanks to your parents, you should be more careful in your behavior." Arlen also realized one thing. So that is it, these children are also. Sarcastic words rang out from the previous life. "Why do not you shut up? Don't try to stand out." She felt there was no difference at all. Nadel was still constantly opening her mouth. "We say this because we are worried about you." She realized that in this world no one is completely good to her. "I forgot that these children approached me all had other purposes, not because of me." Nadel gently placed the teacup down on the table. "So from now on you have to listen to us, understand, Miss Arlen?" she asked uncomfortably. "Why?" While they were still dazed, a smug smile bloomed on her face. Why should I listen? Her voice was a little scary, making the people inside the room immediately silent. Who dares to say anything about me? Noticing their bewildered expressions, she mocked, Why are not you saying anything, I am asking? Nadel was confused and thought, what is going on? The Arlen I know is not like this. Arlen pointed directly at Nadel and criticized, Is Miss criticizing my behavior? She immediately trembled with fear. No, what I mean is. Leslie quickly reminded on the side, Miss Arlen, you should stop. She immediately glanced at her. Miss Leslie. It seemed like she was going to deal with her right now, that you have been silent from beginning to now. Her face was very calm and without hesitation refuted her. So from now on the same too, it is best to be silent. She is the only princess of the Duke Halburn family, Arlen Sigria Halburn. In the past she was a person that everyone had to hate, the Arlen that we know as a child who is always silent in a corner during friend gatherings. Even no one bothered to pay attention to her. Initially, everyone treated Arlen according to the position of a princess, but the children heard rumors one after another. The discussions never stopped, heard that I do not know who her mother is, even the Grand Duke Halburn completely treats her like air, heard that even the maids in the Grand Duke's mansion despise her. Because she was too familiar with these things, Arlen did not care anymore. At the same time the children gradually forgot about Arlen or acted like they did not see her. All the children had completely turned their backs on her, should have been angry at the children's contemptuous and disdainful attitude, but the children's eyes became surprised. Arlen again. On her face there was always a gentle smile, always smiling like an idiot. It was also what the children were confident about, so surely today will be no different than before. Returning to reality, Arlen asked uncomfortably, Why is everyone silent? Nadel could only hold her breath because she was too scared. This is not the Arlen we know. She flashed a scary smile on her face. Who is going to say anything to me? The room was filled with a fearful atmosphere, and no one said a word to anyone. Arlen stepped in front of Nadel. Miss. She hurriedly nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. She quickly called out, Name. She hurriedly responded, Nadel. She continuously questioned father's title. Nadel trembled slightly. Viscount. Hearing this, Arlen slowly pointed at her. Miss Nadel, do you know this is just a friendly gathering, so that is it? Her eyes became extremely scary as she placed her hand on her shoulder. If it was a regular social party, you would not be able to talk to me. Thank you for your advice, but... Her voice had a hint of intention. I have never allowed you to advise me. Even Arlen's eyes, when looking at Nadel, seemed to want to devour her. Advice from someone who is unworthy is just excessive lineage and a sin created with words, do you know that? These words completely made her tremble. Unable to take it anymore, she immediately burst into tears at this place. Nadel was just a child crying pitifully. Mom. Arlen maintained a calm attitude as she glanced at her. Realizing that the atmosphere here had completely changed, she asked herself, just children like this, why would an Arlen in the past want to make friends so much? At this moment, the servant slowly opened the door. Excuse me, do you need more tea or pastries? Noticing that Nadel was still constantly crying, the servant was startled in surprise. She hurriedly stepped forward to comfort Nadel. What happened? Arlen slowly spoke. Just... Her face had become extremely calm. I was telling Nadel a truth a little too early, that in this world nothing is solved by crying. Hearing this, the servant was stunned for a moment. Yes. Unable to stay here any longer, she quickly turned and left. The tea party was fun, so I will take my leave first. The more she thought about it, the more tired she felt. Surely I can't make friends. Let us go home. The scene shifts to the large Halburn mansion. Mehan was still processing the pile of documents stacked on the table. He thoughtfully read the documents in his hand. The Sky Tower is coming. This place called the Sky Tower is the Holy Land of Mages. This place is very vast, the headquarters of the Mage Tower and the home of all mages. Mehan knew the information about this place well, a place where one cannot know if it exists in the sky or in the universe, or if it even really exists. From that Sky Tower, they expressed their official intention to visit the Albrecht Empire. He continued to bury himself in work. It must be because of the Sherritt incident. First of all, I have to request a meeting with the Tower Lord. At the same time, Dylan slowly walked inside. Sir Mehan. He gently placed the pile of documents on the table. I have arranged the documents requesting support for the subjugation here. Hearing this, he was surprised. There are so many subjugations lately. He happily replied, I do not know if it is because spring has arrived that the monsters are also going on picnics. He calmly replied, it is summer now. Dylan said in surprise to his own thoughts. Well, it is also the end of spring. Remembering something, his face immediately became thoughtful. Well, this is the first time there has been a request for reinforcement from the northern castle in a long time. The situation must be getting more serious. After a period of contemplation, Mehen crumpled the documents in his hand uncomfortably. That is right. His face became extremely gloomy. Leaving both family and children in the north, I do not know what he is doing. Seeing this scene, Dylan secretly thought, I should have told the news about the Grand Duke when his mood was better. Remembering something, Arlen quickly paid attention to one side. Looking at the document in his hand, he asked in surprise, what else? What is the Crown Prince's special mission? Dylan smiled gently and explained to him. Recently, there is a secret mission being carried out mainly by the First Knight Order. It is said that the reward is good, so the knights are very enthusiastic. This made him very curious. Secret mission. Involuntarily, he remembered Pishan's face. Pekyan is up to something that does not seem like the Crown Prince. He hurriedly announced, and there is another piece of news. Dylan became very serious as he reported. The royal family said that today at the meeting, there was a bit of a commotion between the young lady and the other young ladies. The young lady made another young lady cry. These words made Mehen very dazed. The young lady also knows how to argue and even made the other person cry. He sighed and replied, because they are children they will just argue and grow up. He did not forget to sigh and add, and it is better to hit others than to be hit. Mehen had to nod in agreement. That is right. His face became thoughtful and he wondered to himself, if Arlen is similar to Valor, should I scold her to prevent it or not? Hearing this, Dylan did not know what to say. If she is like the Grand Duke, then it is useless anyway. Isn't it better for both sides? Hearing this, he sighed and said, anyway, I still have to scold her. At this moment, Arlen opened the door and walked in with a bright smile. Mom. Seeing her appear, Dylan momentarily felt worried and thought, right when we were talking about scolding her. Contrary to his thoughts, Mehen smiled gently. Arel. He gently picked her up in his arms. Did the young lady enjoy her dinner? She nodded in confirmation. Yes, it was delicious. Are you busy, Mom? He shook his head and explained, no, not busy at all. Seeing this entire scene made Dylan give a forced smile. I was worried for nothing. The scene shifts to inside the room. Nadel was still constantly crying. Leslie, on the side, kept complaining uncomfortably. Don't cry anymore, because of you I can't go back to the mansion. She was still about to say something, but Leslie. It seemed that she had realized her mistake. Do I have to go to Halburn to apologize? She replied uncomfortably. Apologize for what? It was just a tea party. It was not an official tea party. She was still about to say something more, even so. Leslie interrupted uncomfortably. From the beginning, how could it be that just because you said the wrong thing you would be fired like that? It is all because she was not taught properly. Nadel on the side was still crying like a child. But later she will despise me, and then what if she gets angry? The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. What can she do if she gets angry anyway? No one at home cares about her. Who will listen to her? Leslie frowned. So ugly. Who will listen to her already like that? And bursting out, she remembered Erilyn's words at the time. And laughing like that, I am not the opponent, I won't let it go. She angrily screamed. I will trample on her by any means. Seeing this situation, Nadel hurriedly comforted her. Leslie, are you okay? At this moment, a girl stepped forward and said, Miss Leslie. Seemed like this girl had some kind of plan. I have a good idea. Hearing this, Leslie immediately listened in silence. What if we do this? This little girl is the only lady of the Halburn ducal family, Arlen Sigria Halburn. However, she was merely a lonely child. The Arlen we knew was a girl who always stayed silent in a corner during social gatherings. Initially, everyone treated Arlen according to her status as a lady, but soon, whispers began to rise behind her back, rumors that no one knew who her mother was. That even Grand Duke Halburn treated her like thin air, and that even the maids in the ducal mansion looked down on her. The gossip grew, and the children began to hear the rumors. As time passed, they gradually forgot about Arlen or simply pretended not to see her. She, on the other hand, was incredibly mature. She should have been angry at the children's disdainful and dismissive attitude, but instead Arlen. Nadel happened to glance toward her. Her face broke into a smile so bright it glowed, always smiling like a fool. Back to the present, surely today would be no different from before. Arlen wondered, confused, why everyone had suddenly gone silent. Her voice rang out, "Answer me." Nadel was instantly stunned. This was not the Arlen they knew. Her expression turned peculiar. "Who would dare say anything to me?" Nadel sat frozen in her seat, not moving an inch. Seeing this, she stepped closer. "Young lady." The girl hurriedly looked up. "Yes." Arlen's voice held a hint of impatience. "Name?" The girl introduced herself, Nadel. She continued her questioning. "Your father's rank?" The girl bowed her head in fear. "Viscount." Arlen slowly reached her hand forward. "Lady Nadel, do you realize it is only because this is an informal gathering?" But her expression turned strange. "If this were a formal social ball, you would not even be able to speak to me. Thank you for your advice, but..." Nadel was already trembling with fear. "I never gave you permission to advise me." Arlen's gaze was as cold as ice. Advice from someone unworthy is nothing but excessive nosiness and a sin created by words. Do you understand? Unable to hold it back any longer, the girl immediately burst into tears like a child. She even looked a bit helpless. "Mommy." Arlen merely shot a look of disgust at Nadel. Realizing the atmosphere in the room was a bit tense, she sighed. Just children like this. Why did the past Arlen want to make friends with them so badly? The maid opened the door and entered, asking with a smile, "Excuse me, would you like more tea and sweets?" Nadel's crying made her immediately fearful. She then hurried over to comfort her. "Did something happen?" Arlen shook her head. "It is nothing." She was eerily calm. "I was just telling Nadel a truth a bit early, that in this world nothing is solved by crying." Her confusing words left the maid dazed. "Pardon." Arlen, already bored, turned to leave. "The tea party was fun, so I will take my leave now." Only one thought was in her head: making friends is definitely impossible. Let us go home. The scene shifts to a vast mansion. Mehen was still focused on his work. He sighed as he realized, is the Sky Tower coming? To explain briefly, the Sky Tower is the sanctuary of mages, the headquarters of the Mage Tower, and the homeland of all wizards. Mehen knew well in his mind it was a place where no one knew if it existed in the sky, in space, or if it truly existed at all. He calculated that from that Sky Tower, they had expressed a formal intention to visit the Albrecht Empire. Then he continued working. It is probably because of the Sherritt incident. First, I must request a meeting with the Tower Master. At the same time, Dylan stepped forward and called, "Lord Mehen." He placed a stack of documents on the table. "I have organized the documents requesting support for the subjugation here." He let out a tired sigh. "There have been constant subjugation requests lately, have not there?" Dylan replied with a smile, "I wonder if it is because spring is here that monsters are going on outings too." Mehen looked outside. "It is already summer." He gave a forced smile. "Well, it is also the end of spring." His expression looked a bit troubled. "Anyway, this is the first time there has been a request for reinforcements from the northern castle in a long while. The situation must be getting more serious." Listening to this, Mehen nodded. "Indeed." He became even angrier. "Leaving both his family and children in the north, I wonder what he is doing." Dylan thought to himself, I should have shared the news about the Grand Duke when he was in a better mood. Reading a line of information on the report, Mehen took note. "What else? What is the Crown Prince's special mission?" He reported with a smile, "Lately, there is a secret mission being carried out mainly by the First Knight Order. Rumor has it the reward is good, so the knights are very enthusiastic." He asked curiously, "A secret mission?" This time, Mehen directly tossed the report into the wastebasket. Indifferent. Pekayon is playing some trick that does not befit a crown prince again. Dylan continued, "And there is one more piece of news." His voice was a bit hesitant. "The royal household said that today at the gathering, there was a bit of a commotion between the young lady and the other ladies. The young lady made another lady cry." This news surprised him quite a bit. The young lady knows how to argue, and she even made the other person cry. Dylan sighed. They are children. They grow up through bickering. He imagined the scene of Arlen taking down Nadel. It was better to hit others than to be hit. Mehen had to agree. That is true. Suddenly, his face turned serious. If Arlen is like Valor, should I give her a scolding to prevent it beforehand? But it seemed he did not agree with himself. If she is like the Grand Duke, scolding will be useless. Wouldn't it be better for both sides this way? It seemed Mehen had made a decision. Regardless, I still have to give her a scolding. The door opened and Arlen walked in with a bright smile. Mom. Seeing this, Dylan became extremely worried. They were just talking about scolding her. But those warm words made Mehen smile. Arel. He stepped closer. Did you have a good dinner, my lady? She nodded. Yes, it was delicious. Are you busy, Mom? Mehen quickly explained, not busy at all. He shyly stepped back. I was worried for nothing. Inside the room, Nadel's crying continued to ring out. Leslie scolded her incessantly, stop crying, because of you I can't even go back to the mansion. The girl called out, but Leslie. The girl's voice was a bit hesitant. Do we have to go to Halburn to apologize? The girl shouted. Apologize for what? It was just a tea party, not even a formal one. Nadel was still thinking about something. Even so. The girl interrupted. From the start, how can someone be attacked like that just for saying one wrong thing? It is all because she was not raised properly. Nadel cried even harder. But what if she looks down on me later and gets angry? Leslie did not seem to care much. What can you do if she gets angry anyway? No one at home cares about her. Who would listen to her? The more she talked, the more annoyed the girl became. Even so. Thinking of Erlen's smile made Leslie irritable. She even mocked me as if I were not her equal. I won't let this go. The girl screamed frantically. I will find a way to trample over her. Seeing the girl react like that, Nadel stepped forward. Leslie, are you okay? At that moment, Cornelia stepped up. Lady Leslie. She wore a smug smile on her face. I have a good idea. Hearing this, Leslie immediately paid attention. How about we do this? On the other side, Arlen was still leisurely eating and drinking. Uni smiled and approached. Next, it is time for exercise, my lady. Hearing this, she took note. Exercise. Suddenly, she remembered Pishan's face. As expected, you. His voice was a bit sad. Do you like Haroon more than me? Arlen bowed her head. After parting with a face like that, he probably won't come today. She shook her head and walked forward. No, I am going to read a book. Uni saw this and asked with a smile, shall we go to the library right away then, my lady? She nodded in agreement. She did not forget to mention just in time, there is a new book that you like. Arlen felt a bit expectant. Really? The moment she opened the door, Pishan's face appeared. Seeing him suddenly present there made her freeze. His face showed a smile. Arlen, it is time for exercise, is not it? At this moment she only felt immense dread. Why are you here? Sometime later, Pishan's voice echoed in the room. 8-9. He used his hand to stop the stopwatch. 10. There was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Arlen, your performance is gradually improving. The tonic seems effective. He did not forget to announce, you worked hard. Let us stop here for today. Arlen nodded tiredly, yes. She quickly glanced in another direction. At first glance, Arlen realized Pekon was not sad at all. He was no different than usual. She did not know what he was thinking behind that radiant face. She let out a soft sigh. Then should I also act as if nothing happened? Erlen's heart felt extremely chaotic. But how can I do that? Isn't it uncomfortable? Isn't it awkward? While she was feeling down, Pekon pulled up a chair to sit. You are tired, right? Come sit here. Arlen nodded, yes. He was still like a chirping bird by her side. Why are you so well behaved today? Pekon even felt excited. You did not even cry for help. She gave a sad smile. It is because I am uncomfortable that I am like this. Suddenly he asked a question. By the way, Arel, can I ask you something? Arlen turned her head to look at him. What? It seemed he had heard something. I heard that during the childhood friends gathering you had tea with the other ladies. Did something happen there? The place went silent for a brief moment. Then she replied, nothing happened. Pekon found it hard to believe. Really, she asked back, what do you want to know? He gave a sad smile. I wondered if Arlen encountered anything unpleasant. She lowered her gaze to avoid him. He must have heard something already. How could the crown prince not know what happened at a childhood friends gathering? But she still replied coldly, I am fine. Pekon turned his head toward her. Arel. Erlen's expression was perfectly calm. If you worry, it will be harder for me. So just pretend you do not know. But he did not listen to those words. How could I do that? In the end, that happened because of me. She clenched her palms. It is complicated. It just started because of you. Arlen suddenly turned her head back to comfort him. It is not your fault. Pekon looked incredibly pitiful again. I am sorry. He did not hesitate to take the blame upon himself. For making you go through something like that, I am sorry, Arlen. She went silent for a moment. Sometimes, her view of Pekon had changed. Pekon seems even more mature than I, who carries memories of a past life. In his position as a crown prince, he deserves forgiveness more than an apology. A strange emotion rose in her heart. And yet, in important moments, he is always warm and kind. Perhaps. Arlen remembered Petion's innocent smile. It is just his natural disposition. She was lost in her thoughts while thinking, meanwhile, I always say words that hurt him and can't treat him well. She even reminded herself, now instead of pushing that feeling away, I want to reciprocate. Arlen gently comforted him, Pekon, it is not your fault, so you do not need to apologize. But he was still very self-reproachful. But Arlen wanted to make friends, and only because of me. She smiled gently. I am fine now. Her voice was a bit warm. You are the first one. Pekon still did not understand. What do you mean? Memories of her past life flashed through her mind. Throughout my past life, I only liked being alone. It seemed she felt her current life too. I only knew how to play the violin, and in this life too. Arlen wanted to change everything. The first friend I have had since I was born. Her voice was a bit warm. It is you. Pekon froze for just a few seconds. His face suddenly turned as red as a tomato. Arlen, can I hug you? She quickly refused, no. He still stepped closer just once. Having no other choice, she accepted. Fine, just once. And so, Pekon rushed forward to embrace her. Arlen. She even felt it was hard to understand. He likes me this much, why does he make me so embarrassed? Thoughts kept appearing in her head. Even though I know Pekon has a predetermined female lead, at times like this, I feel like Petion's feelings will never change. Suddenly, Arlen asked a question, if you stay like this, what if you end up liking someone else besides me? His voice was extremely firm. That will never happen. She found it hard to believe. There has to be a what if. Naturally, Pekon still would not accept it. No, that is impossible. Arlen sighed. That means. His attitude suddenly changed. Does Arlen not trust me that much? These words made her go silent for a moment. I do know. She did not know how to respond that now she could trust him, but she already knew the future. Time passed quickly until a few days later. In the vast garden, Petion's voice rang out at today's gathering. He decisively declared, Arlen, do whatever you want. She was a bit confused. Pekon shyly explained, since I am Arlen's first friend, if Arlen has a second or third friend, it is okay. So I won't bother you. He did not forget to announce, everyone heard that. Today is Arlen's free time. The Père Noël and Seal immediately protested, what, I am going to play with Arlen. No way, Arlil, she thought silently, I am fine because I can be alone. Recalling Petion's words, does Arlen not trust me that much, she let out a soft sigh. As expected, is it still because of our last conversation my conscience hurts a bit? Since he thinks I do not trust him, does he want to increase his reliability? Thinking this, she turned to look back. Anyway, since it is like this, I will enjoy some relaxation for a bit. It has been a while since I read a book in a quiet place. Perhaps due to not paying attention, Arlen accidentally tripped over a stone. Her whole body began to fall. Realizing she was in danger made her scared. No, at this rate I will hit the tree. Suddenly a hand reached out just in time to catch her head. Cheyenne appeared with a smile. You have to be careful. He greeted her with a radiant smile. We meet again, little lady. His voice was a bit strange. Careful or you will trip. Arlen went silent for a few seconds. Isn't this the man I met at Sherritt? She curiously asked, why are you here? Cheyenne announced, naturally, I came to find you. She was a bit confused. Why do you say naturally? At the same time she felt suspicious. But this is the Imperial Palace. How did you get in here? He appeared nonchalant. There is no place I cannot enter. A smug smile appeared on Cheyenne's face. Furthermore, the mark on Arlen's hand suddenly glowed. As long as you have that, we can find each other. She realized something was wrong. The pattern only I can see. Is it a tracker? He quickly sat down. However, finding you was a bit of a struggle. Kid, you carry a rather troublesome bloodline. Arlen immediately felt the danger around her. What? Why? The Cheyenne in front of her had completely transformed into someone else. Is he regretting not killing me at Lake Sherritt, so he came here, so he has been tracking me to find a way to finish me off? Suddenly, he reached out and pressed his hand to her forehead. Don't be so scared. I did not come to eat you right now. Arlen blankly reached up to scratch her head. She seemed to think about what he said. Meaning you will eat me, right? Cheyenne burst out laughing. We will see. He stepped closer to chat. I still have many things I am curious about. Arlen thought, does this person always feel like this? She instinctively remembered the first time they met. At the mansion he looked like he was in his mid-20s. Looking at him now, she felt even more confused. He looks younger. As if Cheyenne could read her thoughts. Staring enough, Arlen hurriedly turned her face away. Was I staring too much? He suddenly stood up. I am fine, but if you keep talking here, you will be considered a crazy person. She still did not understand why he said that. Why? Cheyenne's next words made her freeze. Probably because only you can see me here. Arlen reflexively looked around. Thinking back, he was showing his presence like this, but no one bothered to look this way. She instinctively remembered the feeling from before. Feeling the warmth from his hand, he definitely was not a ghost. Having no other choice, she immediately walked in another direction, making Cheyenne laugh. Planning to move spots, a wise choice. He looked forward curiously. But are you walking alone? Everyone else is gathered over there. His voice was full of curiosity. Do you not have friends? Arlen irritably remembered her number one friend, Pekan. I do have a friend, Cheyenne laughed. Don't be mad. I do not have friends either. She sighed and nodded. You really do look like someone with no friends. He explained, that is harsh. I used to have many friends. Arlen asked curiously, where are those friends now? After thinking, his attitude changed again. They are all dead. Are you curious why they died? This time she became even more cautious. In her mind she calculated, I am in trouble. No matter how I answer this, it is a death answer. I will just pretend I did not hear and ignore it. Suddenly, Cornelia's voice rang out. Did everyone know during the last tea party, Arlen made Lady Nadell cry? Discussion broke out continuously. Is that true? Yes, I was there. She scolded Lady Nadell for a long time, saying she was a duke's daughter. When Lady Nadell cried, she did not even blink. Nadell treated her so kindly too. How awful. They did not notice Arlen behind them. She is getting too much attention, so she thinks she is someone special, it is obvious. The Halburn family asked the royals to take care of her. She thought silently, rumors spread that fast already. Her palms clenched. Badmouthing is one thing, but I did not expect the truth to be distorted like this. Cheyenne off to the side laughed in surprise. This little lady seems quite hated, huh? She sighed and replied, I am just not the type of person who is loved. He asked curiously, is that so? That is surprising. You are cute though. She went silent for a moment. Cheyenne continued reaching toward Arlen. Or rather, his words became extremely frightening. Shall I help you? I can resolve this quietly and cleanly. She shot him a glance and replied, no thanks. She had her own thoughts. Furthermore, his idea of clean was surely far from hers. Right then Cornelia suddenly mocked, what is the use of doing that? I heard she won't live much longer anyway. The others asked curiously, what do you mean she won't live long? Arlen listened silently from the side. It means she is about to die. When will she die? I do not know that, but... She still gritted her teeth and endured these words. It is best if she dies soon. Hey, that is a bit much. Why, Lady Dorothy hates Arlen too. Listening to this, Cheyenne laughed in surprise. Seriously. He was incredibly curious. You do not need my help. Arlen did not care. I am used to rumors, but She was not going to sit still anymore. She was not generous enough to endure such words. Arlen stepped forward. You guys. At that moment the twins suddenly appeared. What is this? The two had incredibly curious smiles. Is this an interesting conversation? Realizing the twins had arrived, the other ladies immediately went silent. Even Arlen was surprised. The twins. Cornelia and Dorothy backed away. They did not hear what just happened, did they? I do not know. Just deny it. Maybe they did not hear. The words rang in Erlin's ears. I did not hear anything. About Cornelia saying Arlen should die early. Why would you say things like that? Seal smiled and approached. Arlen is suffering from an incurable disease. You should not talk to a sick person like that, right? Noel added, how cruel. Cornelia, do you hate Arlen that much? She hurriedly explained, it is not like that. Her face showed a forced smile. Arlen made Nadel cry, so I was just angry. Both of them looked surprised hearing that. Is that so? There was even a hint of mockery on their faces. From what I know, Nadel was the one in the wrong first, right? Why does everyone misunderstand like this? Dorothy on the side became extremely dazed. Nadel was wrong first. Cornelia clearly said Arlen was mean. Then, finally, the girl asked the question. Cornelia spread false rumors. The twins declared, Arlen did not do anything wrong. Cornelia helplessly bowed her head. I am sorry. I was wrong. Seal spoke up, you do not need to apologize to us, Cornelia. Immediately after he suggested, but Cornelia, from now on, it would be better if you did not come to our close friends meetings anymore, would not it? Noel approached her and announced, this is not a place for such low-class children. The cold words rang out. Cornelia knows best what I mean, right? Out of pure fear, both of them hurried away. Sorry, Seal laughed in surprise. Those two are really fast. Then he continued chatting. It is magical, right, Noel? Just then, he noticed Arlen behind them. The twins quickly approached. Arlen, you are here. When did you get here? You saw us already, she softly called out, you guys. There was a hint of curiosity in her voice. Why did you help me? The two looked at each other blankly. We helped you, we only spoke the truth. Just as the prince told us to go check on you. Arlen sighed in silence. Of course. Since they are people who act on whim, I know they did not mean anything by it. They just wanted to do it. A strange feeling rose in her heart. Even knowing that, for some reason, her heart felt a bit fluttery. She called out, twins. Her voice held a hint of expectation. Let us be friends. Both of them were utterly surprised. Aureliel, last time you said you did not want to be close friends with us. That is right, you clearly said you did not want to. Arlen sighed and turned to walk away. If you do not like it, then forget it. The two of them reacted instantly. No, let us do it, let us be friends, we were just curious. She smiled and explained to them, I think I was searching for friends in places too far away. Her smile left the twins speechless for a moment. At the same time, Arlen turned to leave. Besides, you guys are quite cute today. Noel suddenly turned to his side. I finally know why His Highness follows Aurelian. Seal replied, Noel, you realized it too, me too. Suddenly she felt curious. I wonder where that stalker guy went. Looking at the palace before her eyes caught her attention. This place was a private library owned by the Halberns, located near the villa. The background of this place was far from ordinary, the Sparran private library, alongside the Imperial Library. The interior was vast, famously known as two of the three largest libraries in the Empire. Arlen quickly picked up a book. The reason she came to the library so early was because Lena quickly called out, my lady. She curiously approached her holding a book. Are you looking for the novel you read before? She shook her head. No, I am looking for something else today. Before Cornelia were 3 new books. History Through Words, Symbols of Ancient Gods, and The Star for Saint-Level Mages. In her heart, she became more determined to clarify the identity of the pattern appearing on the back of her hand. Then Arlen focused on reading. She had gathered the books with that ambition, but no information was truly useful. She almost felt a headache coming on. And the star was usually a symbol of a mage. She thought silently to herself, they say when a mage reaches a certain realm, they receive a star and become a saint-level mage. Lena even taught her that in ancient times, the star also symbolized the savior. She was very surprised. So that is how it is. Arlen realized, then is that person a mage? She recalled her encounter with Cheyenne. If he were a mage, she understood why he occasionally appeared and then suddenly vanished. This led her to a conclusion as to why the mages at the villa or the royal palace could not see him. Arlen continued to reflect. If she reconsidered the words he uttered during their conversation, he seemed to be quite old despite his young face. Erlin's face frowned slightly. But if that is the case, she asked herself, what is this oppressive feeling emanating from that leisurely attitude? She even wondered, why does it feel like I am talking to something that is not human? Arlen was still lost in her own thoughts. Could he be a monster whose seal was broken, taking on a human guise, or perhaps an archmage waking up after a long sleep? Pishan's radiant face appeared. Arlen, you are here. He quickly approached. What book are you reading? A foreign language. Arlen, you know how to read Silver too, that must be difficult. She nodded. I know a little. He smiled inquiringly. By the way, how was the childhood friends meeting? I mean the free time. Arlen realized he came here out of curiosity about that. She decisively announced, yes, I have made friends. Pekan found it hard to believe. What, you have friends already? Who? Arlen announced without hesitation, the twins. I have become friends with both of them. This news was like a bolt of lightning to Pekan. He could not even believe the truth. The twins, not any of the other kids, but why the twins? His eyes were even a bit suspicious. It took me so much effort to become friends with Arlen. Yet the twins got the friend position in just a few hours. She was confused. What is this? Is he sulking? She did not know what to say. In her head she thought, should I comfort him? What should I do as a friend in this situation? Suddenly Lena called out, my lady. Arlen turned her head happily. Lena, right? Maybe Lena knows the way. She quickly instructed, please pat his head. She felt awkward. Lena, no matter what, Pekan is the crown prince. She continued to teach, give him a hug and comfort him. Arlen thought silently, am I treating him like a child? Well, he is a child, but... Suddenly Pekayan stood up. All right, I have decided. She turned her head in confusion. What? His voice was full of determination. I am going to cancel these childhood meetings. Arlen found it hard to believe. What? He continued, now that you have made friends anyway. She hurriedly chased after him, wait a minute, but Pekan would not listen, and Arlen does not seem to like the childhood friends meetings much. Anyway, Arlen was still trying to catch up. No, Pekan, you have made your decision. I must tell the Queen Mother immediately. He clenched his palms. All right. He calculated silently in his head. A gathering that started spreading malicious rumors about Arlen, it is right to cancel it. I would rather cancel it right now. Right at the critical moment she grabbed his wrist. Pekayan. As he turned his head in daze, her hand was already placed on his face. She even gently announced, calm down. These words made him freeze instantly. Pekayan stood perfectly still, not moving an inch. Then Arlen inquired, are you calmer now? After a moment of silence passed, she sighed softly. You know. Her words were a bit warm. Don't cancel the childhood friends meeting. But Pekan found it hard to understand. Why? She silently spoke her thoughts. I have grown quite fond of playing at the palace. Playing with you, with Haroon and the twins. Her voice became warm. I think playing together is very fun. Pishan's eyes suddenly became touched. So that is it. If Arlen likes it, then I have no choice. He did not forget to add. Then I will kick everyone else out and only keep 5 of them. Okay, she became even more flustered. No. Then she advised, if you do that, you will be scolded. He did not seem to care at all. It is fine if I am scolded. Arlen pulled Pekan forward. Come here, I do not want that. Sometime later, she was still focused on reading. The two of them sat together, reading about unknown knowledge. Pekayan occasionally turned to look at Arlen. You look tired, Arel. He thought silently in his head, I know you are weak, but would Arlen faint during a normal time like this? It seemed he knew about the unpleasant things that had happened to her. You must be tired from everything that has happened over the past few days. Arlen says she is fine, but with such rumors spreading at the meeting. This made him even more determined. I think I can cancel it. He even felt a bit of doubt. As expected, as a friend, there is a limit to how I can help Arlen. Pekan was lost in his thoughts. If I were Mehen, even if I stayed close and protected Arlen, no one would question it, right? This gave him a huge headache. That is why I want to be your father. What should I do to get closer to Arlen? If only you would allow me. He gently leaned closer, facing Arlen. I could be a bit more greedy. Sunlight shone on the two of them. I want to see you every day. I want to be by your side. More desires grew in Pishan's heart. Always curious about you, thinking about you like this. He asked himself, then worried again if anything else would happen. Clearly, he did not want Arlen to leave him. I am scared and insecure. Pishan's hand gently reached out to brush her hair. But this confusion when facing this face vanishes like spring snow. He suddenly realized, sometimes I feel like a fool. He called out, Arlen. A clear sound rang out. I like you. Time seemed to stop. Pekon continued to ask, so Arlen, could you like me just a little bit? His eyes were filled only with love for her. Because as for liking you a lot, I think I have already done enough. Inside the royal palace, Silua walked forward. Beside the girl were a servant and a small white cat. At the same time, Pekon and his guard were also walking. Suddenly, the girl's footsteps stopped. Seeing his action, the girl turned curiously. Pekon, where are you coming back from? He calmly turned back to question her, do you need to know? The girl was still very stubborn. You have been going out very often lately. Pekon sighed, that is strange indeed. Silua explained, I am just curious if you were busy with something. He replied coldly, I am always busy. But the girl had guessed something. It is not just because of that, is it? He questioned, since when did you care about me? Silua, the girl, smiled and turned her head. There was a hint of mockery in her voice. What, is it that strange for me to care about my brother? He did not seem to care. It is very strange, so stop caring. Let us go, Graham. The girl thought silently to herself, the whole palace is buzzing with rumors, so why hide it? I think her name is Arlen. The girl chuckled, I am actually curious too. The girl thought privately about the reason Pekon was so infatuated, and that foolish look he showed as well. Thinking of this, Silua laughed. Indeed, the answer is. The girl even made a very playful gesture. Her face showed a smug smile. Is it the Queen Mother? The subordinate behind called out, Your Highness. The scene shifts back to Arlen. They say humans are adaptable creatures. I do not know when She was calmly eating sweets under Cheyenne's gaze. I have gotten used to being watched by this persistent stalker. He asked with a smile, You do not need to be startled anymore. In her head she thought, I was forced to get used to it. Even Mehen, when she went to see him, do you know any way to get rid of a terrible stalker? He was a bit dazed. Yes. Thinking of this, Arlen sighed. He would probably say he did not know how to get rid of a stalker either. She was curious. But why do you keep appearing? Cheyenne laughed, because I find it interesting. She asked herself, I have had enough of you. But her face looked bored. Do you have nothing to do? He explained, there is nothing urgent. Right now, I am waiting for something. Arlen did not ask further, so that is it. There was still that scary smile on Cheyenne's face. In that case, it seemed he knew her actions. How is your investigation of me going? Everything was already in the palm of his hand. I even saw you go to the library. I did not expect the little girl to have so many things she wanted to find out. His voice held a hint of intimidation. If there is anything you want to ask right now, go ahead and speak. But Arlen refused flatly. No need. He was surprised why she explained that. She became calm. I do not want to accidentally ask something I should not, and then disappear silently overnight. I want to live as long as possible. Seeing her so cute made Cheyenne laugh. Arlen was dazed. Why are you laughing? He found it unbelievably interesting. This is truly. Our little girl is so adorable. Then he continued to urge her, ask. Arlen shook her head, no. Cheyenne announced, I won't do anything to you. This left her very conflicted. What is this? He is not joking. He really wants me to ask. Then she asked without hesitation, what is your identity? He smiled radiantly, it is a secret. She continued to probe, that thing at Sherritt, what was it? Cheyenne shook his head, that is also a secret. This made Arlen bored. You are teasing me. He placed his hand on the table. If I answer that, I am afraid I might accidentally touch you. She did not ask further about it. Alright, skip it. What should I do about this spot on the back of my hand? It is bothersome when it keeps glowing like this. Cheyenne showed great interest. Only I can see it, so it is fine. Although there are other existences besides me who can feel it, there are not many in this world. She probed again, what do you want from me? He thought for just a few seconds, because this is the first time I have encountered something this interesting. She continued the conversation. Then what is your name? Cheyenne calmly introduced himself. Cheyenne. Call me that from now on. Arlen was surprised. Cheyenne. There were many questions in her heart. Is that your real name? His eyes suddenly brightened. What, do you want to know my real name? She refused upon hearing that, not really. Cheyenne smiled in praise, the little girl has good intuition. Suddenly he suggested, now it is my turn to ask, right? Arlen was a bit disappointed, is it a turn-based questioning, but she was still polite, go ahead and ask. His voice was a bit strange. In this mansion. It seemed Cheyenne had found out something. Is it true that only you are left of the Halberns? After thinking she nodded. Yes, probably. I heard I have a father, but I have never met him. His voice was a bit strange. So that is how it is. Arlen looked up at him. But why did you ask that? But before she knew it, Cheyenne had completely disappeared. This left her dazed. He suddenly disappeared again. Times like this I feel like I am being haunted. Arlen looked silently at Cheyenne's empty chair. She sighed to comfort herself. So creepy. I need Mehen. This hour. She rushed inside the mansion. I wonder if he is in the study. Arlen prepared to open the door. I will just open the door gently to see. If he is too busy I will go back. At that moment Mehen coincidentally opened the large door. Seeing her appear made him very surprised. My lady. She quickly hugged him. Mom. Mehen picked her up. I was just about to look for you. Do you need anything? Realizing her current expression he noted, so it turns out you needed me. Arlen asked innocently, but Mehen was going to look for me. This is your busiest time though. He was a bit awkward about that. Then he pulled out a letter. There is something I need your permission for. She recognized the letter. An invitation. This pattern is definitely from the royal family. Arlen held the letter and began reading. Before long the empire's great holiday, National Day, would begin. It seemed she would not have much to do. At that time not only the royal family but the upper class would be busy, so the childhood friend meetings would probably take a break. She continued reading silently. Therefore, before that, the children planned to host an informal social tea party prepared by themselves. Everyone will work together to complete a wonderful tea party. After reading the letter, Arlen was dazed. What, such a cute and lovely event? But does this need my permission? Mehen continued with a bit of difficulty. Yes, the problem is. His voice rang out calmly, the invitation method for this social gathering. Arlen listened silently. There will be parents, meaning the children's families. While working, Mehen called out, Dylan. He asked curiously, has there been a reply from the Sky Tower yet? Dylan announced, yes, they said they will visit on the upcoming National Day. He added, it seems that because this is a visit after 154 years, many people have requested a meeting, making the prior coordination quite complicated. Mehen nodded. I see. His voice became calm. If it is the Sky Tower, they might know about the young lady's illness. We must arrange a meeting. Dylan bowed as if in agreement. I understand. But in his heart he felt troubled. Truly is like walking on thin ice. Thoughts appeared in his head. Lord Mehen must have a headache too. At a time when even the occasional calls from the Grand Duke have been cut off, they are holding an informal family gathering at the palace. Mehen held his head and groaned. Why did Her Majesty the Queen choose this exact time to hold such an event? Perhaps he felt extremely tired. National Day is approaching, and troublesome matters are increasing. Back to the present, Mehen spoke. I do not know how you will answer, but... His throat suddenly choked up as if he could not say anything. Finally he spoke up. If you wish, you do not have to attend. It is just that there won't be a guest, and it will be an awkward gathering. Arlen listened silently. And Valor, no, the Grand Duke won't come. She looked up at him. Mehen. She seemed to understand clearly. Even if it were just empty words, Mehen would not say her father was coming. He would rather let her face the truth from the start than give false hope followed by disappointment. She looked intently at his determined face. This was Mehen, her protector. For a long time, Arlen had stood behind him. Surely hiding away would be more comfortable. Being protected was warm. She hesitated on what to do. Mehen would settle everything neatly so as not to cause gossip, but this matter. She looked up at Mehen. It is not a problem that can be solved just by hiding. I will attend. He was about to say more, or she interrupted him. More importantly. In her voice was a bit of hope. I also have a mother named Mehen. This time Arlen was like a small child. Mehen is my family, and I will also invite the childcare team and Dylan too. Everyone was surprised. My lady, it is an honor for me. He was about to say something else, but... Then he sat down to explain. My lady, in that place there might be situations where I cannot protect you. Arlen gently rubbed the back of his hand. It is okay. She chatted gently. Anyway, Mehen will be by my side. Realizing his thoughts, Arlen felt a bit of pain in her heart. A pained expression. Time seemed to stop, but strangely, perhaps because of Mehen's sincere concern. Arlen reached her hand toward him to comfort him. Don't worry. She gently patted his head. I actually feel happier. I only need Mehen. Her voice became even softer. Truly Mehen is soft. Mehen was still worried. Even so, if you want to withdraw at any time, tell me. Alright, she nodded in agreement. I promise. In Erilyn's head, she thought silently, that is right. Is it absolutely necessary to be bound by a household registry to be family? I will use this chance to show them. She seemed to have a resolution. Hell is also a place worth living, and non-biological family is also family. The scene shifts to the palace. And just like that, until the informal family gathering where the children served tea was held at the palace, abbreviated as the family tea party, the remaining preparation time was. Inside the room, therefore, the theme of today's childhood friends meeting is preparing for the family tea party. Baekhyun smiled. The venue for the tea party will be the hall in the Crown Prince's palace. He turned and spoke his thoughts. The scale, schedule, and guest list have been pre-selected by the royal household. What we need to decide are the hall decorations, tea and desserts, and the dress code. He did not forget to take everyone's opinion. Does anyone have any ideas? Everyone quickly raised their hands. Arlen was still using the skill of hiding behind the child next to her. Everyone was very proactive. She let out a soft sigh. There really is a lot to prepare. As expected, it is a party where money just flows away even if you are just standing still. While she was still thinking, Baekhyun announced, good. Then we will freely prepare the tea and desserts. However, remember that the basics will be handled by the royal family. Erilyn's gaze drifted forward. But he smiled gently and continued, if anyone wants to invite more people, please make a guest list and submit it by the day after tomorrow, as invitations will be sent out after receiving the royal seal. The children were very excited. The royal seal, that is amazing. This is the first time I will receive one. Arlen thought confusedly, did Baekhyun always have this kind of image? She glanced at him secretly. She had thought he was like a puppy, always radiant as the sun. But at times like this, she saw that the Crown Prince male lead was indeed a male lead. Arlen asked herself, since this party will revolve around Baekhyun, I probably won't be able to meet him until it is over, right? The childhood friend meetings had also taken a break for a while. On this side, Baekhyun was still announcing, and we need decorations or flowers for the dining table called a centerpiece. Everyone should prepare plenty. She seemed to realize something was wrong. It felt like someone had just looked in this direction. He wore a radiant smile on his face. Then he continued his speech. Finally, the dress code. Any attire representing your family or personal symbol is fine. Cloaks embroidered with the family crest of your school or knight order are also acceptable. You are free to prepare. Arlen suddenly became worried. What is this, a honey trap? You startled me. My poor heart. The younger kids behind were screaming incessantly, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Baekhyun said happily, then everyone please prepare well and see you at the tea party. Everyone nodded in agreement, yes. The scene shifts to the vast library. The space here was extremely magnificent. The children ran off eagerly. It is done, now let us go play. Arlen was still thinking dress code and symbolic flowers. That is so hard to think of. Maybe I should go home and ask the childcare group for their opinion. Suddenly the twins approached and called out, Erilyn. Her face looked dazed. Are you two still here? Seal explained, we want to prepare for the party with Erilyn. Noel added, we are friends now. Arlen felt tired again. Did I overdo it by saying let us be friends? Both of their eyes lit up visibly. Preparing alone is too much. Preparing alone is so boring. Let us do it together. Okay, she just wanted to leave this place. This enthusiasm, it seemed they would not let go until she agreed. Arlen flatly refused. I do not like it. Both of them heard it as I like it. Okay, she irritably repeated, I said I do not like it. The two of them did not seem to care at all. Then we have decided to do it at Erilyn's house. Arlen did not know what else to say. What about my opinion? Listening to these words only made Leslie more annoyed. The Crown Prince and even the twins, they just helped a little and now they are acting so close. Just then Baekhyun stepped up and called out, Leslie. This made the girl suddenly realize something was wrong. Then she hurriedly turned her head. This voice was. Pishan's face appeared before the girl. Crown Prince. Leslie quickly approached with a radiant smile. Yes, Your Highness called. He spoke irritably. You. The joy from before had vanished from his face. That is enough. I see clearly what you are thinking. Every terrifying word rang out clearly. This is the last time I will overlook this for the sake of the Marquis family. Perhaps because she was so frightened, Leslie began to cry piteously. Her mother immediately comforted her. "Stop crying, Leslie. Your beautiful face will swell up." But the girl would not listen. "Mom, I hate Arlene so much." She had completely lost her mind. "If it were not for her, the crown prince would not have misunderstood me. What if my position as the crown princess is stolen? I want to humiliate Arlene. I want to trample her in every way possible." Hearing this, Leslie's mother was surprised. "Arlene?" She thought silently. "If it is Arlene, is not she just the insignificant daughter of the Grand Duke?" This made her even more annoyed. The crown prince was an absolute existence that could not be touched. A smug smile appeared on her face. "But what is a flawed young lady worth?" Leslie's mother quickly reached out to comfort the girl. "Stop crying, Leslie. If you are aiming for the position of crown princess, you can't just let this go." Her face wore a distorted smile. "Don't worry, daughter. Just think of the future. Mother will take care of this for you." The scene shifts to a large room. Arlene's voice rang out. "So?" She looked at the pile of items before her in surprise. "All these samples are..." Her eyes were filled with disbelief. "Were they brought from the Merchant Guild directly under Sparham?" Both of them smiled and nodded. "That is right, we prepared them for our Lily. See, it was the right choice to consult with us, was not it?" She asked, confused. "If that is the case, would not it have been faster if I just went to your place?" The two of them looked blank for a moment. "That is a good point, Aureliel, but we had our own reasons." Both of them spoke in unison. "We wanted to tour the Halburn mansion." After entering the mansion, the two of them skipped around happily, leaving Arlene surprised. What is with these dignified rascals? Noelle was still touring with interest. "Seal, come look at this. Here is a piece from the Reminiscence of Green Time." He gasped in disbelief. "Good heavens." Then he continued to explore other areas. "Noelle, over here is the 10th moon masterpiece by the great painter Marquis Grandel." Hearing this, Seal ran over. "The one next to it is even the 3rd moon. Amazing, 2 works from the Grandel moon series are hanging right next to each other." Their faces became ecstatic. "The Grandel painting style from 300 years ago is perfectly intact. There is no doubt these are authentic. Why are such precious treasures here?" Arlene looked utterly exhausted. "Even though I am at home, I really want to go home." Browning could only bow his head. "My lady, I am truly sorry." She sighed and thought to herself, well, such a reaction is natural for the twins. She walked silently through the wide hallway. "In my eyes, it is at most just a picture frame on the wall, but in the twins' eyes, they were incredibly excited. Everything must reflect something completely different to them." Arlene recalled, with the fall of the ancient gods and the end of mythology, the traces of miracles and the sacred powers of the old gods could only be found in ruins or forgotten holy lands. The story continued, however. Even in the age of magic and humans, there still existed supernatural abilities similar to the miracles of the gods, the very thing that helped Sparham become the Empire's leading merchant family and allowed them to manipulate the Empire's wealth for generations. That was the Golden Eyes. That was all Arlene knew. She looked silently at the two children. Seal's golden eyes were eyes that could see value, regardless of whether it was a person or an object. Arlene's thoughts surfaced, it quantified and showed their worth. Noelle's golden eyes were eyes that could see danger. He also possessed an incredibly keen ability. It quantified and showed the danger level of a target. It was a useful ability that could filter out danger like a form of prophecy. She seemed to understand now why they had such extraordinary abilities. Seal chatted excitedly, "I did not expect to see the Grandel Moon series here. Legend has it that if one collects all 13 works, they can witness the dreamlike landscape Marquis Grandel spoke of." She shot a glance at them. "Can you two leave your fairyland now?" The two continued to praise. The auction house only displayed exactly 3 works, and they were all kept by Dad. In this moment there are a total of 4 works. She felt a bit lazy. "So what?" Arlene quickly moved to the next topic. "Let us have our meeting about the party." After a moment of silence, Seal smiled and suggested, "Aureliel, you will prepare the tea and desserts, right? We plan to bring Grenesia flower tea imported from the eastern continent." She shook her head sadly, "No." Hearing that, Noelle added, "You should prepare some kind of dessert, sweets or tea, for example. Or we can help you prepare." She looked up at the two of them. "Fine." The two of them spoke radiantly wonderful. The twins seemed very interested. "What kind of flowers and decorations will you choose?" "We are choosing marigolds, golden yellow, because the Sparham crest is a golden heart on a tilted fishing rod." Arlene thought for a moment. I think I will choose lilies. Halburn's flowers have always been white lilies. Seal was quite surprised. Lilies, all right then. Noelle asked brightly, what about gifts? Have you thought of the gifts yet? She looked up at them. Just anything suitable. Noticing the twins' strange gazes, Arlen was dazed. What is with that disappointing look? Both of them remarked in unison, Arlen is so vague, Arlen is so careless. She reminded them, please do not call me by my full name only at times like this. This time they quickly changed their minds. Then for the gifts, just pick a few items you like from the samples. We will see if they are appropriate gifts for the party. Immediately after, the two of them stood up. Aureliel would not know what to do without us. You would definitely be humiliated. You truly are a girl who needs to be looked after. Realizing something was off, Arlen was puzzled. Strange. Even during the bad-mouthing incident before. Were they always the type of people so willing to help like this? She glanced at the twins. I did agree to be friends, but I did not think they would be this enthusiastic for that reason alone. Noelle was still chatting, this one suits Aurelian. After a moment of silence, Arlen called out, you guys, what exactly is the reason you like me? Her words made both of them freeze for a moment. Then the twins turned to look at each other. The reason we like Arlen. They shared the same thought, Halburn. Because she was surrounded by all sorts of secrets and mysteries, and we thought she would be unique and unusual. But this thought was quickly rejected by them. At the very least, they could not like Arlen just because she fit those expectations. On the contrary, their first impression of Lady Halburn was. At that time both were very surprised. Is she really Lady Halburn? Something like that. The twins even felt a bit of disdain. Was Noelle wrong? Her danger level is 23. Too normal. Dull. Not interesting. And so they had not cared about her at all. After seeing that His Highness cared for Arlen, I thought she was just a new card to tease him with. It only went that far. Time passed, and one day when I had forgotten about Lady Arlen, the moment Seal saw her appear, it was unbelievable to him. His face slowly turned red. Unbelievable. Noelle turned to ask, confused, what is wrong, Seal? Her long hair fluttered in the wind. Her stats were normal and nothing special. She could not be called extraordinary. Even Noelle felt surprised. On the contrary, the value of Arlen Sigria Halburn. The numbers seemed to have changed too low compared to Halburn's reputation. The twins stared at her face, stunned. It had changed. Both could not hide their surprise. Unlike the time we saw her before, there has never been anyone like this, right? This is also the first time someone cannot be converted into data. This time they glanced at each other. This was unprecedented. They even found it extremely interesting. It was definitely from that moment that we began to get to know Arlen seriously. What on earth was the cause? Aureliel's personality changed, but the golden eyes would not react just for that. The twins gradually realized Aurelian had a weak spot for kindness. They were even quite surprised by her decision, and it seemed she liked Haroun too. Seal and Noelle sat to one side and wondered, why does not she like us? She does not like us, but she does not avoid us either. Does that mean she does not hate us? Finally, they realized one thing, and so we discovered for the first time we were not acting based on family or needs, not calculating or bound by value and stats. The two played together happily. Right, they were just children. She was simply our joy. As Aurelian's image appeared in their minds, they thought, then why should not I be fond of her? This interesting friend, Seal spoke up, still dazed. Why ask the reason I like you? The two smiled, approached, and said in unison, because Aurelian is our friend. She still found it hard to believe. Is that all? The two laughed. Does there have to be a reason? Is it not okay to like you without one? Arlen shook her head. It is not that it is not okay. The thoughts in her heart grew. Her eyes said, I like you guys, but I do not know your goals, so I am suspicious, openly displaying such wariness. A single thought shared by the two of them, even if I want to pretend I do not know, I can't pretend when she is like this. The two smiled and chatted. Seal, as expected, Arlen can't do without us, right? I think so too, Noelle. She could only change the subject. Let us continue choosing gifts. The two were surprised. Aureliel, are you embarrassed? Are you shy? Truly, Arlen is so cute. On this side, Patient's crisis detection expression was activated. For some reason, I feel like I should go to the Halburn mansion. Graham, he calmly placed the documents on the table. Your Highness is not allowed to go out until the invitations are finished, Your Highness. After some time of selection, Noelle smiled. Then let us take this for the gift. This should mean everything is decided, right? She nodded in agreement. Think so too. The twins shared a thought. At this rate, Arelilin might just become the protagonist of the party. If it is Aureliel, I do not mind letting you be the protagonist. Naturally, Arlen flatly refused. No thanks, I will pass. A knock at the door surprised her. Who is it? Amber already brought the snacks earlier. The door opened. Seeing the familiar face made Arlen surprised. Mehen. He approached and inquired, how is the party preparation coming along, my lady? She nodded. We just finished settling everything. The two did not forget to hold out a paper before him. We have made perfect decisions. Since it is Mehen, you can take a look. He nodded calmly. Yes, thank you. He thought silently, as expected of the Sparum family, their eye for things is impeccable. I thought the young lady would be tired, but she looks quite healthy. At that moment Seal spoke up curiously. By the way, Lord Mehen, do you still have no intention of coming to Sparum? Father said if he could have Lord Mehen. Noel continued from the side. He would even change the imperial laws to allow polygamy. Seeing their radiant faces made Arlen freeze. My mother is being proposed to. But she turned to look at Mehen. What is with that bored reaction? Is this not the first time? He spoke irritably. I refuse. Please convey to Duke Sparum that I do not need the attention of men. These words made the twins suddenly burst out laughing. They laughed uproariously. So harsh, father was rejected. Father will be so sad. They even bantered back and forth. Father truly likes Lord Mehen, though Mehen is too cold. Finding these two too annoying, he sighed. No way. The Duke does not like me. He just likes seeing me embarrassed. In his head, he thought of the current Duke Sparum's golden eyes. It seemed to be high-level eyes that could see talent. Because of that, most talents in the Albrecht Empire were directly or indirectly related to the Sparum family. Mehen understood well. His invitations had persisted since his time as the young Duke. It was probably because he was still bitter that he had not managed to get his hands on me yet. Thinking this, he turned to look at Arlen. Whether here or there, it was a life of being a slave to paperwork. If it were before, perhaps I would have considered it, but now. He looked at Arlen's waiting figure. I already have my adorable little chick here. Why would I need to think about anything else? He gently stepped closer and called out, Arel. Mehen knelt on one knee on the floor. She quickly ran into his arms. Mehen. Naturally, he cherished this time. I do not know how that devil-like master could give birth to such an angel. He did not forget to ask, did those two twins bully you? She shook her head quickly. No. Her voice was a bit faint. What is wrong? If I say it, Mehen will handle them. He laughed, a warm laugh. Of course. Arlen still found it hard to believe. Really, the twins in the back were dazed. They were in disbelief. Noel, I have never seen Lord Mehen laugh like that. Turns out he knows how to laugh. It is a dream, Seal. I am dreaming right now. After saying that, they both turned to look at each other. They even used their hands to pinch each other's faces. Seal, it is not a dream. What? Sometime later, the twins had returned. Today was so fun, Arelilin. We are leaving now. She nodded in agreement. Seal teased playfully, don't be sad that we are not here. Arlen looked bored. Fine, just go quickly. Noel still would not let her go. We know everything, that you are just shy. The carriage slowly rolled away. See you at the party then. Mehen gently held her hand. The young lady should head inside too. She nodded in agreement. He seemed to understand. You must be very tired. Arlen agreed, tired from being bothered all day. But her heart felt unusually warm. But it was fun because I got to do something with friends. Arlen continued the conversation. Anyway, the twins helped a lot, but I decided on all the decorations and gifts. Mehen was quite surprised. Is that so? You must have been very happy, my lady. A radiant smile appeared on her face. Suddenly I feel expectant. Right. This moment made Mehen freeze. Perhaps he did not know how to react. But he still nodded gently in agreement. Yes, that is right. Time passed, and the tea party decorations were prepared magnificently. Arilin's joyful face appeared, wearing a faint expectant smile at the thought of presenting that party as a gift. Mehen felt warmth in his heart, standing before this blissful sight. He asked himself, why can't I just be comfortably happy? At that time, Mehen had to listen to unpleasant words. Has the invitation arrived yet? It is a royal invitation. We should have heard news by now. Why have not we received any information? He gently gripped Erlin's hand. Damn it. I was truly a fool to think that he was human too. It seemed he had learned a lesson, time whether known or unknown this heartache. The scene shifts to the vast royal palace. And just like that, the day of the fateful tea party arrived. On another side, at a castle covered in snow, the soldiers inside grew silent and anxious. They looked at the orb showing 48 missed calls. What should we do about that? A man sighed and groaned. Let it be. That is the Halburn direct line. If you do not want to die, just stay still. When the Saren Knights return, they will handle it. The soldier beside him was surprised. By the way, where on earth did the Saren Knights go? The man sighed and announced, I heard they went to the abyss. This was a terrifying place that made the soldier jump. Why go to such a dangerous place? He shook his head helplessly. Who knows? Inside a dark space, a dragon roared frantically. The lonely silhouette of a man appeared in the snow. Rumor had it he went to see the dragons. Finally, the day of the family tea party arrived. Dorothy was extremely surprised. The girl smiled in praise. Your table is decorated so beautifully. The boy nodded in response. I used magic for it. Cool, right? My teacher said he would come with my parents. The girl chatted radiantly. Really, my mom said she would bring my uncle too. Only Arlene sat sadly in a corner. In my case, the inner palace people decorated everything, so there is nothing for me to do. I guess I will just stand here and arrange the flowers. She immediately adjusted the vase in front of her. Lift this up a bit more. A voice rang out, Arel. She did not seem to pay attention. Or maybe taking one flower out would look better, the beauty of empty space or something. The voice grew clearer, Arel. Only then did she notice. Wait, why has the table been shaking for a while? Is this a low-quality table? For some reason, Pekon appeared under the table and signaled to her with his hand. This surprised Arlene. What, why are you here? Shouldn't you be with the queen right now? He laughed. But I came out here to see Arlene. She thought, confused. The host of the tea party coming out here. Is that okay? Isn't he supposed to enter with the queen soon? Pekion did not seem to care about his surroundings. It has been a while, Arlene. I want to talk to you for a moment. Is it convenient for you? She was quite surprised by these words. A moment should be fine, right? Sometime later, Pekion smiled. Arlene, have you been living well? She nodded. It has been all right. But he did not notice her expression. It has been a whole week since we last met. Did Arlene not miss me? He always shone like that. Oh right, what about training? Are you still training well without me? Sweat began to pour down her face. Training? Arlene nodded hurriedly. I have been training. His eyes lit up. You have not. This made Pekion even more determined. It is okay. Once the tea party is over, we can just make up for the missed training. Good luck. She only felt exhausted. I am doomed. Right then, he continued, but Arlene, the truth is I did not call you out because of training. She turned her head in surprise. Then why? It was that same warm smile. It is just that I really wanted to see you right now. Pekion expressed his feelings innocently. I kept thinking about Arlene. Are you living well? Is the party preparation going okay? His face turned slightly red. Does anything hurt? Are you eating well again? Things like that. But seeing your face now, Arlene seems to be doing fine. His words were all true. So my heart feels completely relieved. It is magical, is not it? She turned her head in surprise. Pekion, could it be? In her heart, she was a bit surprised. Even while we were apart, he was always thinking of me. Arlene was lost in her own thoughts. He must be swamped right now preparing for the party, but it looks like he ran here as soon as he finished his work in a hurry. She realized Pekion was warmer than she thought. During the meeting a week ago, he had seemed energetic and different. She realized silently, but looking at him like this, he really is the Pekion I know. Always thinking of me, being careful of me. The distance between them seemed to draw closer, and every time their eyes met, Pekion would always run toward her. I miss you. This made Arlene understand, speaking while running toward her with a radiant smile. He ignored everything to approach her. At first, this heart, this blind concern, and always taking the initiative to get close, sometimes I found it hard to understand. A warm emotion rose in her heart. But now I know. Peishan's hand reached toward her. This heart, without a shred of doubt, is like a refreshing rain that occasionally falls. The two held each other tightly. I just need to receive it happily. Back to the present, Arlen smiled. Yes, I am doing well. She did not forget to inquire, and Pekon, did you prepare everything well? He nodded in confirmation. Of course I prepared it very coolly. He even boasted proudly, I can't let the invited guests be disappointed, right? Just wait for it. We are the hosts today, and I prepared very hard so that Arlen could also enjoy it. Listening to this made her go silent for a moment. The hosts? So that is how it is. This made her realize her own position. Just for today, we are the masters of the party hosting the guests. Of course, this is not exactly a party filled only with joy. Pekon suddenly suggested, come, let us head back to the banquet hall now, Arlen. She nodded in agreement because this time she had decided to face it herself. The space inside was extremely bustling. The family tea party was held in the main hall of the Crown Prince's palace, concluding the magnificent preparations. Everyone quickly paid attention as it began with the appearance of the true master of the party, Queen Ajani. She smiled and spoke, everyone worked hard to prepare. Enjoy yourselves comfortably today. The place was very noisy. After the invited guests arrived and finished greeting Queen Ajani and Crown Prince Pekayan, everyone sat in their places and enjoyed tea and sweets. Arlen sat silently on one side. That was a part of the party. She turned her head to look around. I can even see people I have only seen in the newspapers. A voice rang out, catching her attention. Archmage, it is an honor to meet you. Vibes explained with a smile, I am also here as a guest today, so please enjoy yourselves. Everyone bowed yes. Arlen realized over there is clearly. This man was Duke Vibes, the pinnacle of Albrecht's swordsmanship. He looked around the room and remarked, quite a lot of familiar faces gathered here are not there. She was still silently evaluating from behind. Is that him? So that is Haroon's father. Even though he is smiling, his aura is incredibly powerful. Suddenly he turned his head. The moment he saw Arlen, a faint smile appeared on his face. It seemed he had just looked in her direction. She felt the atmosphere become a bit suffocating. What is with that interested smile for the next 30 minutes? I am not going to look that way at all. Arlen continued to glance around, and on the other side, she saw a man with smooth golden hair and sharp yellow eyes. She seemed to recognize the man before her. He must be the wealthiest man in Albrecht and the father of the twins, Duke Sparham. The twins were currently chatting with him. Dad, oh Dad, did Mom send you the divorce papers yet? Noel pinched his cheeks and called out, Dad, oh Dad, try drinking this. Seeing the look in his eyes made Arlen hurriedly avoid him. I do not really want to look this way either. She quickly redirected her gaze to the side. Forget it, I will just. Both of them appeared before her eyes. Better to focus on my own guests. Lena said with a smile, your first tea party, my lady. Lena was the one selected after a fierce screening by the childcare team. She smiled and spoke, Mehen Lena, thank you both for coming. He replied, it is our honor to be invited by the young lady. She also nodded, this is naturally where we belong. Suddenly Lena let out a soft sigh. But if you truly feel thankful, please go back and continue studying the ancient Aslan chronicles. She looked a bit dejected. I can't do that, Lena. Arlen continued to look around the interior. Most of the tables were now full. She wondered if all the guests had arrived. Suddenly, she noticed something was not right. Mehen also turned his head and spoke, that should be the last guest, right? She was surprised, the last guest. Silua slowly stepped inside. The crown prince's guest was entering. Looking at the girl's portrait caught Arlen's attention, silver hair just like Pishan's and red eyes. She seemed to realize, but with this completely different aura, she was clearly Pishan's younger sister, Princess Silua. Her expression was somewhat calm as she watched the girl's actions. Seemed she was right. Arlen suddenly realized something was off, but why was she getting closer? She stared dazed at Silua as she approached her direction. Immediately after, the girl smiled and asked, so you are Arlen Sigria Halburn. A smug smile appeared on her face. It truly was not a waste of my expectations. Time seemed to stop right there. Arlen still did not understand what was happening. Silua thought silently to herself, it was so difficult to finally meet like this. The girl's gaze flickered toward the back. That is right. It turned out Pekayan, standing in the distance, looked extremely annoyed. He even frowned as if silently signaling the girl. Why did not you introduce her from the start? Why keep her so well hidden? Silua turned back to Arlen, completely unbothered. I only knew once I met her. The girl seemed to find it incredibly interesting. Who else would dare to have such a blunt expression in front of the imperial family? Sweat trickled down Erlin's face, confusion, surprise, wariness, and a vague sense of dread. This only made the girl more excited. Has anyone ever looked at me with eyes like these before? Silua's voice rang out. It truly was not a waste of my expectations. Arlen was a bit taken aback. Just then, Queen Agini stepped forward and called Silua. Having no other choice, the girl turned to leave. Well then, it was a pleasure to meet you, Lady Arlen. The girl's sudden action surprised Arlen. She knows my name. Looking at the girl's back, she asked herself, but we have never met. Silua quickly walked toward the queen and Pekayan, who were standing there. He was annoyed and about to say something more. You. The girl did not seem to care. Instead she asked smugly what. Silua continued to approach him. Can't I take a little look? Are you afraid she will wear out or afraid she will be eaten? Because you kept her so hidden, I could only see her in a place like this. I only said hello once, so why are you so sensitive? This action made him even more irritated. I simply hate it when you approach others. Have you ever done anything that I actually liked? The girl would not back down. It makes me sad when you say that, brother. Pekon frowned and asked, you only call me brother at times like this, do not you? Right then, Queen Agini also spoke up, stop it. Silua suddenly turned her head, Queen Mother. Her voice sounded a bit annoyed, Silua. She scolded her sternly, you should endure it. There will be plenty of natural opportunities. The girl was about to explain something more, but Silua decisively pointed at Pekayan. He keeps staring at her without blinking. And then he acts so sensitively, how can I sit still? He was about to say something, hey. The girl would not lose. What, I am right, he nodded reproachfully. Yes, you are right. You truly deserve to be isolated. On the side, the queen could only sigh. This girl usually stays only in the palace, but now for the first time she wanted to join a social activity. I thought it was something special. At that time, Queen Agini had been very surprised. What, you want to join a social activity? The girl had nodded in agreement. Yes, Queen Mother, please host a tea party. She glanced in one direction. So Silua is doing all this for Arlen too. This probably gave her a massive headache. Siblings, and they are even alike in this regard. Suddenly Silua approached and asked Queen Mother, you also wanted me to have friends, right? Queen Agini nodded, that is true, but all the friends arranged for you until now. Her voice sounded a bit confused. You said you did not like any of them. This time, the girl decisively placed her hand on her chest. I will make friends. Her voice became certain. This is the first time I have someone I want to be friends with. Will you oppose it, Queen Mother? Hearing this, Queen Agini was surprised. Silua. Perhaps she was taken aback that she had said it herself. Pekon suddenly intervened, absolutely not. He continued to announce, don't you dare touch her. You are forbidden from coming within 10 meters of Arlen. The girl turned her head, confused. You speak as if I will behave badly. How ridiculous. He irritably explained, Arlen is not like you. She is very weak and fragile. If you accidentally hurt her, I won't let it slide, and having finished, he turned to announce, Arlen is already my friend. These words made Silua completely furious. She even argued back, are you showing off that you made a friend? What does that have to do with me? Just because she is your friend does not mean she can't be mine. He nodded decisively, it does not, the queen sighed on the side. At least you are normal. The youngest prince, Tarian, was still sitting to one side listening to the two argue. Why can't I explain it clearly or else? The girl's next words made Pekayan freeze. You are jealous right now. Silua's face wore a smug smile. That is quite a fierce reaction. Normally, he is indifferent or just ignores me when I ask him to do anything. Previously, Pekon would have just pushed her aside. Keep doing that. Back to the present, the girl felt confused. Why does news about Arlen have such high destructive power? Silua even felt expectant. This reaction is quite interesting. Pekon clenched his palms. This is truly getting more and more outrageous. He decisively turned his head and shouted, Queen Mother, I need your help. The girl was startled in surprise. You dare to do that? At the same time, Silua would not be outdone. Queen Mother, I need your help. Do you think she is only your mother? She is my mother too. Queen Agini on the side had already given up on mediating. She could not stop them anymore. She announced, don't fight. Settle it yourselves. The two immediately faced off. Taekyeon was annoyed, while I am still speaking nicely. His voice shouted loudly, don't you dare touch Arlin. These words made her freeze. Mehen turned his head in surprise toward the side. What is wrong? She shook her head. Nothing, I just suddenly got the chills. He immediately searched around. If you feel cold, tell me. I prepared a coat. Arlin explained, but I am still fine. Moreover, Mehen. She felt something unusual. Are you okay, Mehen? He turned his head in surprise. Yes, what do you mean, my lady? She continued to inquire. Everyone is gathered and talking happily, but there is no one at our table. Arlin's mood immediately plummeted. If I had known, I would have made more friends. Clearly the friend shield has failed. Lena hurriedly comforted her. That is not it, my lady. She smiled and explained, I think holding a cozy tea party like this is even better. In fact, I am excited because I feel like I have you all to myself. Mehen on the side also spoke gently to comfort her. It is okay. Because we came to see you, my lady. These warm words surprised Arlin greatly. Mehen. He continued to speak. His voice became calm again. The Halburn family has never been good at socializing. She froze for a second. Was that supposed to be a comfort? Lena reminded him from the side. Lord Mehen, you should use a gentler tone to comfort her. He did not explain further. I am only speaking the truth. Arlin sipped the tea in her hand. Well, as long as Mehen and Lena are okay, it is fine. Her gaze drifted to one side. I also find that compared to gathering and talking like that, I prefer this silence. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught her attention. Arlin's eyes immediately widened in shock. Recognizing that Cheyenne had also appeared here, why is that stalker here? Arlin was quite surprised. This was the first time he had appeared when there were so many people around. Did he come to see someone else, not me? Looking at the crowd before her made her fall silent. But a thought appeared in Arlin's head. Among all these people, only I am looking at Cheyenne. She even asked herself, what exactly am I trying to confirm? While she was still thinking, Sperum stepped forward. He wore a radiant smile and spoke, how long has it been? Then he placed his hand on Mehen's shoulder. Lord Mehen, I have missed you dearly. I almost forgot the sound of your voice. Even Vibes became cheerful. It has been a long time, Lord Mehen. He bowed cautiously. It has been a long time, Duke Vibes. The man beside him was startled. Wait, what about me, Lord Mehen? Sperum was even shameless. It is natural to be happy after not seeing Vibes for so long. By the way, Lord Mehen, do you have any intention of coming to Sperum now? He remained cold. I must refuse. He laughed as expected. You heard everything and ignored it. Suddenly Mehen realized something. Where did you leave the twins? He let out a tired sigh. Don't even mention them. If I do not mention them, they already bother me enough. Arlin thought from behind. The Duke's arriving has made the table quite noisy. She fell silent, having realized that while Halburn was not liked, Mehen was different. He really is like a mother to me. Lena also seemed busy greeting people. Suddenly she bowed her head sadly. Then I will. It seemed she had another plan in mind, to go check on Cheyenne for a bit and come back later. Sometime later Sperum called out, but hey, Lord Mehen. He excitedly spoke his plan. Lady Arlin is indeed as cute as the rumors say. If possible, how about letting her live with my sons for a while? Later Mehen flatly refused. No. Even if I die, I will never let that happen. He gave a forced smile. It was a joke, just a joke, but he still did not forgive him. Even a joke is not allowed. His tone was a bit annoyed. My lady, do not worry. That will absolutely never happen, so you do not need to pay any mind to those words. Realizing no one was answering, Mehen turned his head in confusion. Lady Arlin. On this side she was still walking forward quickly. Cheyenne seemed to have noticed her, and was walking in a certain direction. This left Arlin incredibly confused. Cheyenne. Why does he keep moving toward the center of the hall as expected? Does he have another plot that does not involve me? Thoughts surfaced in her head. Seeing him occasionally glance back at her, it seemed he knew she was chasing him. His increasing speed left her helpless. His pace is too fast. I can't close the distance. Arlin did not know what to do. At this rate, I will lose track of him. Having no other choice, she called out, wait a moment, Cheyenne. Finally, he stopped at her call. But his mood had become strange. This made Arlin stand still curiously. He stopped. Cheyenne put his finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. The smile on his face was a bit peculiar. It is about to. His voice became full of anticipation. Something interesting is about to happen. These words made Arlen freeze. Something interesting. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out, making her startle and daze. At the same time, Mehen had also found her. "My lady," he said worriedly, "I finally found you." She turned her head in surprise. "Mehen?" He sat down gently. "I was startled because you suddenly disappeared." "Why did you go without saying a word?" Arlen hurriedly explained. "I am sorry. I intended to come back right away, but..." Mehen still lectured her seriously. "Next time if you want to go anywhere, you must tell me or Lena, alright? This is not the Halburn mansion or a childhood friends gathering." Though surprised, she still nodded in agreement. "I understand." Before she knew it, Cheyenne had vanished. As expected, he disappeared again. What interesting thing is going to happen? I suddenly have a bad feeling. Right then a voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Marchioness Belpart. People around were whispering, "Isn't that Lady Halburn and her representative over there?" Marchioness Belpart wore a smug smile. "Yes, that is right." But clearly her voice was full of mockery. "But how can it be? Even today it seems Grand Duke Halburn is not attending." Even Mehen accidentally overheard. How pitiful. The gossip grew louder. Come to think of it, has not His Grace the Grand Duke always stayed in the northern city? Both of them went silent for a moment. I heard that since his daughter was born, he has not come to the capital even once. How much must he hate the sight of her to be willing to stay in that treacherous place forever? Another person agreed. That is exactly it. Mehen was about to reach his limit. Even the children mocked Arlen. Besides, who would want to meet her? A daughter who is nothing but a stain on his reputation. This made Marchioness Belpart even more smug. It seems the rumor that she is an abandoned child is not wrong after all. All of this was within her calculations. Arlen Sigria Halburn. She thought smugly, even if people say she has been unlucky since birth, it is true she only has the empty title of being from one of the 5 great ducal families. Everything was going according to Marchioness Belpart's plan. Naturally, from today on, even that tiny empty title would vanish. The crowd was still discussing Arlen. Is Halburn's glory coming to an end here? Not knowing her place, how dare she? The position of crown princess meant for my daughter. At the same time, Mehen's expression grew worse. He closed his eyes, not knowing what to do. I did not want Arel to go through this. He seemed to feel helpless. Even though I had Valor back then, I probably can't become such a great support. Suddenly Mehen reached out to comfort Arlen. However, now as her guardian he had to protect Arel. Then he stood up and called out, "Let us return to the mansion, my lady." She looked up in surprise. Mehen. He felt helpless himself. It seemed there was no longer any value in staying here. He wanted to leave this place quickly, even if it meant offending the royal family. Just then a tall figure stepped inside. I heard some interesting things. The familiar voice made Mehen freeze. He hurriedly looked up. Valor stepped forward and asked who said I was not coming. Even the people at the party were startled in surprise. Marchioness Belpart had not anticipated this happening. Duke Vibes, standing to one side, was incredibly surprised. He walked toward Mehen and Arlen. Looking at the man who had suddenly appeared made her curious too. Who is that? His light purple eyes flickered toward her. Hello. He wore a radiant smile and greeted Mehen, my dearest friend. The story was told. Born into the Muvisk ducal family, a military family, I was called Zarin. Everything gradually changed. Being the second son, I could not inherit the ducal title, but I inherited the marquis title, vast lands, and many assets, a scale enough for me to enjoy parties for the rest of my life. But something unpleasant happened. However, I had a dream I wanted to achieve even if I had to turn my back on everything. That was. Zarin became incredibly excited. To witness a dragon, a legendary creature, that was it. Time passed and just like that, it had been many years since I joined the Night Order, all for that single goal. Valor called out Zarin. He stepped forward dazed. Yes, your grace. He asked, didn't you say you wanted to see a dragon? Get ready. We depart tomorrow. His eyes immediately widened. Finally. His face wore an excited smile. The moment my long-held dream becomes reality has arrived. But things did not go as he thought. I was thinking like that, but It seemed Zarin himself was taken aback. I did not mean I wanted this. Looking at the fallen white dragon made him extremely regretful. His teammates cheered, "Congratulations, you have become a dragon slayer. Congratulations, Zarin, you have become a hero of history." He screamed, "This is not fun at all." The voices of the people around rang out, "We still have to butcher it. Just accept it, Zarin." Realizing the dragon had been slain made him helpless. The Lord is truly too much. I said I wanted to see a dragon, I did not mean I wanted to catch one. But before he knew it, Valor had vanished, leaving him frozen. "Your Grace." He hurriedly looked around. "What, where did you go? You were just here." Another person stepped up to announce, "The master said earlier he had a place to go, so follow him when you are finished." Zarin was a bit surprised and did not understand. Follow him where? Everyone was surprised. Zarin, did not you hear anything? Back to the present, seeing Valor appear changed the look in everyone's eyes. This time he had given the order. He smiled at the two of them. Returning to the imperial capital right now. Arlen suddenly looked up at the man before her. "This person is..." Mehan's expression became resentful. "Why are you only just now?" He immediately explained, "Because I received the invitation late." "But hey." His voice became terrifying. "Am I bothering you? Why is it so quiet?" It seemed all gazes were focused on the three of them. Arlen lowered her head silently and realized in an instant, this giant hall had become as silent as a grave. She secretly looked up at the front, at the deep purple eyes. She seemed to be trying to evaluate this man, and the platinum hair just like hers. This made her realize immediately in that moment, even without an explanation, she knew who that person was. Time seemed to freeze as Arlen looked toward Valor. He was her father. He was a terrifying man, Valor Siluan Halburn, the head of Halburn, the place where the sea is covered by the most mystery in the Empire. He always created a shell for himself. Countless secrets were held in his hands, with the power to cause anyone in the Empire to collapse if he so wished. Valor maintained very good relations, yet he remained perfectly loyal to the royal family, and was the only one among the 5 great dukes to be granted the title of Grand Duke. Until Arlen was born, such a man suddenly, one day, left for the north and did not return for years, immediately after bringing a baby girl called his daughter back to the mansion. Valor's lonely back appeared. Even in his absence, Halburn's power would not easily crumble. However, Arlen had become pitiable, the short-lived young lady of Halburn, who was believed to have been abandoned by the head of the family. It was merely idle gossip to satisfy the capital noble's sense of superiority. Marchioness Belpart on the side was incredibly angry. "Why?" She looked toward Valor. "Why is the Grand Duke appearing here?" This made her even more confused. Didn't he not even care about his daughter? At the same time, Valor spoke up to break the silence. "You were so loud earlier, so why are you all mute now? Keep talking. Let us see who dares open their mouth to gossip about Halburn." His eyes looked as if he wanted to deal with everyone. "I am curious to see that face." Marchioness Belpart's whole body began to tremble. If she said even one wrong word, that bloodlust felt as if it would take her life. Seeing the situation was not good, Mehan hurriedly spoke up, "Master." He quickly stepped in to intervene. "That is enough for now. The priority now is Her Majesty the Queen's opinion, so please go and greet her first." This only made Valor more annoyed. The 8 people behind him were startled by his gaze but he quickly changed his expression. "Let us do that." Everyone around thought in surprise. Immediately, he has been calmed down. Mehan instructed, "I will silently handle the remaining matters after the party ends." Only now did Valor notice the little girl, Arlen. Both of them immediately looked at each other for a few seconds. She was a bit surprised to notice his strange gaze. He is looking. She even hid behind Mehan in a bit of fear. "This way now." Valor's face broke into a radiant smile. "Hello, daughter." Time seemed to stop. She did not know how else to respond. Out of habit, she quickly hid behind Mehan. He coldly turned his head and declared, "I will let you enjoy your father-daughter reunion to your heart's content later. Now let us go." He replied in surprise, "My dearest friend, we have only just met again and you are already nagging." Seeing no other choice, Valor sighed, "All right, I am going." Mehan did not forget to add, "And do not go causing any trouble, do you hear?" He nodded, "Yes, yes." Finally, Valor stepped toward Queen Agony. Only then did Mehan gently explain, "You must feel awkward and scared, but there is no need to be so afraid. Despite how he looks, he is not a bad person. Arlen nodded sadly yes. Her expression was a bit troubled. Though she had hidden away due to the pressure, it seemed he really was not a bad person. She silently watched his departing back. However, in the novel, the Grand Duke of Halberns returned to the capital. She realized something was unusual. It was supposed to happen after her death. Events were unfolding differently from the novel she knew. Thoughts kept racing through Arlen's head. What was the reason? Was it because she had changed, or was it because Pekyon had changed? The novel had not even truly begun yet, so why? Sweat trickled down her face. If future events also diverged from what she knew, what would she do then? Suddenly, she remembered the scene of the twins playing happily with her. If the story were to truly start with the appearance of the female lead. Even thinking of Pishan's radiant face, the things that had changed so far, and Pishan's feelings for her. An unpleasant emotion surfaced. She had thought that everything could eventually return to its original place. But it seemed Arlen was still being overlooked. Believing that the destined story would begin brought her both a sense of unease and, paradoxically, a sense of relief. Deep down she had silently accepted it. Even if she had to face death according to the plot, Pekyon would surely forget her like a miracle and return to his predetermined fate. She let out a soft sigh. That was why, even if Pekyon were to suddenly change one day, she had tried to prepare herself mentally so she would not be hurt. She gripped Mehen's hand tightly. What should I do now? Arlen became even more anxious. Was her death drawing near? What if the female lead did not appear, even though she had prepared herself? A terrifying thought entered her mind. What if the Pekyon she knew suddenly changed? As her mood plummeted further, she wondered what would happen then. Right at that moment, Mehen suddenly spoke up. My lady, are you all right? He continued looking at her, asking, do you feel unwell somewhere? Suddenly, Arlen collapsed, making Mehen freeze. My lady. He hurriedly caught her. My lady, you do not look well at all. Mehen urgently suggested. First, let us return to the villa. She looked up at him. Mehen. But her vision was becoming increasingly blurry. Inside she suddenly felt warm. Mehen. At least she still had Mehen. There was one thing Arlen was certain of. Even if Pekyon were to suddenly change, Mehen would definitely stay by her side. She tried to force a bright smile to reassure him. Mom, will you continue to love me? This sudden question surprised him. Yes. But in his heart he felt confused. My lady, what are you saying? Arlen slowly fell into his arms. Okay, that is enough. That is enough. She did not know that Pekyon was also running toward her, or that Mehen was in a state of panic. She told herself she could not let him worry any further. Pishan's shout rang out, catching her attention. Arlen. He hurriedly ran toward her. Are you okay? Only now could Arlen see the young boy's face clearly. Arlen. Pekyon looked extremely worried. Your face is so pale. She was confused. Pekyon, why did you come over here? He did not seem to care about that. That does not matter right now. You are not sick, are you? Arlen grew dazed. Sick, she felt her mind unable to focus. It seemed her vision was just a bit dizzy, for now. Arlen looked at Pishan's worried face. It was not just clear, it was sharp. At the same time, she reached out to wipe away her sweat. I am not sick. When did she start sweating? She thought to herself. Why is it because of Pishan's cool scent? Arlen turned back and continued. I think I was just surprised because I did not expect to meet him here. Pekyon understood immediately. You are talking about the Grand Duke of Halbern, are not you the one who just walked in? She nodded in confirmation. This made him even more annoyed. He dared to startle Arlen, and here I have been doing my best to help you build up your strength. She was startled, thinking, is that what is important right now? He stepped forward and held her hand to comfort her. In any case, if you are going to be sick, you have to ask for permission to leave first before you are allowed to be sick. But Pishan's face turned serious. Do you understand? She thought in confusion. I do not know why he is saying that with such a serious face. Arlen let out a soft sigh. Pekyon was probably worrying for her in his own way. She replied gently, I am fine. I really do not feel pain anymore. Pekyon became happy. You do look better now. I was so surprised when I saw you looking unwell from afar. Graham, standing nearby, called out, Your Highness. He tactfully reminded him, I apologize for interrupting your conversation, but since many people are watching, Your Highness should return to your seat. Seeing no other choice, Arlen also said, Pekyon, go back to your seat. I am truly okay. His expression turned disappointed. I understand. She immediately guessed he looks quite dissatisfied, does not he? Before leaving, he instructed carefully, Arlen, you must not leave your table, okay? She was confused. Why? Pekayon announced, because only then can I protect you, even if it is just a little bit. Having said that, he turned to leave. Then I will come find you again, Arlen. Those words left her dazed. Protect me, could it be? She thought of a less than pleasant scenario. Had he arranged it beforehand so that others could not approach her table? No wonder the Halburn table was so empty. But the truth was just Mehen and Pekyon being vigilant. Mehen also gently placed his hand on her head. My lady, let us head back to our seats first. If you feel unwell anywhere, please tell me. She nodded. Then she walked toward the tea table. Anyway, she had almost made things awkward for Mehen. Thanks to Pekayon, she had snapped out of it, though of course Pekyon was also the reason she felt so chaotic. She silently followed his footsteps. She had thought this was something that would inevitably happen at any time. Arlen gripped Mehen's hand tighter. She thought she could accept it calmly, but was that not the truth? She looked toward the side. Perhaps Pekayon had taken a deep place in her heart. Her gaze rested on him. More so than she had realized in her heart. Coincidentally, Pekayon was also looking toward her. A warm smile touched his face. This action made Arlen freeze for just a few seconds. She hurriedly turned around and continued toward the tea table. Time passed, and after a major commotion, the party seemed to continue, but the already chaotic atmosphere showed no signs of improvement. Looking at the two people before her made her confused. She wondered if the Queen and the Grand Duke of Halburn had some bad blood. Ever since they faced off, the scene had been as tense as walking on thin ice. Valor walked quickly, and then the Grand Duke left to meet with His Majesty the Emperor. The doors to the party closed immediately, and the party ended sooner than expected. Several days passed at the Halburn mansion. All the servants were lined up seriously in a row. Arlen looked at the scene before her in confusion. In all her life, the maids were also bowing their heads very seriously. She was speechless at the sight. Had the servants ever been this disciplined before? Even when Pekon came, it was not to this extent. Valor walked forward slowly. As expected. Even Mehen bowed his head cautiously. Welcome back. He calmly stepped inside the mansion. Master. There was still that gentle smile on his face. The true master of the family had returned. Valor smiled excitedly. It is a surprise to be received so warmly like this. Mehen replied, it is because you have returned after a long time. He did not seem to listen to those words. Your face looks like you want to grab me by the collar and give me a beating. Mehen did not care. Please stop talking nonsense and come inside. I am sure everyone has much to say to me. He laughed. Nonsense, I am saying this because I am happy. Valor's gaze suddenly stopped. Furthermore, he bowed his head to speak to Arlen. Is my daughter not going to greet me? Out of fear, she gripped Mehen's hand tightly. A greeting. In her head she thought, Mehen clearly told her she only needed to show her face. He had announced seriously, my lady, you should meet him regardless. She did not want this. After the tea party, she had been so flustered that she just stayed in her room. Arlen reminded herself, their relationship was more distant than relatives 8 generations apart meeting once every few years for a holiday. So what was there to greet? Her hand slowly let go of Mehen's. And above all, thoughts surfaced in her head. Although he said he was sulking, his voice held no warmth at all. Seeing that Mehen and he had a good relationship, he surely was not a bad person, but she still was not sure. She still felt afraid and hid behind Mehen's back. Mom. Hearing this word made both of them freeze instantly. Valor reacted, Mom. Even felt surprised. Mom. His voice turned peculiar. Mehen, it seems while I was away, you have become my daughter's mother. If you are the mother of my daughter, then you are my wife. Valor laughed as if nothing were wrong. Then I should have asked sooner, my lady. This only made Mehen angrier. Unable to take it anymore, he let out a loud laugh. He scolded angrily, stop laughing, you bastard. Arlen was still crying out, Mom. Time passed and Valor's voice rang out, time truly is heartless. Who could have known? His face showed a bit of mockery. That Mehen would become a mother to a child like this. He calmly sipped the tea in his hand. Keep talking. If you want to get beaten more, I am happy to oblige, master. He sadly covered his mouth with his hand. Goodness, you are being too harsh to the child's father. But Valer's voice turned peculiar again. Aren't you going to be gentle with the one who is about to become your family? Mehen repeated irritably. I told you to tone down your speech. He seemed to find it amusing. Why, my dear, a husband meeting his wife after a long time feels quite heartbroken. Mehen did not know what else to say. Shut your mouth, please. Valer did not care. By the way, when was our wedding anniversary? Mehen was about to reach his limit listening to these words. I do not recall us ever having a wedding. He angrily overturned the tea table and shouted, How many times have I told you to stop, you piece of trash? Sometime later, he reminded himself, saying that if he could actually do it, how refreshing it would be. But Mehen still tried to endure and patted Erilyn's head. He could not do that. It was not good for her education, nor for her soul. In his heart he felt a bit of regret. It had been a long time now, since it was actually the first time the father and daughter faced each other. He had imagined a warm conversation in his head, Valer bowing his head obediently. Hello, daughter, I have heard much about you. And Arlen replying politely, Hello, you trash father. Thinking this made Mehen at a loss. He had thought if things went smoothly they could have shared a few words. He looked toward Valer. Who would have thought the father would be in that state? He smiled and continued, I did not expect to see this side of Mehen. It is quite interesting. He was annoyed. I am glad you find it interesting, master. Suddenly Mehen turned his head. Come to think of it, it is getting late. My lady, please go back and rest now. You must also take your medicine. Arlen asked curiously, Is that okay? He nodded, of course. She understood Mehen's meaning and nodded obediently. Seeing Arlen be so understanding made him feel warm. My good little chick. As expected, she still felt very uncomfortable. He continued to remind her, It is really okay. My lady, please feel free to head up. Arlen nodded. Then Mehen did not forget to instruct, Take Lady Arlen back to her room. I have things to discuss with the master, so everyone else may leave. The servant nodded, Yes, Lord Mehen. Before leaving, she happily waved goodbye. See you later, Mom. Having said that, the door to the room closed immediately. Valer's face immediately turned regretful. As expected, she did not even spare me a glance. Even though I anticipated it still. He was about to say more. If my daughter continues to be afraid of her father like this, what does my lady think about? Mehen threw a pillow at him. Perhaps he could not take it anymore. It is karma, you bastard. After beating Valer for a while, Mehen finally calmed down. So then, all the newspapers were placed on the table. Urgent news, the glorious return of the Grand Duke of Halburn, the Sarenites, the successful dragon subjugation. This surprised him even more. What on earth did you do before returning? He sighed and explained, Anyway, leaving the northern city empty is not an easy thing to do. Mehen questioned, And yet you still went to hunt a dragon. Valer misinterpreted his meaning. Are you worried about me? I am not hurt anywhere, so do not worry, my dear. His face turned sour. If you call me my dear one more time, I will sue you for workplace harassment. He sighed, That is too harsh, really? Mehen continued to probe. Then, is there a reason you had to go to such lengths to return? After a moment of silent thought, Valer smiled. Didn't you advise me to? Back then, Mehen had spoken his feelings. This is not an invitation or a debt. It is my final advice as your best friend. At this rate, if the young lady truly collapses and can no longer get back up, are you confident you won't regret it? Speaking of this, Valer became contemplative. So I am just following through. But Mehen still had many questions in his heart. Is that really all? He asked curiously, Do you need another reason? He had clenched his palms at some point. Then you should have returned sooner, I told you for years, yet you did not even show your face once. The more Mehen thought, the crazier he felt. Coming only now. You really want to die at my hands, do not you? Valer did not seem afraid of the threat at all. If I die at your hands, it would be an honor for me. He gritted his teeth, trying to stay calm. I'll talk. Finally, he still inquired, If you knew you would regret it, why bother going to that northern city in the first place? What on earth did you go there for? Valer explained. Because I made a deal. Mehen was surprised. A deal? He nodded in confirmation. Unfortunately, due to a gag order, I can't tell you the details. This made him feel like he had guessed something. If it was a gag order, Thoughts appeared in his head. Wasn't it a type of top-tier secret oath restriction, making it so that even if one wanted to violate it they could not? Unable to hold back, Mehan asked the question, why did you have to go to the northern city to the point of carrying such a high-level restriction on yourself? Finally, Valor asked, have you been giving her the medicine regularly? Those words made him realize something. He continued, it is very precious, so you must give it to her properly. Valor's voice echoed inside the room. Once a month. Where did that medicine of unknown origin sent to the mansion come from? If you did not dig to find out, you would not be the Mehan I know. He slowly remembered everything. The only medicine of unknown origin that was effective for Erlin's condition. In a situation where the temple magic and the medical association did not know what Erlin's illness was, that thing became the only ray of light. Mehan began to recall everything carefully. The investigation to find its origin and components had led to a certain passage and ended at the royal palace. Furthermore, a vague and discreet place where it was not clear which palace it was. He understood well. Because digging deeper would be troublesome, he had buried it. Mehan finally realized the truth. Could it be that medicine was arranged by you? This surprised Mehan even more. So you stayed in the northern city until now because of that medicine? Valor smiled slightly. He confirmed without hesitation, if not me, then who else? This made Mehan completely understand. In the end you really are. If only you had told me sooner, it would have been so much better. Valor explained, because this is not something that can be discussed over a communication tool when you do not know who might be eavesdropping. He thought silently. He was right, so he could not say anything. His gaze toward Valor changed. Although the thought had crossed his mind, he had suppressed the suspicion because he felt that Valor personally venturing into a dangerous place for his daughter did not suit him at all. But Mehan was truly surprised. Then, the fact that you returned and immediately vanished into the royal palace was also because of that deal. Time seemed to stop. He felt this matter was too complicated. His eyes flickered toward Valor. Even so, he continued to watch his back. You are still the trashiest father in the world, do you know that? He did not seem to care much about those words. Then he turned his head and commented, and you? Seems you really have become a mother, Mehan. Sweat poured down his face. What nonsense are you talking now? Valor explained, I do not know what happened during that time. He discovered the two were very close. But because I see that both the child and you seem very sincere. He turned and walked forward. So I found it a bit strange. I won't speak for the child, but you were someone who never knew how to cross a boundary. Valor spoke his assessment seriously. Wealth status. You were only loyal to the things I unilaterally placed in your hands. You were absolutely never greedy for anything more than that. Mehan listened silently. Isn't this the first time that you have given such great concern and poured your feelings into someone like this? Seemed both were thinking of Arlen. Mehan spoke up, I have not taken care of the child as well as you think. Because there were times I left her lonely so that I could withdraw at any time when the master returned. Perhaps I am the one who ruined her. Both knew Arlen was just a pitiable girl. That child. She should have been able to grow up happier and healthier. Having said this, Valor walked up to him. I did not hand Arlen over to you expecting you to raise her perfectly. From the start you had no experience. It is natural to have shortcomings. Mehan looked up at him. If that is the case, then why? He wore a radiant smile. Because it is you. You know I only trust you. Those words made Mehan freeze for a moment. But very quickly he accepted the truth. Then as the only person you trust, I have one question. In his mind was only the image of the adorable little girl, Arlen. He seriously questioned Valor. Is she truly your biological daughter? This question made him freeze for a few seconds. But Mehan was still waiting for an answer. A gentle smile touched his face, a calm face, not wavering in the slightest. He gave no answer to this question, but perhaps because he had been by his side for so long, he could vaguely sense it. His hand lightly touched the chair. You, Valor, you truly are wavering. Returning to the past from his childhood days, from the moment he followed his footsteps into the mansion. Time gradually passed, until he became the representative of this family. The two had always stayed side by side. He had gradually become a member of this place and realized that this was not merely a family. As everyone well knew, the truth was that Halburn held countless secrets. At that time Mehan felt confused. Why did you stop before the wall? Valor at that time slowly turned his head and called out, wait. In his hand was a key. Wait here, Mehen. He watched silently because the method of handling those secrets, the two faced the giant door, was something far beyond common imagination. He slowly put the key into the lock. The scene inside made Mehen's eyes widen. It was a completely different world. This was Halbern's secret library, a place where only the direct lineage who awakened the Halbern supernatural power could enter. Clearly, the background of this place was far from ordinary. It was the resting place for all the secrets and history that Halbern had buried for many years. Back to the present, Mehen was still thinking. Of course, he had only seen him enter and leave a few times and could not know exactly which secrets were hidden. However, one thing was certain. It seemed Valor and Arlen shared a bond. After Valor, the current Grand Duke of Halbern, Arlen would be the one to inherit Halbern. The door slowly closed. If not of the same blood, the secret library door would close forever, and Halbern would sink into oblivion along with its countless secrets. Mehen's expression became even more troubled. The sacrifice over 6 years for Arlen and the reaction of the protection stone were clear truths, but the attitude and the cold eyes toward the child, all this time, he absolutely could not see it as a father-daughter bond. Suddenly he remembered a familiar face. It was not that he had not thought about it. This gave Mehen a headache. But if by some chance all predictions were wrong and Arlen was not of the direct lineage, he had to consider that to find a way to protect the child. Therefore, he turned to look toward Valor. Please answer me, master. After a moment of silence he finally spoke. I do not know where you heard such rumors. Mehen questioned decisively. Aren't you the one who knows better than anyone that it is not like that? Even he felt curious. Why are you only asking that now? He sighed. I have always thought about this, but I felt this was not a matter that could be asked over a communication device when I do not know who is eavesdropping. Understanding Mehen's point, Valor smiled slightly. He stepped closer. Is that so? He looked a bit annoyed. That expression again. It was as if time had returned to when they were children, to the young master, who had brought me back when I was an abandoned, wandering child. No matter how tired he was, Valor would always wear a smile. Give me the most precious and best things, and teach me what friendship and trust meant. As time passed, Mehen's suspicion grew. Since when did he have only this face that made it impossible to see into his heart? He stood there watching Valor's back. It was because he still remembered that radiant smile that despite all the suffocating and confusing situations over the past 6 years, he could not leave Halbern. Valor's back still looked incredibly lonely, even if everyone else were to turn their backs on him. Mehen's eyes remained resolute. Then at least I must understand you. His heart was still full of turmoil, for he had an obligation to protect this mansion. Mehen continued to question, whose bloodline is it? After all, that child is definitely not your biological daughter. Valor laughed, turned his head and replied, you seem quite certain. He explained coldly, I happen to know every relationship you have had with a woman since puberty, so did you think you could deceive me? He actually felt surprised. So you knew everything and yet you let me deceive you all this time? Mehen stepped toward him. I was not entirely certain until now. Valor asked, what do you think? Mehen was about to reach his limit. Can I punch you once? Don't just stand there laughing. Answer my question. Valor gripped the door handle tightly. That child is definitely my daughter. The bloodline cannot be wrong. He was about to say more. If that is the case, then. He suddenly interrupted, however, Mehen. His voice dropped slightly. Don't you remember? A familiar image gradually appeared before their eyes, that this mansion once had a time. The silhouette of a girl suddenly appeared. There had once been a presence exactly like that child. The girl possessed platinum hair and pink eyes. On this side, Erlen's hair was still fluttering in the wind. She felt a bit annoyed and speechless. The wind. Uni, standing behind, felt happy. Goodness, I did not expect the young lady to go out for a morning walk on her own like this. Lena was equally touched. Finally, this day has come for the Halbern family. Arlen silently covered her ears. I only went out because it was too noisy inside the mansion. She felt tired. Perhaps because the master had returned, everyone in the mansion was being very serious. Servants were constantly discussing among themselves. Has His Grace the Grand Duke returned for good? Since he is not leaving again, it must be so. People were still excited. As expected, It would be a waste to have a talent like His Grace the Grand Duke guarding the northern city forever. Arlen ignored these stories. On the contrary, in the places where the Grand Duke was not present, the atmosphere was completely lively. She told herself, but perhaps that is the normal attitude of people when dealing with Grand Duke Halburn. If I had not read that novel, I would probably be the same way. When meeting Valor, she had felt afraid. Of course, she was a bit surprised by his sudden appearance. Arlen remembered that moment. But since he was not a character she cared much about, after becoming familiar with him, he just felt strange and new. Valor smiled and called, "My dear daughter," while she remained cold. "The person I once saw in the novel." Her gaze drifted to the clear blue sky. From the beginning, whether in her past life or now, she did not know what it felt like to have someone called a father care for her. Arlen's footsteps suddenly stopped. And yet, she cherished this life. Thinking back, this was the path she often used to walk with Pekayon. Her heart realized something important. To be honest, habit is a very scary thing. Uni and Lena, off to the side, were still monitoring. I must record that the young lady went for a walk of her own. Accord. It is probably time to prepare for the 52nd album. Arlen seemed to ignore those two. Still, in the past, she would have been breathless after just one loop, but now she could walk while lost in her idle thoughts. She was submerged in her own thoughts. At this spot, she had once told Pekyan not to come looking for her anymore. There was also a time she had slumped down and said she could not do it anymore right here. Arlen sat on the bench, exhausted. Every time I sit on a bench like this, Pekayon would always bring me water. A gentle breeze blew. She sat in silence for just a few seconds. Suddenly, she turned her head back. For the first time, she felt curious. I wonder what Pekayon is doing right now. On this side, Pekayon was still very dejected. The tea party is over, yet I still can't go to the Halburn mansion. I told her I would visit. A desperate voice rang out. I am so disappointed in you. Graham beside him explained, Your Highness, there are some things that simply cannot be helped. What am I supposed to do about the fact that Grand Duke Halburn has returned? He was still very dejected. What does that have to do with anything? He announced. It has a lot to do with it, you know everything, so why do you keep pretending you do not? Hearing this, Pekayon shouted, Don't talk as if it is not a big deal, this is an incredibly serious situation. He was still throwing a tantrum in the room. What on earth is it then, Graham? People around were whispering. I did not expect the world-renowned Prince Pekayon to throw such an unreasonable tantrum. It is truly a rare sight. Even Graham was feeling desperate. He has moved past the melancholy mode into the whining mode. Your Highness, I am the one who wants to cry right now. Suddenly a servant ran in to announce, head attendant, I have something to report. He turned his head in surprise. Yes, speak. The person approached and whispered in his ear, making him startle in surprise. Graham's mood did not improve much. So that is it. But he still replied politely, all right, I understand. Pekayon noted from the side, what is it, what happened? He seriously announced the news he just heard. Your Highness, Grand Duke Halburn has currently entered the palace. This news made Pekayon freeze instantly. Then he slowly lowered his face. Grand Duke Halburn is at the royal palace right now. He did not hesitate to run forward like the wind. Graham, get ready. From now on we must face this head on. Pekayon caused a commotion throughout the palace. Hurry up, Graham. This is our chance to meet Arlen. Graham in the back was still trying to catch up. Your Highness, please slow down. But in his heart he felt incredibly troubled. Honestly, I knew Your Highness liked Lady Arlen, but I did not expect his feelings to be this deep. Graham looked at Patience back and thought, lately at first glance, he reminds me of His Majesty the Emperor's youth. Time returned to the past. That time was truly terrible as well. At that time, His Majesty the Emperor was someone many people were attracted to. When Edward was still the crown prince, he was considered a rare playboy, a hopeless dandy. That was before he met the Queen. One day, he fell in love with Queen Agony at first sight. Realizing His Majesty had suddenly left made the women around him surprised. Your Highness. He did not hesitate to walk toward Queen Agony. Overnight, he had completely changed, becoming a man in love who only looked toward Queen Agony, known as Edward's Reformation event. But back then she had been incredibly annoyed. Of course, Queen Agony did not accept the Emperor from the start. On the contrary, she almost loathed him. This made Edward desperate. But despite Queen Ajani's refusal, he lay to one side throwing a tantrum. If Ajani does not come out, I refuse to go back, Graham called out helplessly. Your Highness, it has already been 8 hours. Edward even felt angry. Why did you stare at Ajani for more than 3 seconds? He could only try to stop him. Your Highness, you can't. The Emperor did not know what giving up meant. Despite his protests, Edward did not care. Your Highness, because no one in this empire can stop him. Everyone can only wait for this terrible unrequited love to end. Until one day, Edward tremblingly held a knife to his neck. Desperate tears fell down his face. If I am not loved by Ajani, I do not want to live any longer. Ajani stood to one side watching. He had shed tears profusely in front of the Queen. He explained, I am sorry, but it is because I like you so much, because this is the only way I know how to show. She stood in silence for just a few seconds before such a declaration of love. Ajani's hand slowly let go of the umbrella she was holding. Then she approached Edward to comfort him. Stop crying. I will accept this sincerity. Queen Ajani's heart finally wavered. But it was not easy. Though the process leading to it was quite extreme, Edward continued to wail. Before I do something crazy to Ajani, I would rather just disappear. Everyone continued to advise him, Your Highness, please calm down and step back first. Your Highness, please come down. This is this old man's wish, and so Ajani was summoned urgently. Graham had even thought at the time that the Queen had only reluctantly accepted him. She had asked with a smile, Isn't the sight of him shedding tears and saying he likes me quite adorable? Hearing this made him acknowledge it. When he heard that sentence, he thought they truly were a match made in heaven. Back to the present, Graham looked toward Pekan. Since he had inherited the bloodline of those two, he was still trying to search. When confused, follow where your Arlen sensor leads. It is this way. He sighed softly. Your Highness is only more, never less. A terrifying thought appeared in Graham's mind. If the young lady were to die like this. He thought of a desperate scene. What would happen to Prince Pekayan then? Graham let out a soft sigh and held his head. Already I feel worried. The scene shifts to a wide corridor. Valor stepped into this place. A familiar voice rang out, catching his attention. It has been a long time, Valor. He turned his head in surprise and greeted, Didn't we just meet earlier, Your Majesty Edward? He sat calmly on the chair. Are you talking about the time you only came to report that you were back and then dashed off immediately? What kind of audience is that? Valor replied calmly, Didn't Your Majesty also only need to attend the tea party? Hearing this, he shouted angrily, I wanted to go very much. Do you know how much I wanted to go? Edward even cried helplessly. My son, my daughter must have been very adorable. Even Ajani, how beautiful must she have been without me there? The more he thought about it, the angrier he felt. Yet you got to see them all by yourself. How despicable. Valor sat down. Don't worry too much. He explained calmly, at the tea party, before I could enjoy anything, the Queen personally kicked me out. Ajani had spoken coldly, Go to His Majesty. Translation. If you wanted to show up, you should have come a bit sooner. Get out of my sight. This made him realize that was the meaning. Having no other choice, Edward sighed. All right. A generous person like me will forgive you. He nodded. Thank you, Your Majesty. Edward continued and dropped that annoying tone. After all, it is just the two of us. This made him feel at ease. All right then. Edward's gaze suddenly became serious. So then. He moved straight to the main topic. It seems your visit to that person went smoothly too. Valor replied calmly, It had to go smoothly. To please that person, I even caught a dragon as a gift. This news surprised him. What, that happened for this reason? Edward immediately held his head and sighed. No wonder you suddenly did something you have never done before. Even because of the gag order, I stood as a witness to the deal. You should have at least informed me beforehand, should not you? But Valor did not seem to care. Why should I have done that? He sighed. Right, what more could I expect from you? At the same time, he did not forget to complain. Anyway, because of the dragon byproducts, I have got a massive headache. Both inside and outside the Empire, things are in a mess. Edward's expression became troubled. Even the Sky Tower asked if they could get some dragon blood. He continued, They plan to visit during this National Foundation Festival. They are probably eyeing the auction. I do not understand why those noble saint-level mages are swarming in such numbers. Valor thought for a moment. The National Foundation Festival, huh? Edward declared decisively. In any case, send the leftovers to the royal family. I will pay a handsome price. Seeing he had no reaction surprised him. Valor, why are not you answering? He suddenly looked up. Instead of that, Ed. His voice became terrifying. Does your son like my daughter? Seeing Edward did not answer, Valor became even more annoyed. Answer me, Ed. Seeing the situation was not good, Edward hurriedly stood up. It is time for the meeting. We must go quickly. But Valor would not let it go. I am asking you. Does your son like my daughter? It seemed he did not want to face this. This. I have been so absorbed in discussing important national matters that I have lost track of time. The other dukes must have arrived long ago. Valor's gaze looked as if he wanted to eat him alive. Can I take him out? Seeing the situation was not good, Edward sighed. First, let us grasp the causal relationship of the question. After all, what did you hear that made you like this? At this point, Valor's gaze suddenly softened. I did not hear it. It was just. Back then, Pekran had run toward Arlen and called out, Arlen. Coincidentally, he had slowly turned his head. I just happened to see him clinging to the girl rather earnestly. This made Edward seem to understand. In the end, that encounter at the tea party still bothers you, does not it? It is a good thing Agni kicked Valor out that day. Perhaps he also felt a headache. Just imagining it for a moment, Valor and my son do not seem to get along at all. Pekun was an innocent child. But once one knew the pure sincerity of one's child. Even Edward had to admit, as a father, I cannot back down. He coughed a few times. Anyway, my son is also very excellent, is not he? He continued with a suggestion. Since we are at it, how about we become in-laws? Valor suddenly called out, Ed. His voice became terrifying. It seems after not meeting for a while, you have become better at joking. He also did not hesitate to give a radiant smile. I am being serious. Time seemed to stop. The two sat in silence looking at each other. Valor did not hesitate to pull out his weapon. Edward hurriedly stopped him. Now. He quickly announced, Grand Duke Halburn, it is truly time to go. This is a cabinet meeting you are attending after 6 years. You were not planning to cause a scene before going. Were you? Don't hiss at me, withdraw your bloodlust, let us depart quickly. The scene shifts to another part of the royal palace. Valor spoke as he walked. In any case, my daughter is a no-go. Just keep that in mind. Edward turned his head curiously. Why? His gaze immediately became troubled. Because my daughter must be happy. He glanced toward Valor. You mean Erlen's consent is the top priority? Valor declared irritably. No. Even if I die, she can't. How can anyone be happy living imprisoned in this wretched royal palace? Hearing this, Edward laughed in surprise. In front of the master of the royal palace, you really have no respect, do you? He spoke as he walked. Anyway, let us officially discuss this matter later. He replied, try it if you can. The scene shifts elsewhere. At that time, I was completely unaware the conversation I thought would only be seriously mentioned much later happened just a few hours later. Pekun was annoyed. Unforgivable. Grand Duke Halburn. The two faced each other right in the heart of the royal palace. Valor asked, if you can't forgive me. He felt curious. Then what does your highness plan to do? The atmosphere became tense and rang out once again. Valor was still sitting on the chair. Grand Duke Halburn had returned to the capital, and though after his return the Grand Duke seemed to be moving about freely, the amount of work was increasing. In reality, he had countless duties to handle. Of course, most could be settled through his representative, Mehen, even if he felt tired. I am used to it. At the same time, Edward appeared. But there are exactly two things you must personally attend. First is the audience with the emperor, and second is the inner palace meeting where the emperor and the 5 dukes gather. Inside the room, everyone sat down in silence to handle important national matters. Seeing Valor appear surprised, Sparum. I did not expect a day when someone would actually be sitting in that seat. He teased calmly, have you been well, Valor? I originally planned to look for you, but I am glad we have the chance to meet like this. He replied calmly, I did not expect us to meet like this either, Simon. Valor seemed to guess something. Of course, the one you are happy to meet is not me, but likely the dragon byproducts. Sparum felt incredibly excited. As expected, you understand things well. He could not hide the smile on his face. Therefore, I wanted to ask, what do you think about yielding your portion of the dragon byproducts to my side? I do not think anywhere in this empire will offer a higher price than Sparum. Valor replied, that is true, but... He pointed toward Edward. Unfortunately, my portion has already been moved to this side. Edward signaled smugly, I am the emperor. Sparum felt incredibly regretful. What truly? Valor laughed and continued, when Zaren's night order arrives, ask them. He nodded dejectedly, I understand. At the same time, Valor glanced in the direction next to him. But hey. Realizing something was not right surprised him. The remaining 2 seats are still empty, are not they? Hearing this, Edward announced calmly, Duke Gramwood is currently in the process of exploring new ruins, so I heard he cannot attend this meeting. And there was one more person. As for Duke Idacles, his face turned dejected again. Thanks to the grace of someone somewhere, he is still stuck in the Southern Empire trying to appease the Prince Regent. Valor laughed in surprise. Edward became even more annoyed. I am talking about you, Valor, he sighed softly, I am very sorry. This left him confused. By the way, I want to ask, after all, what did you do that made the Prince Regent cause a commotion for the past 6 years? Valor laughed. I did not say much. He was still very suspicious. It does not make sense for someone to be furious for years if you did not say much. Finally, Valor spoke the truth. I just told him to return my older sister, whom he forced away. These words made everyone in the room fall silent. Edward sighed, blaming himself. I accidentally mentioned something I should not have. Time returned to the past. It was a scandal that once revolved around the family of Grand Duke Halburn, the story of Lady Sione, currently the Grand Duchess of Locke and also Valor's older sister. The story began through a deal by her father, the previous Grand Duke of Halburn, with the Prince Regent of Locke. She was sold into an unwanted, forced marriage. This made Edward helpless as well. At the time, everyone thought it was absurd and forgot it, but if one knew the truth, it absolutely could not be taken lightly. However, things did not go as planned. Even if it were a family matter, the act of speaking about the Prince Regent's wife could lead to war. Valor's voice rang out, a long time has passed, so I won't pursue responsibility anymore. However, he sighed softly. You are not still planning to bring your sister back, are you? At the same time, Edward continued to advise him. I truly find that matter very regrettable, but as you know, it is best not to let war occur. In his voice was a bit of intent. I hope you clearly understand what I mean, Valor. After the meeting ended, Vebes called out, Valor. He approached. Are you planning to head back immediately? He nodded, because I feel Simon will likely be a nuisance. Hearing this, Vebes laughed. Dragon byproducts, true enough. The two walked along the corridor together, but neither spoke. Seeing this situation, Vebes smiled. Everyone else must be the same, but I myself did not expect you to return to the capital. His voice held a bit of mockery. I thought you planned to die in that northern city. Valor walked calmly. I did too. I had no intention of returning to the capital. He was incredibly surprised. In the end you came back though. He explained, because I felt that if I did not come this time I would likely regret it. Vebes's face showed a surprised smile. Regret it? Then he continued to tease, are you talking about the tea party? It is true, your daughter looks very adorable. Valor glanced to his side. You saw her? He nodded and added, yes, I heard she is also friends with my son. Valor immediately took note of this. Friends? He thought silently in his head, since she always bristles like a kitten that has not been weaned, I thought she would not be able to make friends. Valor was also surprised. Quite unexpected. Immediately after, Vebes approached to tease, anyway, it has been a while since we met, so treat the child gently. No matter what happens, what does the child know? Be gentle and kind, you hear? Valor replied. You are acting as if I am some piece of trash. I can manage that much. He burst into laughter and whispered in his ear, because I know you all too well. He let out a soft sigh. You are being a bit much, you know. At the same time, Vebes prepared to leave. Anyway, I have someone waiting for me, so I will take my leave now. Let us chat more next time, Valor. Before departing, he did not forget to add, don't forget to be kind and gentle. Valor waved his hand dismissively. Honestly, anyone watching would think I was bullying the girl. At that moment his gaze shifted behind him. And by the way, Pishan's annoyed face appeared. This little version of Edward here. How much longer do you plan on following me? But Valor still bowed politely. I knew you were back there. Sorry for the late greeting, Your Highness. I am Grand Duke Halburn. The boy's voice turned sharp again. Grand Duke Halburn, why are you stopping me from coming to the Halburn mansion? Thoughts raced through his head. I was wondering why he was being so persistent. It turns out it is because his request for a visit was denied. Granting permission is not difficult, but... Valor suddenly spoke up. Well then, if you answer one question of mine, I will open the mansion doors for you. Pishan's eyes lit up. What is it? He reached a hand out toward the boy. Today is the first time Your Highness has met me, and you are even in a position where you need something from me. The boy grew wary. So what? His voice carried clear curiosity. And yet, why did you make your request with such a harsh attitude? I am curious about the reason. Pekayon became extremely defensive. Why are you curious about that? Valor silently realized. So that is what you are thinking. Pekayon continued. Since you are asking, it is because I do not like a Grand Duke like you. He felt disappointed. Why is that? The look on the boy's face immediately turned awkward. It is because you... He remembered Arlen's lonely figure. You abandoned Arlen. In his heart he felt a deep resentment toward this man. Do you even know what kind of expression Arlen makes when she is in pain? Images of her flashed through his mind. Do you even care what she likes or hates? For someone like you to suddenly show up, it only makes Arlen more exhausted. As he spoke, Pekayon clenched his fists tight. He pointed at Valor accusingly. Anyway, if you dare make Arlen cry in the capital, I do not care if you are a Grand Duke, I will absolutely never forgive you. Just remember that. Seeing Valor remain silent, Graham grew uneasy. I should probably have a resignation letter ready. Finally he replied, I see. I will keep that in mind. Pekayon flinched in surprise. Are we done? He continued, however. His face turned terrifying again. If you won't forgive me, what exactly does Your Highness plan to do? Valor's next words made Pekayon freeze. What exactly are you to that girl to be saying such things? Thinking about it made the boy sad. I am. To Arlen. I want to be closer than friends or family. No. He was surprised. No, the boy's voice rang out. That. I mean. He quickly slumped back into sadness. I am nothing to her. Valor laughed. You are nothing, yet you think you can do something to me. It seemed Pekayon had found a different kind of resolve. Even so. His voice filled the space. I like Arlen more than anyone. Even if I am nothing right now, I want her to get healthy soon so I can see that smiling face more often. Having said his piece, he shouted in front of Valor, so watch yourself, Grand Duke Halburn. Pekayon pointed at himself. If you do not do a good job, I will steal the position of Arlen's father from you. This statement left him stunned. The position of father. In his mind, another image appeared. So the one you want to marry is not Arlen, but this side. Valor could not hide the smile on his face. He burst into excited laughter. Pekayon felt bewildered. Why are you laughing? He wiped away a tear. I see. If you wanted Mehen to be your lady, you should have just said so. The boy hurried to explain. What, Mehen? It is not like that. He nodded. Yes, of course it is not. Regardless. Valor stepped closer and praised him. I will be looking forward to the future. Truly. With that he turned and walked away. As promised, I will allow you to enter the mansion. See you soon, Your Highness. The events that had just unfolded left Pekayon dazed. That is strange. I clearly made such a cool declaration of war, and even got permission to enter the mansion, so why do I feel like I just lost to that Grand Duke? The scene shifted to the massive mansion. Arlen was still sitting in a chair, focused on reading a book. She was lost in her own thoughts. Lately, life at the Halburn mansion has made me feel more content than ever. She soaked in the sunlight while turning fresh pages of her book. She seemed very happy. Because the founding festival was approaching, the meetings with her childhood friends had been temporarily interrupted. That meant the annoying twins and Pekayon the stalker had not shown up. Thinking of this, Arlen closed her book. If there is one thing bothering me lately, many people were captivated by her cuteness. Lady Arlen. She thought silently, some strange people have appeared in the mansion. Their eyes sparkled. I never imagined I would see the young lady in the flesh rather than through a magic crystal. Look at those tiny adorable baby hands. They continued to shower her with praise. She looked so soft and pretty. Arlen only felt drained. Seriously, this is too much pressure. Sweat trickled down her face. Wait, is not this the second floor? How are they hanging out over there? Are they ghosts? Just then Uni walked in and saw the scene. She annoyed Ly grabbed a broom to chase them away. These people again, move, everyone move, the young lady is already frail. What if you startle her? What are you going to do then? Arlen, watch this. If they can be exorcised with physical force like this, they probably are not ghosts. Suddenly, she turned her head back. Mehen gently picked her up. My lady, are you alright? She called out Mehen. She shook her head and explained, I am okay. It is not like they opened the window and broke in. This only made him angrier. It would be better if they did, but please tell me if you see them again. I am planning to lock them in the annex or the training grounds. Arlen shuddered. His face is so scary. Is it really that serious? She felt curious. So, who are those people anyway? After thinking, Mehen informed her, they are people you do not need to worry about, my lady. Arlen thought to herself, but I am worried. Finally, he explained, they are the Zarin Knights who just returned from the north. This surprised her. The Knights. She suddenly remembered something. Now that I think about it, all those strange people lately seem to be wearing uniforms. Erlen's voice echoed, so those people are the knights who went dragon hunting with the Grand Duke. Though she was a bit disappointed as one of them had a slightly different vibe. Zarin, sitting in a corner, was saying, I will definitely establish the Dragon Conservation Society. Meanwhile, Mehen carried Arlen outside. Perhaps. He explained seriously, because this is their first vacation in 6 years, everyone is just overexcited. You will likely run into them often at the mansion for a while. She nodded obediently. I see. Mehen continued to advise her, of course, you can just ignore them, my lady. She lowered her head. Yes. Erlen's expression turned sad but remained very compliant. This made Mehen find her incredibly adorable. As they walked, he asked curiously, you have not been feeling uncomfortable anywhere lately, have you? She was surprised. Uncomfortable? Mehen nodded and explained gently, yes. Although I hear all your news through the childcare team still. His voice was full of concern. I wonder if you have any secret worries that you can't tell them. Arlen listened intently. Secret worries. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she remembered something. I do not have anything like that. Arlen recalled Cheyenne's face. The only thing I am hiding from Mehen is the stuff about the stalker. And since he has not come looking for me, there is nothing to worry about. She sank into her own thoughts. If I had to choose, maybe it is that I can't eat one more macaron after breakfast. Other than that, not really. A memory flashed by. Arlen held Mehen's hand and looked back. Back then, Pekun had also happened to turn his head toward her. He wore a warm smile, as if silently comforting her. This made Erlen's mind wander for a moment. It is not exactly. After a while she called out softly, Mom. Mehen was listening to her as usual. Yes, my lady. She placed a hand on her chest. I wonder if your heart has ever pounded like thump thump when you looked at someone. Realizing something was off, Mehen froze. Then he finally reacted. Yes, she continued, I mean like when your eyes meet and it feels like time has stopped. Erlen's slightly awkward expression caught Mehen's attention. Are you asking me if I have ever been in love? Based on your expression it seems so. Finally he spoke slowly, as for me. But his voice sounded a bit disappointed. Since I have spent my life surrounded by paperwork, unfortunately, I have never had an experience like that. Mehen even pulled Arlen closer. Moreover, while serving my master, it does not seem likely to happen. I mean, I have a child like this even though I am not married. Erlen's mood instantly deflated. The atmosphere became serious for a moment, while Mehen felt secretly happy teasing her. Then he gently set her down. Arlen asked, should I hit that person for you? He was surprised. Are people hitting your master? It is fine, I have already hit him with my own hands. He had a sad smile on his face. So, why the sudden curiosity about that? Arlen was silent for a moment, her face visibly reddening. This immediately caught Mehen's attention. She is starting to use that tiny head of hers to worry again. Could she have taken an interest in some boy? This made him ponder further. But I have not seen any signs like that lately. Although she looked surprised when she saw the crown prince, at that time it felt more like her body was frozen because of Valor. Suddenly, his own face turned red. Or could it be because of me? Mehen once again fell into a tragic delusion. Could it be that she is afraid if I like someone I will leave her? While Mehen was flustered, Arlen spoke up anyway. She asked him with a glimmer of hope. Mehen, you have never felt that way, right? These words made him silent for a moment. As expected, since Vela returned, I have been so preoccupied with matters on that side. He gently reached out to comfort her. Without realizing it, I made the young lady feel abandoned. I have told myself so many times that I would not let her feel this insecure again. Mehen gently pulled Arlen into his arms. And yet, I let it happen. Then he spoke tenderly again. Arel, do not worry. One thing is for certain. His warm words caught her attention. That bastard's return won't change me. Time seemed to stop as Mehen explained. No matter what happens, I will always be by Arel's side. The childcare team and I will keep looking after you. Even when we are apart, I am always worrying and listening for news about you. Arlen listened silently to these words. You do not have to worry about anything, no matter what it is. Her face suddenly turned red. Mehen. She looked at his determined expression. That is the face of someone thinking about something else entirely. This was not what I was curious about, but a happy smile appeared on Arlen's face. Well, this is not so bad either. She replied yes. Then she did not forget to add, as expected, I still like Mom best. Mehen nodded. I like you best too, Arel. She hugged him tight. I like Mom more. Suddenly he remembered something. Speaking of which, the childcare team seems very worried lately. I heard you have not been eating much and have not done any exercise other than walking. Arlen felt awkward. That. Mehen guessed something. Could it be? He asked curiously, is it because of Valer? Hearing that caught her attention. Valer, Mehen is talking about Grand Duke Halburn. He felt even angrier. If that Valer guy has any intention of bullying you, you must tell me. His voice became full of rage. That bastard is entirely capable of doing something like that. Arlen glanced to the side. I feel like he does not care about me at all. Even if we meet where Mehen is not around, he would probably just ignore me and walk straight past. Mehen is really worrying over nothing. Time passed. Just a moment after she thought that, Valer appeared. My daughter. She did not think this would happen. He had called out to her. His face looked a bit disappointed. Why do you keep avoiding me? Arlen did not know what to do. The person she needed to watch out for was living in the same mansion, but their paths were not supposed to cross like this. She was usually comfortable in her room. I mainly stay in the library and my private room. And Valer was starting his work. Grand Duke Halburn stays in the annex. I heard he spends most of his time deep inside the annex. The scene shifted to a dark room. That secret space was. Soldiers were discussing among themselves, what about the Lord? He is probably in the portrait room again. Every time he returns to the mansion, he is always there. The portrait room. The rumors continued. It is located deep inside the annex. They say it is like an exhibition room for the portraits of the Halburn direct lineage. People just took it as an interesting story. So there is a place like that in the mansion, good to know. Anyway, unless you are of the Halburn bloodline or Master Mehen, you can't get near it. Arlen stood behind them, listening silently. So that is how it is, she thought. No wonder I occasionally see Mehen swearing while running toward the annex. Her face turned pensive. Portraits of the Halburn direct lineage. I am a bit curious about that too. She turned to return to her room. But it is not worth the risk of running into father. Right then, the figure of a man appeared before her eyes, making Arlen freeze. Valer was also quite surprised to see her there. A surprised smile appeared on his face. Daughter. Time seemed to stop. She did not know what to say. Arlen's expression gradually turned to worry. Strange. Isn't this the main building of the mansion? He should not be here. She immediately denied reality. No, it must be my imagination. I definitely just saw wrong. With this frail body, is it a hallucination or an auditory illusion? It would not be surprising. Arlen's eyes slowly widened. Even if it is real, Mehen is not here, so he won't come closer. Noticing the direction he was walking made her even more terrified. He is coming this way. She did not know what to do. She had tried to ditch her childcare team to escape because she wanted to be alone. Arlen had firmly told everyone, I want to be alone. The maids were shocked. Yes, my lady, she could only blame herself. If I knew this would happen, I would have stayed obediently in my room. What was I thinking? Trying to enjoy some peace and glory. While Arlen was still trying to run away, Valer reached her. My daughter. He quickly sat down to talk. Why do you keep avoiding me like this? His words carried a hint of reproach. What is it? Is it because someone you met for the first time is calling himself your father so you do not want to see me? Arlen finally reacted in a hurry. I did not say that, he laughed. You did not say it, but your eyes are saying it for you. Valor's hand gently touched her face. But today you are actually answering my question, are not you, my daughter? He seemed to have turned into a completely different person. Since it has been a while since I have walked through here, thanks to that, I get to talk to my daughter who seems to be lost. After saying that, he pinched Erlen's cheek. Isn't that right? Suddenly she realized something was wrong. I almost got fooled by that face. Wake up, don't let that handsome face bewitch you. Arlen quickly backed away. I am not lost. Valor burst into surprised laughter. However, if you keep wandering around like this, you really will get lost. Her expression turned suspicious. Are you worried about me? Why? This question surprised him quite a bit. Well, because I am your father. He did not forget to step closer. By the way, starting today, try calling me father. I want to hear it at least once. But Arlen only felt a sense of distance. Father. Sweat poured down her face. We have only met 4 times and suddenly he wants me to call him father. What on earth is he thinking, saying such things? Valor was still reminding her, try calling me father. Arlen thought, even though he is smiling, I can't tell what he is thinking at all. She did not know what to do. The only thing she could feel was a vague sensation when their eyes met. Arlen felt even more confused. It was just an unexplained sense of rejection directed at her. Valor continued to ask why exactly. Perhaps he was also curious. What do you mean why? You hate me, Arlen said. These unexpected words left Valor astonished. But he calmly replied, I do not hate you. She was not listening. You clearly hate me, Valor repeated. I told you I do not hate you. Arlen immediately fell into deep thought. Pretending again. Don't underestimate my sensors, which have been trained to be sharper than anyone's at detecting malice and intent. She took a step forward. Like this. She gently placed her hand on Valor's face. Just me getting close makes him show a reaction of rejection. Erlen's clear, innocent voice rang out, isn't that right? This action made Valor freeze for a moment. Seeing him burst into laughter made her jump in surprise. Why is he laughing? He gently took her hand to comfort her. That is not it. The distance between them narrowed. If I hated you, I would have ignored you even if I saw you. Because I am the type of person who absolutely never does things I hate. This made Valor even more surprised. Isn't it actually my daughter who is avoiding me because she is afraid of me? Arlen immediately lowered her head and thought to herself, it is not because I am afraid that I do that. It is just. Her sad voice rang out, because you never once came to see me. So all this time I thought it was because you did not want to see me. She asked again with a hint of helplessness, because you could not kick me out, you plan to go far away to a place where you would not see me, right? But if you do not hate me. Erlen's eyes welled up with shimmering tears. Then why did you never visit me even once? Valor did not answer but only gently patted her head. His actions were always so gentle. She looked up blankly. Why? A sad smile appeared on his face. Why do your eyes look like they are about to cry? This thought confused Arlen again. Or is it that he is already crying? After a moment he finally explained, because I was afraid things would get complicated. She was surprised. What things? Valor's figure looked lonely. Because I was afraid I would accidentally. His next words made Arlen even more terrified. Kill you. She felt the air around them turn stagnant. What, did I just hear wrong? If I did not hear wrong, then surely. Arlen felt that the Valor before her was terrifying. I think I just received an incredibly gentle murder warning. Thoughts kept racing in her head. He wants to kill me, or he is going to kill me. Is this a declaration of war that he is going to kill me from now on? Arlen quickly backed away. And he still says he does not hate me, she hurriedly asked. Right now? Do you want to kill me? Valor shook his head. How could that be? Seeing that she was still avoiding him, he stepped closer. My daughter. With that same warm smile on his face he said, I can do anything for you. But those words only terrified Arlen. Once again, his eyes looked as if he were about to cry. Valor did not hesitate to draw even closer to her. His hand gently touched her face. After saying such terrifying things about killing someone, And with a face that did not look like he was joking. Why did he have that expression? It was as if he gently picked her up. Now let us go to your mother, shall we? Arlen was still thinking it was as if none of this were a lie or a joke, but his true sincere feelings. A few minutes passed. Mehen felt confused. Why did the Lord bring Arel here? Valor smiled. Our child said she missed her mother. He even spoke up triumphantly. Wife. Arlen seemed to notice something. She was all too used to this. It turned out fountain pens could actually fly through the air. Arlen had realized a profound truth. Time shifted to late at night. Arlen lay in bed, falling into a deep sleep as usual. Valor's lonely figure appeared in the hallway. He was all alone in this space. Morton, the previous head of the Halburn family, used to say he would walk the hallway leading to the portrait gallery and hum like this. Finally, he stepped in front of a door in the deepest part of the mansion's secluded annex, before the tightly closed door. His eyes immediately grew pensive. Only the Halburn bloodline could serve as the key. He slowly opened that door, entering the mysterious room within. Valor stepped inside, where those who guarded the secrets of this family, this empire and this world resided. A portrait whose face was completely blurred seemed to live and breathe in glory. Valor walked past this portrait. They would receive the empire's praise forever. It seemed he wanted to ignore all the surrounding portraits, much like the unyielding authority of Halburn. A voice from behind continued to echo, Valor, do not forget. You born with the Halburn bloodline. It was as if Morton were instructing him. You can hold everything in this world in the palm of your hand. The secrets of this world that we hold will make everything possible. Even though Valor ignored him, the old man followed. The foolish subjects of the empire have no idea what we are doing behind the scenes, or what is happening to them. It seemed a great secret was being hidden. They are merely puppets in the audience, sending applause and cheers toward Halburn, the true master of the empire. Morton continued to whisper in Valor's ear, in this place, is there anyone who dares to oppose us? The words rang out incessantly, compassion, humanity, throw away those weak things, my son. The old man kept lecturing, you are different from your sister. You are the one qualified to inherit my kingdom. Arlen had to listen to these words repeatedly. If it is truly for your sister, then listen to me, Valor. Or else. Morton's next words made him even more uncomfortable. Do you want to lose your sister too? Having said that, the old man glided past Valor triumphantly. To those words he simply replied calmly, get lost. Afterward, Valor sank into his own thoughts. Perhaps it was because of those hideous faces hanging there. It was always like this whenever he entered the private villa. He also felt extremely drained. As expected, I do not like this place at all. But he involuntarily recalled his sister's advice, be happy, my little brother. You must be happy. This made Valor even more determined. Even if I have to endure all these unpleasant hallucinations, I will still return here. Finally, he walked up to a portrait for the sake of one person only. A sad smile appeared on his face. It has been a long time. The portrait was still smiling, the person he could no longer see no matter how much he wanted to. Before him was a woman with beautiful features, his only sister Sione. Time seemed to stand still. A diary lay on the table. A breeze blew in and the pages slowly fluttered. The time shifted back to a previous space. Arlen had contracted a very serious illness. She was even coughing up blood, making everyone worry. My lady. The doctor quickly approached to report, Lord Mehen, the medicine is no longer effective. Now, you should prepare yourself. This left Mehen utterly helpless, not knowing what to do. The entire mansion was shrouded in an indescribable sorrow. The servants wailed in helplessness. From her sickbed, Arlen called out softly, Mehen. She tried to reach her hand toward him. I want to hold your hand one last time. Can you? Hold my hand. He was devastated, seemingly unable to face the situation. Arel. Arlen, always understanding, reminded him, Mehen, do not cry. Her vision gradually faded. Her weak voice slowly died out. It is okay. Mehen's entire body shook with despair. He collapsed by the bed, weeping. I am sorry, Arel. It is all my fault. He could only blame himself. Everything happened, time passed, and one day on the eve of early winter, the only daughter of Grand Duke Halburn passed away. The space was filled with grief. Everyone in the mansion only realized the truth after the child had left. An unnamed sorrow appeared. What had that little child brought to them? Before the sudden parting, the atmosphere in the mansion sank heavily, and the people inside shared their grief. They did not want this to happen. The final farewell was short but unforgettable. Perhaps as the goodbyes were nearly over, something shattered the silence. Even Valor did not want to accept this truth. It was the head of the family, the one they had long awaited. Mehan turned his head to look at him. Finally he spoke up in annoyance. Was it so hard to come back once that you only show up now? His voice rang out continuously. That was your only daughter. This little child, whom you discarded at will, you did not even bother to look at her once. Mehan even questioned him. Do you think this situation is normal? At this point his voice grew harsher. I am sick of your irresponsibility, Valor. After saying that, he turned to leave. Stop it. No, I am quitting. He called out Mehan, but he did not care. Now no one will bother you anymore, so just live however you want. He could only stand there watching him leave. Let us never see each other again. Everything gradually ended. Just like that, even the family representative left the mansion. Not long after, Grand Duke Halburn disappeared without a trace. Even the light of Halburn, which seemed eternal, gradually faded away. The story closed, leaving only malicious rumors about the Grand Duke. Arlen slowly opened her eyes. She woke up dazed from her sleep. Feels like I just had a very strange dream. The mark on her hand suddenly glowed. What is it? The memory is already fading. I think Grand Duke Halburn was in it too. Arlen looked at the mark on her hand in surprise. Wait, why is this glowing? I have not seen that stalker in a long time either. Just then Uni smiled as she walked in. My lady is awake. I was just about to come in and wake you. Suddenly she felt curious. What is wrong? Am I going somewhere? She shook her head. No, it is not that. At the same time, the familiar figures of the twins appeared. Today, the two of them quickly walked in to visit. When Seal saw Arlen, he called out urgently, Arlen, help us. Uni smiled and informed her. The young masters of the Sperum family have come to visit the mansion. She felt extremely surprised. What? Noel quickly stepped in front of Arlen. Aureliel, listen, I will explain it to you. The reason we came here is because... Seal quickly cut in. No, Noel, there is something more important to explain first. Arlen looked at the twins. These guys. Barging into the mansion at the crack of dawn. Noel turned back, confused. What are you saying, Seal? We have to tell her why we are here so Aureliel can understand. Hearing that, he spoke up. So what we mean is, she stood still. Why are they like this again? She just felt exhausted. I know they came to ask for help with something, but talking all jumbled like this makes it impossible to understand. Browning is working hard today too. I am sorry. Arlen's gaze shifted in one direction. And over here. Noticing Haroon's unhappy appearance caught her attention. Looking at this, he must have been dragged along. She immediately called out, Haroon, why are you just standing there? Come over here. He ran toward her like a little puppy, making Arlen surprised. Even though he is wary, he is actually quite obedient. A gentle smile appeared on her face. Haroon really is a good boy. She gently reached out and patted his head. Good boy. Only then did Arlen ask, did you come with the twins? Haroon shook his head, catching her attention. You did not, then why? Right after that he pointed outside the door. The guards outside were still waving continuously. Another person reminded them, damn it, you used the window all by yourself. Zaren's happy face appeared. Hey kid, Arlen was surprised. That dragon uncle is Haroon's uncle, she suggested. It is okay to open the window, Haroon. Right after meeting him he felt overjoyed. I missed you so much, my sweetheart. You have grown so much since I last saw you. She immediately noticed, turns out the uncle has something he likes besides dragons. The twins rushed over. Arlen, we have prepared what we need to say, she nodded. Okay, I am listening. You little devils. The two were happy. So what we want to say is... Both their faces lit up. Our father told us to bring back something related to dragons from the Halburn mansion. Sperum has assigned us both a mission. A special order, bring back dragon byproducts. Both twins were very obedient. Yes, they were excited. Then father will grant us a wish. Having said that, they both looked at her. That is why we need Aureliel's help. Desperately, she thought to herself, so the strategy is to drop these little devils into Halburn to get dragon byproducts. Suddenly she remembered something. Coincidentally, if it is dragon byproducts, those things in the gift boxes from the knights. I have a few. She turned to look at the twins. The basis of any transaction is negotiation. Arlen asked, if I sell them to you, what will you do for me? The twins quickly pulled out a box of jewelry. As expected, is it money? We have nothing but money. She was a bit disappointed. Exactly the answer I predicted. A smile appeared on Arlen's face. Forget the money. Seems she had an idea. Instead, cooperate with me a little today. The twins were still a bit confused. Cooperate? Inside the room, Arlen sighed. These past few days have been peaceful. The three children were still following behind her. But one thing is bothering me. She was silent for a moment. Then Pishan's voice rang out, Arlen. It seemed he was always appearing in her mind. Abnormally, her thoughts about Pekayon were increasing. This made her very curious. To be precise, after my heart wavered at the tea party. I wonder what Pekayon is doing. He always had a bright smile on his face. Is it because he is busy that he has not had time to come to the Halburn mansion, or even? She asked herself, could I go directly to the Imperial Palace to see him? But she quickly snapped out of it. I am having such crazy thoughts. Hey, wake up, you are Arlen. She continued walking forward. And I realized something after meeting Duke Halburn yesterday. The twins were still asking Aureliel, when do we cooperate? Arlen, ready to cooperate yet? Arlen's eyes suddenly darkened. I am a true sucker for handsome guys. I was just temporarily bewitched by that beautiful face. The twins were still dazed. Why is Arlen staring like that? She continued looking at them. I can't judge hastily based on one flutter. If I were a true sucker for handsome guys, my heart should be thumping for these twins too. This made Arlen decide. Since I am bothering to check, I will verify using the most certain method. She took Seal's hand. Wait a moment. Excuse me. Having said that, she hugged him tightly without hesitation. This sudden action naturally left him unable to react. Time seemed to stop. Everyone became silent. Noelle felt even more surprised. Arlen, why so sudden? Does it hurt somewhere? Are you going to hug me next? Arlen shook her head blankly. Is it possible there is nothing? She turned her head to look at Haroon. Since my taste in faces is closer to Haroon, should I test it on Haroon? With that thought, she turned and hugged him tightly. The action was so unexpected that his face instantly turned red. But Arlen felt absolutely nothing. That is strange. She even felt confused. If I were a true sucker for handsome guys, my heart should be thumping right now. Yet, I have no reaction to Haroon either. The soldiers in the back were stunned. Is this a green light? Our young lady is definitely going to break a lot of hearts later. Arlen felt so helpless, she sighed. At that time it was probably just because my body was not well. Thinking about Pekayon more is likely just because it feels empty when the person who comes every day suddenly disappears. Her gaze quickly shifted forward. Anyway, Pekayon is. She was still lost in thought. My first friend. But accidentally Pekayon saw this scene. Arlen probably did not expect this to happen. She is mine. His face immediately became upset. This time, both Haroon and Arlen realized the situation was a bit off. In his eyes, only the scene of the two of them hugging remained. Even the people in the personal guard could not hide their surprise. Out of habit, Arlen slowly backed away. She did not know why this was happening. And since when? Perhaps because he was too angry. He immediately turned and left. This situation left Arlen unable to react in time. She hurriedly reached out to call him, but he had already run ahead. Pekayon, wait. Her face became even more worried. What, didn't he come to see me? Why is he going back? Sweat kept pouring down her face. Should I explain that it was nothing? Wait, why do I have to explain? Arlen clutched her chest. It was quiet just a moment ago. Why is it like this now? She watched Pishan's receding back. In the end, she asked herself, what makes Pekayon different? Everyone in the guard spoke up. It looks like things are about to get serious. This situation is a total disaster. Zarin sat down to comfort them. I think our little puppy has a chance to win, too. But Haroon felt more wrong than ever. Time shifted to late evening at the Imperial Palace. Pekayon was still in a terrible mood. It seemed everyone around him had felt his mood but did not know how to comfort him. The servants discussed in confusion. Emily, what happened to the crown prince? He was so bright when he went out today. Keep it down, can't you see why? Everyone noticed Patience's mood. It is definitely something to do with Lady Arlen. Seeing him acting so strange, Silua stepped forward and called out, Graham. The young girl was surprised at being summoned for an emergency. What is wrong with him? Graham shook his head. I am not quite sure myself, but... The girl was very curious. Even Graham does not know, he found it a bit hard to say. Well, it is because... In his heart, he was silently weeping. The incident happened when I was not looking. He tried to stop him. Your Highness, I told you not to run. Because he ran too fast, I lost track of him. Thinking of this made Graham blame himself even more. As expected, I should have stopped him from going to Halburn during this busy time before the founding festival. Silua stepped up and said, Forget it, I would not understand even if you told me. The girl went up to Pekayon and called out, Pekayon. After saying that, she picked up a white cat in her arms. Here. Her voice was very calm. I am only letting you borrow my cat for a moment. You must return it tomorrow. And wake up. Seeing you moping like this makes me feel annoyed. Having said that, the girl turned to leave. Anyway, I am off. Silu, you have to come back at dawn. The space immediately became silent. Pekun sat there motionlessly. He still could not hide his sad mood. Then he hugged the cat tightly. Silu. Patience's eyes became even more distressed. It was just a hug, it is probably nothing, right, since I occasionally hug Arlen too. There is probably no reason for it, right? But his mood only grew worse. Arlen has never taken the initiative to hug me first, nor has she ever hugged me so enthusiastically. I only want to hug the person I like tightly. Thinking of this made Pekayon realize something was wrong. Now that I think about it. He recalled the moments they were close. Arlen is always only kind and gentle to Haroon. His heart felt as if it were being cut by a knife. Out of the four of us, she always chooses Haroon. Unable to hide his jealousy, Pekayon shouted, Haroon. Even Graham noticed the abnormality and turned his head. He hurriedly ran toward him and called out, Your Highness. His voice was full of worry. Your Highness, there is blood, are you all right? He called out irritably. Graham. With a face that looked like he was about to cry, he said, What if Arlen really likes Haroon? What should I do? This situation surprised him. Pardon, he continued, then do I have to let the two of them be together? While the two were still talking, a servant approached. Your Highness, forgive the interruption while you are speaking. The subordinate's next words made Pekayon freeze. A request for an audience has arrived from Halburn. Lady Arlen wishes to see you. A moment later, the subordinate announced, The Crown Prince's message is. He carefully relayed the message, he politely declines this audience. Arlen listened in annoyance. He added that because his schedule is full, he cannot arrange time for an audience. She thought angrily, he won't even give me a chance to explain, Pekun. She even held her head in exhaustion. Right now, he is probably. She imagined Pekun going crazy. Haroon got to hug Arlen even before me. This left her helpless. He must be absolutely furious, which is why he rejected me. But this also made her sad. So, I have been dumped, have not I? Lena comforted her from the side. He is probably just really busy. Uni also nodded and added, Of course, the Crown Prince is so busy. The fact that he has made time to visit you until now is already very impressive. Arlen listened silently. That is true. But she felt a bit troubled. But I wanted to explain right away before Patience's misunderstanding got deeper. She slowly lifted her teacup. Perhaps because of yesterday, my already complicated head is even noisier now. This was the first time Arlen had encountered this. Previously, when something similar happened, she might feel annoyed, but not to this extent. This time, for some reason, she wanted to go home quickly. It felt like there was a heavy stone weighing on her heart. Arlen reminded herself, I have to find a way to see Pekun. Suddenly, Uni and Lena noticed something. They discussed excitedly, By the way, Uni, are not you looking forward to the founding festival ball? I heard they are even preparing a play area for children this time. Hearing this, Uni laughed in surprise. Surely. The words had a hidden intent but reached Erlen's ears. The Crown Prince will also be attending, right? Lena nodded silently and added, It would be wonderful if our young lady could attend too. She suddenly clenched her fists. Then she decided to speak up there. Her sparkling eyes filled with hope. Can I go too? Uni smiled gently and nodded. Of course. How about we try asking the Grand Duke? She did not forget to mention, I think he is in Master Mehan's office. Inside the room, Mehan called out the day before yesterday. It seemed he had guessed something. You said you made a death threat to Arel. Valor raised his head in surprise. My daughter even told you that, as expected of a mother. This made him even angrier. Is that what is important right now? He kept scolding him, watch your words in front of the child. Do I really have to counsel you on this kind of thing? Luckily Arel is fine, but if she were even slightly hurt, I would not let it slide, Valor. He laughed and replied, don't worry, I did not say much. Naturally Mehan did not believe it. You did not say much, yet to Arel it became a death threat. Valor glanced at him. If you are so curious, tell me why you became her mother. He turned his face away. That is a secret. He nodded in understanding. Then I will keep my secret too. This attitude made Mehan even more annoyed. What, this is so frustrating. Finally he asked, in the end, when are you going to answer the question I asked before? Valor glanced in another direction. What question? Returning to a previous time, Mehan had asked, is the young lady truly the master's biological daughter? Only then did Valor remember that. His voice became calm. I already answered, did not I? Mehan naturally still did not believe it. Do you think those vague words count as an answer? At that, he curiously glanced at Mehan. Then what else do you want to know? Without hesitation Mehan spoke his mind, the truth. A truth without a single lie or secret, the obvious truth you intended to take to your grave. Mehan even repeated himself, that very truth, you bastard. Valor smiled. If you were going to put it like that, then I might just give in, Mehan. But Mehan's gaze remained firm. I am not joking. Before you stepped foot into this mansion, did not you swear an oath? It seemed the two had made a pact that at least with me. Valor listened in silence. You would be honest about everything. His gaze had now become incredibly resolute. Valor, on the other hand, only offered a gentle smile. After a moment of silence he sighed. Fine, I surrender. I suppose you do need to know. A moment later Valor continued, so, the thing is. Mehan could hardly believe his ears. What? His eyes gradually filled with shock. Is that true? He looked down, avoiding his gaze. Have you ever seen me lie? The more he thought, the angrier Mehan became. A man like you. What on earth were you planning, Valor? Meanwhile, Arlen, who was slowly opening the door outside, accidentally overheard. Are you really insane? He helplessly held his head, repeating, are you really insane? Out of sheer anger, he stood up irritably. A man like you is truly. He then lunged toward Valor. You did not even think about the future. Right then Arlen suddenly opened the door and called out, Mom. Her eyes were sparkling with hope. Help me. Noticing their situation she asked, what are you two doing? Mehan explained, it is nothing. He did not forget to whisper this matter. Let us finish it next time. Valor smiled. Sure. Afterward Mehan seemed to understand. You are saying you want to attend the founding festival ball, my lady? She nodded in confirmation. He tried to advise her further. It will be very crowded and troublesome. Arlen shook her head firmly. It is okay. This only made Mehan worry more. Didn't you say before that large-scale events like this are too stressful? Arlen's attitude had changed. After the tea party I feel better about it. His mood was not great. It seems the young lady is not feeling well. We need to find a private doctor as soon as possible. The servant nearby nodded. Yes. Arlen repeated. Mehan, I am perfectly sane, really. Valor chimed in, taking my daughter is not difficult. Her eyes filled with hope. So you will take me. Seemed he had a new plan. I will take you, but in exchange. That bright smile returned to Valor's face. If you call me father. Nothing in this world is free, kid. Seeing her lack of reaction, he stepped closer. Come on, call me father. Seeing this, Arlen even showed a bit of disgust. But she was still torn on what to do. Finally, Arlen angrily blurted out, little hero Yuturi. She was the type to always try her best. Mehan suggested, I will be the one to take her so you can stop now. Her eyes filled with anticipation. Really, he nodded. Of course. Suddenly Mehan felt curious. But why do you suddenly want to go to the founding festival ball, my lady? She looked dazed, not knowing where to start. The reason for going to the ball, well, it is because I have something to ask Pekayan, and a misunderstanding to clear up. A decision was made in Erlin's heart. Even so, more than anything, whenever I hide or run away, it seemed he always came toward her. Pekayan is always the one who finds me first. This made Arlen certain. This time it seems it is my turn. Time passed, and a few days later they were at the Imperial Palace. Today was the day of the founding festival ball. Everyone walked inside the massive mansion together. Arlen felt incredibly excited. Mehen, it is already so crowded. He nodded and explained seriously, because today is the first day of the founding festival ball, my lady. Her Majesty the Queen and His Majesty the Emperor only attend the first and last days. Arlen listened silently. So almost all the nobles will be present. As far as she knew, the founding festival commemorated the first king who declared the establishment of Albrecht, the great kingdom of humans, from the ruins of the fallen ancient gods. In other words, it was an event to pray for the eternal glory of mankind. Because it was for humans. The party had certain limitations. She heard that even diplomatic delegations from other racial kingdoms could not attend. Arlen stepped into the grand hall. Although she had heard it was magnificent, her eyes filled with even more anticipation. Grand Duke Halburn and his daughter, along with Count Levogen, are entering. A vast space appeared before her eyes, surprising her. I did not expect it to be this grand. Arlen could not hide her excitement. There are glittering dresses everywhere. She scanned the room. Over there, people were dancing. While she was observing, Valor approached. How is it, daughter? He showed a warm smile. Are you satisfied? Didn't you say you wanted to come here? His appearance made the beautiful women around them freeze instantly. Arlen looked at his handsome appearance, now free of any bloodstains. As soon as the Grand Duke stepped out, people began whispering. Today he was dressed formally, unlike last time, so the impact was likely even stronger. Mehen looked the part too. He smiled and asked, why are you looking at me like that? Am I that handsome? Arlen was a bit speechless. It was true, but she suddenly felt annoyed. I wonder if Mehen feels the same way. She immediately turned away. Old man. Valor corrected her, you should call me father. But she did not seem to care. You are just a senile man. Valor turned to Mehen irritably. Mehen, my daughter talks exactly like you. He replied coldly, because she is my daughter. It seemed he realized she was always by Mehen's side. I am clearly the one who brought her, so why do I feel like I am being left out? His gaze grew more annoyed. Let me join in too, this is too much. Why is everyone ignoring only me? Mehen reminded him, Master, please reflect on your daily behavior. Arlen added, it is karma. He stepped closer to tease her. Karma, senile, you sure know a lot of strange words. You are very articulate at times like this. His hand lightly touched her face. Being this smart. You really are like your mother. Arlen was confused. Mehen was not her birth mother, so how could she be like him? But Valor's next words made her freeze. I am talking about your biological mother. He did not seem to notice her strange expression. Beautiful, kind, and smart too. My daughter is exactly like her. A strange emotion welled up in Arlen. How strange. She gently let Valor hold her hand. Wasn't anything related to my birth mother a taboo? I thought it was something that should not be spoken of, so I buried it. He leaned over her hand gently. If things stay like this from now on, that would be wonderful. Father will do his best. With that, Valor turned toward the crowd. Go have fun. If anything happens, just call for me. Mehen noticed Erlin's strange look. Finally, he could not help but ask, aren't you curious, my lady, about that person? She thought silently, so Mehen knows too. She looked dazed. Who is my birth mother? But Arlen still replied, it is okay. My only mother is Mehen. These words comforted him. He quickly took Erlin's hand. Even so, if there is a chance later, I will tell you. Because it is an incredibly important story for Arel. She nodded in agreement. Yes. Mehen suggested, let us stop talking about that and just enjoy ourselves. Let us walk around over there for a bit. She obediently agreed. Sure. The scene shifted to a massive hallway. Arlen looked around in surprise. Looking closely. Has Pekka not arrived yet? She raised her head, searching. I still do not see him. Maybe he will arrive with Her Majesty the Queen. Just then a child with pink hair appeared. Arlen was immediately drawn to this girl. Wait, that child is. She had a faint memory of the beautiful girl before her. Chloe. Arlen was captivated by the girl. I recognized her the instant she entered my sight. A light breeze blew, her vibrant rose-pink hair looking like roses in full bloom. Chloe's happy face appeared, her eyes shining like stars. It was none other than Chloe Adgeris. Everything favored her, the female lead of this novel. Arlen thought silently, so this is what it feels like to meet a protagonist. The atmosphere is completely different. She realized this feeling was different from when she faced Pekton. This was a fresh, radiant aura. Even Arlen felt envious. She made everything around her seem bathed in sunlight. She felt inferior. This is the kind of thing a side character like me can never imitate. Just then Mehen turned and smiled. Arel, let us go over there. Noticing her strange expression, he asked, Arel, what is wrong? Chloe was still holding someone's hand, leaving the area. She watched their backs disappear. Mehen stepped closer with concern. Are you feeling unwell? Arlen called out. Mehen. Her voice sounded strange. I am sorry. He did not understand. Pardon. She immediately pushed his hand away. This sudden action made Mehen freeze. Arlen ran forward. Wait a moment, he hurriedly called out. Wait, my lady, where are you going? Mehen called out helplessly, but she was already chasing after Chloe. Anxiety welled up inside her. I can't let this happen. The pink hair was right before her eyes. Arlen grew more worried. If this keeps up, she will disappear. The party continued as usual. Edward on the side was a bit confused. He asked Valor, when are you actually going down? It feels like you have been standing here for nearly an hour. Edward found it strange. Go down to the hall and say hello. Aren't there many faces you have not seen in a long time? Valor called out, Your Majesty. He seemed to remember something. Right, Grand Duke. He continued, I saw a few Saint Rank mages from the Sky Tower down there. After saying that, Edward looked at Valor. Some wanted to come early in a private capacity to enjoy themselves, so I agreed. Does that bother you? He quickly shook his head. Not at all. This made him even more suspicious. Or is it because you do not want to go down there and be disturbed by the manna of Saint Rank mages? But he curiously realized that sounds more like an excuse. There must be another reason. Finally, Edward suggested, stretch those muscles and go out. On such a beautiful day. Valor replied irritably, what is wrong with my face? He sighed. See, as soon as there are no other nobles around, you drop the formalities. He suddenly remembered something. You usually smile quite often. Why the gloomy face today? I heard you were attending with the young lady. At that point he immediately fell silent. Edward guessed something. If you have dressed up this much for your daughter, you should show her your smiling self. Right then Valor suddenly spoke, drop it. Seeing him walk away, Edward was startled. What but? A triumphant smile appeared on Valor's face. It seems my daughter wants to spend some private time with her mother instead. This mocking remark left Edward stunned. His eyes filled with disbelief. Mother. A thought occurred to him. Grand Duke Halbern's wife, a woman appeared in Edward's mind. You have worked hard because of my husband. He was about to say more. What did you just say? Wife? Valor kept walking. Is there any problem with the palace barrier? Clearly, he was not paying attention. A guy like you having a wife, are you serious? Valor raised his hand. Excuse me for a moment. Edward was still trying to catch up. Wait a minute, you have to explain to me before you go. Valor, Grand Duke. The nobles nearby laughed at the sight. Did everyone see that? Of course. Even standing next to His Majesty, he looked so imposing. I wish I could be his lover for just one night. They gossiped excitedly. I saw him when he entered. Gosh, really, I heard he was very attentive to the young lady right from the entrance. You should see for yourself how gentle he is. One young lady's eyes sparkled as she imagined it. I thought he did not care about his daughter at all, but seeing that, I guess the rumors about Halburn were just rumors. They chatted happily. He is so close to Mehen that I thought I heard him calling him dear. Oh my God, tell me more details. But this only made Lady Belpart even more furious. These people. All they talk about is Halburn. She calculated silently. Even though they know I am standing right behind them, they do not show any respect and just keep wagging their tongues. They must have forgotten who rules this social circle. Her anger grew. Let us see what happens to you after the founding festival. With that, Lady Belpart turned around. I should have crushed them back then. Suddenly, the familiar figure of Cheyenne appeared. My lady. His voice made her freeze instantly. Standing behind her, he asked, does my lady also hate Halburn? A forced smile appeared on her face. I suddenly have goosebumps. She replied, yes, what do you mean by that? He calmly reached out toward her. I have a rather good proposal. Would you like to hear it? Lady Belpart seemed interested. A good proposal, she nodded. Yes. Looking at Cheyenne's face made her flinch. What is this? He is wearing a cloak so I can't see his face clearly. She noticed the smile on his face. Is he a young man or an old man? While she was thinking, he spoke up. There is a way to deal a fatal blow to Halburn, to both their seemingly eternal prestige and the close alliance and trust between the Emperor and Halburn. Cheyenne suddenly appeared right in front of her. If there were a way to break it all at once. Sweat poured down Lady Belpart's face. How? His voice echoed, aren't you curious about the secret that the imperial family and Halburn are sharing? She stood frozen for a few seconds. A triumphant smile quickly appeared on her face. I am curious. This was exactly what Cheyenne had planned. She waited expectantly. Tell me. What is that secret?